And we're live. Hello, everyone. We are here with our live coverage. It looks like everything is live here on Twitch. Let's take a look at X, make sure that's up and running. Looks like there's already people putting in observations, so we'll get to that in just a moment. Just want to make sure everything is looking good, and it is. And let's see what else we have here. We have our setup here for chat room. That's all set. We're going to be going all day today. Of course, we'll be taking breaks from time to time because, bathroom and I got a drink and all that stuff. And let's see here, making sure everything's up and running and working properly. And it looks like it is. So let the games begin. There's already been some interesting observations that are coming in from several individuals in Pennsylvania, already reporting snowfall totals going above the forecast already. So it's certainly a very interesting observation. We'll see if that verifies from National Weather Service over the next couple of hours. This storm certainly was not on my, well, it was on our radar, but the whole idea was this storm was going to be too far east. And overall, the bulk of the storm is too far east. But it's driven by today, just enough moisture is being thrown into this building air, cold air mass that is enhancing frontogenesis, that is supporting snowfall. And it's currently snowing right now in Freehold right now at a pretty good clip, actually. We have our coffee all set. I'll let you know what I'm drinking in a few. But it is very good, and I got it from a coffee producer, which is pretty cool. So this is how we're going to play this. Okay. First of all, thank God, finally we have a winter storm where most of this is happening during the day, so I'm not trying to push myself to never sleep and just basically crash out, which would not be good. So this looks like it's going to be going on through at least 8 p.m., possibly till 10. We'll be going over all the latest observations. Only model guidance will probably uses the HRR just to track the beginning and ending of these events. And the rest is will pretty much focus on observations for the most part as we follow along the storm. Of course, all observations you guys send in, I will of course share. Um, I would say for the most part, this is going to be a very interesting storm in terms of mesoscale dynamics, and we'll take a look at skew T and go over all that. As far as questions for a snowstorm, for the most part, they will be answered in the premium chat room, which I'll show in just a moment. As far as social media, if there's a really, really good question, I'll probably throw it into the discussion here. But for the most part, the focus here is going to be, you know, away from social media, aside from X, where I usually get some really great observations, which I will pull up here, and away we go. So let's first go to the observations and take a look at our radar here. And there we are. There we go. Alrighty then. All right. So of course, let's refresh this real fast. And you can see we have some pretty good moderate to heavy precipitation here. So this cold front features the really Arctic air that is kind of trying to catch up with this whole storm. The bulk of the storm, and you can see it's starting to develop down here into Carolinas. It's expected to move to the east northeast, taking the heaviest precipitation along with it. But what's driving this scenario is this feature right here. Pull up this frontogenesis at 700 millibars. This feature right here really enhancing the lifting throughout the region. So when we take a look at our observations here, we have rain being reported right on the immediate Jersey shore here. It's really warm down here in Wildwood at 39 degrees. We have snow falling in central New Jersey, of course, in Freehold. Belmar is at 34. We in Freehold are at 32. Trenton's reporting snow at 29. So you can see how that cold air is bleeding in. Plenty of snow being reported here in Reading. In Allentown, here we have snow with visibility down to 3/4 of a mile. Up here in Scranton, we have light snow, some freezing fog, visibility about a half a mile. And you can see the difference in terms of the cold air here, just kind of bleeding in with this cold front as this all marches through and heads towards the East Coast. And so, what we're going to be watching throughout the day is some of these banding features that show up that really have the potential to enhance the snowfall. And with the colder air building in throughout the day, especially at the mid levels, we will see a shift in terms of the snow ratio starting to rise as we go on through the bulk of the storm. Of course, as we go through, from time to time, I'll have to take a break to answer any questions from snowplow clients. For the most part, they're out there. Hey, look, if you see one, give them some coffee or something, or maybe a Dunkin' Donuts gift card or something, because those guys are running around all over the place. They really haven't had much of a break, really. I mean, they didn't have much of a holiday season, that's for sure. But they're certainly making their money this year, that is for sure. So let's take a look and see what questions we have. But first, of course, here is the forecast I'm looking at. Generally, most locations I think are going to be around the 2-3 inch mark. And no, I know it's not a blockbuster storm, but the reason why we're covering this again is right on the I-95 corridor. There are going to be some locations that are definitely going to push into that 3 to 5 inch mark as these bands start to get organized. I do expect the rain to change over to snow on the Monmouth County coast a little bit later in southern New Jersey, where I'm only expecting about 1 to 3 inches. Most locations are going to be around that 1 inch mark, but I'm concerned at the very end when the cold air comes in, we're going to get a very heavy burst of snow swinging through the coast this evening as the Arctic air builds in. And let's take a look at our questions we have so far. Snow Boss is already up and running. Good morning, Steve. We are at 2 inches in the Lehigh Valley. That is certainly a pretty good start. We were expecting 1 to 3. They're already up to that 2 inch mark, so that's definitely going to verify. Now the question is whether it's going to go over. About an inch and a half in the Poconos. When will it push out of East Stroudsburg? Uh, by this evening. I'm talking about probably 5, 6 p.m. And a lot of this snow is going to be very light. We're getting some moderate snow here in Freehold right now with some pretty good accumulation. Everything's pretty much covered right now. But for the most part, a lot of this is going to be a light snow event. Has it started earlier than expected? Nope. The start time was 6. It is currently 8. Uh, and second, has the low placement been where you expected? For the most part, it's been where I've expected it. All right. The conversation on whether the storm tracks west will come to an end by this afternoon. If the low pressure system is right around the track where you would call the benchmark, then things are going to get very, very, very interesting around here. Um, but I don't think that's going to happen. I think it's going to be to the east of the benchmark, where we're going to be on this light to moderate side here. But we're not on the track here where, like, to be frank, if this winter storm was on the benchmark, we wouldn't be talking about 2 to 3 or winter weather advisories. We would be talking about 6+ inches of snow, possibly a foot, and it would be very, very impressive. So that would be very, very unexpected in the forecast when a lot of people have been struggling whether or not we even get 2 inches in a lot of these locations, which is a viable question, which we are going to find out. The advisory ends at midnight. Well, will the precipitation end before that? Yeah, see, the National Weather Service usually extends these advisories out a little bit longer than the precipitation ends. The reason why is that a lot of government entities use the advisories in order to dictate their state of emergencies or the edict to stay off the streets so people could plow and stuff. So typically, what the National Weather Service does is extend it out a little bit. That way, A, it gives time for the snowplow guys to clear out the roads, and B, it kind of gives you incentive to stay in. And C, if there is any delay to the exit of the storm, you got a little bit of wiggle room by about 2 hours or so. So this nowcast over the next few hours will be very interesting to follow. Indeed it will. And we're pretty much going to be we'll use the HRR model guidance, a bit But we're pretty much going to look at the observations and study those and see where we're at with that. And see, that's the thing. I mean, we all got a forecast out. Now we see if it verifies. Um, some people ask, hey, why don't you update the forecast the day of? Well, then it's kind of useless then if we're making changes and then we keep on making changes. It creates a lot of confusion. Might as well just do the live coverage and then see where you stand with the forecast. So, of course, I thank everyone for joining. It's wow, a lot of people already. That's really cool. Let's see what we got in terms of observations that are coming in on X. For years, or Twitter, for decades now. God, I feel old now. For decades, I've been using X with people who I trust in terms of observations just to see what's going on with this storm. That's why social media can be really great and sometimes really really bad. With some individuals. So let's see here. Current situation in Columbus, New Jersey. At 7 a.m. Steady snow, temperatures at 31.6. Already over a half an inch there. We'll share that. 2.5 inches in Whistburg Township, Lehigh Valley. Let's see here. Stewartsville, New Jersey, at 7:30, already at 1 inch. Mount Holly started as sleet, freezing, rain mixed this morning. Had a nice crust of the car. Switch over to snow at 6:30, light to moderate. I think this storm's going to end up a little bit colder than what some of the guidance is suggesting, based on these odds so far. But we'll see. Got 2 inches wet in Harrisburg, PA. Freezing rain in North Tinton Falls. Susquehanna County, PA, Gibson, Herrick Township. Looks like it's about 2.5. So that's where we're at right now with our observations. So we're going to be bouncing around there and check that out. Light rain, 34 degrees in Millville, Vinland as of now. All rain in Howell. When will this change over to snow? Well, let's take a look at our observations here. And let's see here. I want to use this. And we'll take a look at the different levels here. Near freezing. So your near freezing temperatures. Here we are at 32. The freezing line is back here. I'd probably drop that through Monmouth County, to be honest with you. 34 right on. So we're right about here on 34. Of course, warmer air right here. Philadelphia is at 30. So why are you, let's say Philadelphia, you're at 34 with snow, right? But here we are, Belmar, 34 in rain. So what's the difference? The difference is the mid-levels. So let's take a look at the mid-levels. And most likely 925 millibars. There's our cold air down already passing Monmouth. So let's pull up our skew T here and find that warm layer. Refresh this. This is Tropical Tidbits, by the way. If anyone's curious, we can use here, here, and take a look what we have here. And we're dealing with a little bit of a warm layer right around 975 millibars. So not very deep is this warm layer. So this is going to be very interesting. Once we start getting more lifting here, starting to really lock in, I think the central New Jersey coast is going to change over to snow very quickly. Now, the southern New Jersey coast is a different story. When we go down here, much deeper, warmer layer, much deeper, especially from about 950 to 975 millibars. So that's going to take longer to change over. Even with stronger lifting, you got to get cold air transport involved in this as well. Whereas central New Jersey, like Belmar, Howell, all those locations, they're right on the edge. Most likely you're seeing snow, don't be rain, and then you start to see these large snowflakes start to mix in as you get stronger lifting involved. And so we have the cold air present. Let's take a look at 850 millibars too, just to get an idea. Okay, so you see this layer right here, -6 to -8. As we go on through the day, this is going to drop south. And where this lines up on the I-95 corridor, that's what we're going to start seeing later on this afternoon, evening. some pretty significant banding starting to show up. So this is where we're going to be lining up to take a look at that. I want to thank everyone viewing here on Twitch. Thank you very much for watching as well on X and Facebook. A lot of activity really starting to pick up here, so I really appreciate it. And let's see, just going over some emails and observations if there's anything that stands out. And of course, if you just subscribed, hopefully you won't have any problem here. I'm just gonna, wow, okay, we're really going through the roof on the subscriptions. That's awesome. That is great to see. So while we're going throughout the day, we're also going to be, I'm very curious to see the NFL game with the Patriots. That should be pretty interesting, that is for sure. Good. So while we're doing this, I'm also going to be doing updates as well. So you're going to be able to watch me do the live updates as well while we go on through the day. Let me see, answer any other questions here. Morning and afternoon, not evening. See, I see a change to rain later this morning and evening. Any chance of freezing rain in Queens? I don't buy the changeover to rain, but we'll see. If you do change over to rain, you got snow. Most likely, you will be dealing with a little bit of freezing rain before going over to snow. Everything after this storm goes over to it's just going to freeze because temperatures are going to be plummeting. Let's see, roads snow covered here in Pennsylvania with some flurries. Looks like I slept through the worst of it. No, still more to come. Well, it depends on where you are in PA. I should put that in there. Let's take a look at our radar here. So yeah, the focus here is going to be this area right here. And you can already start to see some of this lifting. I would not be surprised around Monmouth Coastal that you start getting a little bit more mix of snow as this lifting starts getting stronger and stronger. Pennsylvania out here, guys, I think that you've seen your burst, but I think now you start to back off a bit, and the focus here starts to line up right here. And we're going to be watching this low pressure system as it evolves. Also have a little bit more zoomed in, get a little bit better idea. Let's see if we can get more of a composite view here. Hopefully it loads. Zoom, we'll wait for that to load up. But you can see clearly, I'm not using the winter mask because it tends to be a little bit misleading. So I'm using just a regular old radar. And what I'm looking for is some of these signals here, these intense signals here that really stand out. Oh, we got new part of the, oh wow, look, YouTube is very, very active as well. Holy smokes. I didn't even check that yet. Holy smokes. All right, we'll also be checking that out too, but let me just go over some thoughts here. Some pretty good moisture here. Let's take a look at the infrared satellite picture. I want to refresh this real fast. I'm curious about this. Okay. This is kind of catching my eye. Okay, so we're seeing stronger lifting take place here. And the best way to tell this, and some of you guys who can see color, you're really lucky because I'm colorblind. So I have a hard time seeing this very well. I'm told they use a lot of blues, greens, and yellows. When it gets to reds, then I can really see it. But I don't see blues and greens very well at all. So I've kind of taught myself how to find this with the satellites that we use, and it's very impressive how this is starting to get more and more enhanced here on the I-95 corridor. Look at that enhanced lifting starting to take shape here. Our low pressure system's down here. Again, it's supposed to track out here. If it did one of these, well, then this would be a very interesting storm. And we would be talking about one hell of a bust in terms of being too low if that was to happen. I do not expect that to happen. Okay. But boy, oh boy, would this be a hell of a live stream talking about, hey, We're only off by a couple of 10 inches. That would be something. But I don't see that happening at all. Let's reset the water vapor satellite picture. And again, plenty of moisture with this system. The one thing that is not lacking is moisture. It's just a matter of having all the features come together. That's pretty much the only thing that's missing here. And again, one of the factors here, again, we'll refresh this. Here at 250 millibars, there's our jet streak. This just comes in a little bit too late. In fact, let's pull up 500 millibars, do it HD. You can see these features coming in. Pretty strong jet streak. It's just a little bit too far. If this ridge was sitting here, then we would definitely be talking about a strongly negatively tilted trough and a very, very busy day. You know, this is just a little bit too far east. And here you have your cold air transport coming at 850 millibars. So tell you what, let's see if we can pull up surface and 3-hour pressure. So there's our surface low. You can see where the pressure falls are setting up here. You got a little bit of an inverted trough trying to take shape here. There's our low pressure system. And again, you can kind of see where the pressure falls are laying here. See? So if this was lining up here, then, you know, would be very interesting. We'll see. Again, we'll keep an eye on this. I don't see this as being an issue, to be honest with you. But we'll continue to monitor it and see where we're at as we move on with our precipitation. Light snow falling in Harlem. All right. See, just FYI, your mouse pointer isn't showing on the screen. I wonder why. Why is that showing up? I have to take a look at that. Let's see. What could cause the low pressure to move towards the benchmark later today based on your observations right now? Not much, which is why it would be a surprise. That trough that I was just showing would have to go swing into a negative state much, much faster. No sign of that once right at this point. Probably 2-3 inches in Lancaster County, PA. Okay. Well, let's see what's going on here on YouTube. I'm gonna just take a look here. It's finally snowing. Wow. All right. Let's see. It rains 5 a.m. in Manhattan. Baltimore, D.C., and it's all rain at 35. Precip looks to be ending soon. I wish I knew these changes because I would have changed my current plans and would have been home instead of stuck. Oh, that stinks. We've been updating all weekend. Oh, since Friday. We got 2.5 inches. Well, really, we did a lot of updates yesterday. I did a lot of updates yesterday. That is for sure. 2.5 inches of heavy snow yesterday. That's good. Real snow in Wilmington, Delaware, 5 miles from the northern border. We are getting cold air advection from the northeast. Somebody's done with winter. That's good. Valley, Connecticut, accumulating. Let's see. Let's see. What do we have here? Delray Beach. I'm not sure where Delray Beach is. When people say that they live somewhere, oh, that's in Florida, not in New Jersey. I didn't see anything in New Jersey. In Neptune, yeah, you'll see some snow, not as much, probably an inch or so, maybe two. Uh, to a fellow meteorological colleague and Steve, I admire you do these long chats. You look better than you did a couple of weeks ago. Yeah, that's for sure. Thank God. I mean, whatever the hell hit me was rough. I tell you that much. That is for sure. We got the coffee. We got everything rocking and rolling. Um, and let me. I'm gonna shoot myself as far as the coffee name. It just slipped my mind, but I got it. I'll go grab it later and show you guys the coffee I'm drinking. Let me see if I can find it here. I know I got somewhere around here. This is gonna bug me now if I don't get it. Let's see here. Let me put on the radar. So are you saying it could be it for us in Lancaster or no? Well, you're pretty much at the edge here. You're pretty much seeing the bulk of your snowfall here. A lot of the focus is going to be now on the I-95 corridor. So like a lot of central, is east central Pennsylvania. You pretty much saw the most of this, and now you're pretty much kind of slacking off. Um, we'll continue to keep an eye on it, of course, but I don't see much in terms of the steady rain, snowfall remaining in place. I know it's in here somewhere. Ah, here we are. Da, da, da. Okay, so I'm doing the. We're getting a phone call. Okay, give me 1 second. I'm with a client, and I will get back to you in just a moment. And that's what a digital meteorologist does. That's one client wanted to just talk over what I was doing. Is going over kind of the game plan of how they're going to handle. But for let me just Manhattan Coffee Company is the coffee and drinking 5 borough blend. So um, definitely, definitely a great coffee. This so hopefully, you know, you guys. I'll definitely. Well, I'll try to get more information on them, and so that way you guys may be able to try it. So let's take a look at some questions. But first, I want to do some of the observations. You see, it's I don't see us getting into the 40s here in northeastern Pennsylvania. I'm northeastern New Jersey or anything of that nature. I think we're pretty much at the warmest we're going to be for today. Okay. The cold air is on the way in. We have wind streaming in from the north. I don't see this as being a major warm up here. I don't get it. Our low pressure system is developing as expected. Off to our east, the colder, really colder air is associated with this cold front. And this cold front is going to break up as we go on through the day, and the cold air is just going to stream in. Let's take a look at the HRR guidance real fast. I'm curious about what it does with the surface temperatures here. So let's see what it tries to do with the precipitation here. See, this is ending up a little bit colder because beforehand it was like rain up into New York, and now it's much colder. And look at that swing right through. So Jersey Shore, you guys are going to get a lot of your snow later this evening. A bulk of the snow for Pennsylvania is pretty much done. This is all going to line up basically from Philadelphia, New York, I-95 corridor, and that's why I'm doing the live coverage. I-95 corridor. No offense to everyone in like the Poconos and whatnot, but you're talking about millions of people on the I-95 corridor, and quite frankly, you guys can handle snow like it's a snow shower. 2 inches around here, 3 inches, 4 inches, people just lose their mind. It's like crazy, which is why I don't drive during this type of weather. But very interesting setup here with the newest HRR, and even that I would say might be a little bit too warm. But let's take a look what it does with the surface temperatures and 9 to 25 millibar temperatures first. Let's look at that. And the guidance here a little bit colder than what I was looking at last night. It's got the freezing line right here. And it just gets progressively colder as we go through the storm. And this signal right here kind of catches my eye. You know, one might call that a signal for an inverted trough as the storm is pulling away. This has my attention. Wonder if something comes of this later on. We'll have to watch the photogenesis here as a result of that little signal. Interesting. Something just to monitor as we go on through the day. Let's see, where's my surface temperatures? 2 meter temperatures. Here we are. Okay, so the guidance here right now is suggesting, well, one thing's for sure. Let's see here. Holds, and then later on this afternoon it starts to fall. So basically, we hold where we're at, and then we get progressively colder, obviously, as we go on through the evening. The Arctic air looks like it's trying to hold off a bit longer. Interesting. So the cooling that we're going to be watching really is going to be at the mid levels. And unfortunately, it's going to be at one level where we don't really have a lot of graphical data on, which is 975 millibars right here. So, but so far, pretty good precipitation. You'll see a little bit of a lull. So it's not the storm coming to an end or anything like that. and then we get this other slug of moisture that's coming here. So we're seeing this little reduction right here. So it's almost like two slugs of moisture coming in. Let's step back here. Excuse me. So you get one slug, the second slug, all moving through. So this time period probably be very much lighter snow, and then this feature is definitely going to be focused on here, not so much here. So a lot of eastern Pennsylvania, you guys seen a bulk of your snow already. And then we'll keep an eye on these temperatures, see where they stay, where they go from here on out. Let's see what we have here in terms of questions. Expecting any changeover to snow from Millville? Yes, absolutely. I do expect changeover to snow. Definitely. It's going to happen. It's just going to take a little bit longer than everyone else. I know the focus is on this storm today, but do you see more all day drinking coffee live streams in your future? Haha. Great question. Okay. Well, I take a drink. Let's talk about Houston. Okay. Now, as you guys know, I'm going to for the first time ever, by the way, the American Meteorological Society conference, the annual conference. I've always wanted to go to this. It is a huge uh, milestone for me in my career, right? Because not only am I going for the first time, but I'm going to be taking over as the chairman of the Certified Digital Meteorology Board, which is one of the seals that I helped create along with others on the board, Joe Martucci, a lot of great people, which I'm going to try to interview and share with you guys on on TikTok and on X. You know, just say, hey, these people are the ones that really created the seal and along with me. So it's a really huge milestone in my career. And of course, I'm going to be presenting. Now, of course, while doing this, I've been saying for months now, just watch, there's going to be winter storms when I'm in Houston. I know this is going to happen. So, yes, I do have a very concerned. Um, I'm concerned about that time period. All right, there's hints on Monday or Wednesday of something popping. And here's the thing: you're talking about some pretty impressive Arctic air interacting with the subtropical jet stream. Something's going to go. Something's definitely going to create some problems. Okay, so so with that, yes, I am expecting it. Now, obviously, I can't do the streaming like I do here because the streaming I have here, the internet I have here is like up to like gaming level, right? So with that being the case, I'm probably going to do more of the text slash videos. I'll do like a video. I'll try to do one depending on what day it happens. Once every 2 hours or every hour, depending on the setup. Because I have to give my presentation. Now, if it's on Wednesday, that's going to be a nightmare because I got a lot of stuff going on. We'll have all the regular updates, all that stuff. You don't have to worry about that. But that's something where I know I'm not going to be able to do streaming. When I get back, February, I think the first half of February at the very least is going to be very active for us. I do have a feeling, and this is just a gut feeling, okay? There's no science or anything back behind this. But when I look at the fact that we're having a lot of this Arctic air, we're having a severe stretch of the polar vortex, it's literally dropping into North America, that while there will be a good potential for suppression, the rebound as the Arctic air and the polar jet stream shifts back northward, um, something's got to pop. Okay. I'd be very surprised if we don't at least get one really good winter storm out of this pattern before the winter's over. But we'll see. We'll see how the shortwaves interact. So, yeah, I am concerned about not this coming week, but the next week for something to pop here. So, we're going to be keeping an eye on it, and I'll try to update the best I can while I'm in Houston. Let's see here. Trying to make a plan to dispatch employees for snow. Located in Farmingdale, New Jersey. Right now, just rain in Farmingdale, but in Manalapan, Millstone, up Route 33. I know that's right by me. They are covered with an inch and still snowing. Is it supposed to change to rain midday and then back and accumulate later? Okay, so down to your south, you're pretty much going to be in this rain snow mix and then change over to snow as we head towards, let's say, after 2 o'clock, right? But as you move up central New Jersey, I think that in Manalapan and Millstone, you might get a little bit of a rain snow mix, but I think most of this is snow and it's going to keep going. I got steady snow here going on right now. Temperatures haven't been moving at all. The mid levels are not warming at all around here. So if you're on the immediate coast of Monmouth County, right? So here, let me pull up the radar here. Zoom in here. I'll use this one. Nope, that's still not loading properly. So I'll just zoom in. Okay, so here's Monmouth. Let me try to pull on an overlay here. County borders. There we go. Beautiful. And we'll zoom in a little bit more. Okay, so if you're right here, right? So you take this line right down here, you're going to be dealing with a lot of rain snow mix until about 4 p.m. and then it'll change over to all snow. If you're anywhere to the west of this line, mostly you're dealing with snow, which is why I put you in the 2 to 5 inch range. I don't see right now any indication based on the mid levels or the SKUTs or anything else that we've been watching here. I mean, this is some pretty deep cold air here at 850 millibars and at 9 to 25 millibars pretty good amount of cold air as well over central Monmouth County. So, and then you look at the SKU-T on the Monmouth County coast here, it's not going to take much lifting to get rid of this little warm surge right here at 975. This warm layer in Monmouth County is like literally like this thick. So you got some lifting. It's going to cool the boundary layer here. You got plenty of cold air aloft. I do think that Monmouth County is an area where it might just overperform a little bit. We'll keep an eye on it, but it's an area where I think the National Weather Service backed off on it a little bit too much. But we'll continue to keep an eye on it. I would anyone in central Monmouth County on west. I would say that you know probably get your workforce ready or get moving depending on what you have set up for your contracts. Um, but if you're on the immediate coast, you got a little bit more time until about 4 or 5 o'clock. Supposed to take a trip from Jersey City from Long Island this afternoon, back this evening. I wouldn't. Nah, I wouldn't. I'd chill. 1.8 inches of snow so far this morning here in the western burbs of Philly. Here in Chester County, it looks to be winding down out there. Yep, out here. Yeah, that sounds about right. It falls right in. We still can't see your mouse on the screen. Tough to follow what you're pointing at, just to let you know. I wonder why. Let me see what I could do with the settings on this. I don't want sound effects. I'll start putting in a horn everywhere. Let's see. Give me a second. Let me take a look. Sources, screen, let's see, overlays. I'm not sure why it's not showing. That's the thing. And I do want you guys to see everything that I'm pointing at. That probably would be helpful, right? Let's see here. So I am quickly trying to look over to see what I could do about that in the short term. We're going to be here all day. So if anyone is used to eCam and have a suggestion, let's see here. Maybe it could be this. Let's see. Picture, in picture, brightness, camera options. I don't want to blur anything. No. Okay, don't want that. I will take a look. I'll see what I can find on here that would cause that. Profile screen, source, camera. I don't want to miss that. Overlays. There you go. Show. I'll have to take a look and see what I could do about that. I will do my best to find a way to fix that situation. So I see what you mean. Yeah, it's not showing up at all. Shoot. Hmm. That is going to be annoying. There's got to be a way. You know what? I got an idea. Ah, here we go. Screen sharing preferences. All right, so where is that? Screen sharing. I think I might have found a solution. Let me just screen sharing. Let's see. It's got to be in the preferences area. So I think that's the issue here. Here we go. All right. Screen sharing. Desktop picture, add margin. Okay. Let's see if that works. So far, no. Okay. I will find out why. Not sure why that's not showing up, but I will find out why. Between yesterday and today, 6.3 inches of snow. Seasonal snowfall total in western Philly burbs now up to 19.1. Normal through today is 10.6. Not bad. What topics are you presenting? I'm going to be talking about AI and how it's influencing forecasting and how it influences a weather business. And of course, I'll also be talking about the CDM and going over all that. Morning. If you pull Google Maps with the traffic feature, you'll see where your snow lines are. That is true. Not drawing any lines. Hmm. I'm gonna have to take a look at that. Now it's bugging me. Now I gotta figure out what in the hell's causing that. But while I'm doing that, let me take a look at the observations here. See if we got anything new in the notifications here. Let's see some. Okay, so in Lynbrook Valley, stream sleeting right now. Marit still in Larchmont. It's weird. I'm not sure why that cursor isn't showing up. That's driving me nuts. Uh, Winter Wonderland, not bad. Going down nice and freshly covered in Rahway. No one's going to the gym today, that's for sure. Good morning, Steve. Beautiful scene in Rybrook, New York. A half to 3/4 inch new snow this morning, coming down steady. It's at 8:25 a.m. Colville, Pennsylvania. 2 inches, depth 6.8. Oh, there we go. Round two in Scotch Plains. Our snowman didn't make it through the night. And look, someone said hi. Very nice. Hi, Cindy. Washington. And I'm going to get myself a sucrets. I didn't need them. I had like an itch in the back of my throat, probably because I'm talking so much. There we go. Let's see here. Nicely sized snowflakes in. So give me a minute. I'm going to go and find out how to fix this whole cursor thing because this is driving me nuts now. So I'll be right back. Okay, I think I might have fixed it. Let's see. So let's see if that actually works. Okay, so let's see. 31, 850, 31 degrees March, snow. Around what time do you think the changeover to snow and how New Jersey? I'm thinking it probably won't be too long. By noon, I think. Is Steve on real? I'm not getting any sound. No, I took the sound off because I wanted to find out why the cursor isn't working, but it looks like it's back now. So let's take a look and see. So can you guys see the cursor? It looks like it's back. So yeah, looks good. Let's see if we got any new observations here. Let's see. No, no new observations. So we fixed the cursor issue. Thank God. That was bugging the hell out of me. So I do apologize for them, but I wanted to find out what was causing that. It was driving me up the wall. So now that we got that fixed, I feel much happier now. On Twitch, we got let's see here, starting to snow in Southeast Bucks. It's 6 a.m. And just to let you know, you don't have the mouse highlighted. March snow still. Okay, so we finally fixed the mystery of the cursor. Thank God that got fixed. So let me know if you guys could see it. Hopefully you can. Look, the YouTube is still rocking and rolling. Let's see. I'm drinking plain old Dunkin's. The snow advisory is 1 to 3 inches in eastern Pennsylvania. I think that's going to verify pretty nicely. Good morning, everyone. Everyone's saying good morning, so good morning. Yeah, I know I was muted. I muted myself just because I wanted to find out what was causing this whole cursor issue while I was cursing. Let's see. Don't let the door hit you on the way. Some people are very angry. I don't know why. You know, the one thing I learned about social media, and I will be doing these tangents as we go on through the day because I can't just say snow, snow, snow like all day long. Um, People need to chill out, like maybe learning some breathing techniques or something. Like everyone's always angry and offended by everything. And maybe it's just my Gen X and me, just like I've seen the world, I've gone around, all that stuff. But life is too short to be angry all the time about stupid things, aside from baseball. So that's just my thing. Let's see here. Wow, it is very busy. Look at that. Oh boy, and we're over 11,000 subscribers on YouTube, so I really appreciate that. So, looks like let's see here. Woke up 20 minutes ago to pretty heavy snow. Seems to have let up a bit. So yeah, let's see, about 1 inch of new snow in my part in Union County. So let's take a look at the radar here and work out the game plan here. Let's step back. Now, you guys should be able to see my cursor now. I got it in red. Let me know if that's okay. If you guys can see it okay. In fact, you know what? Hold it. I got an idea. Uh, System settings. I got an idea. Accessibility. Let's see here. Display. And I'm going to turn it yellow. Yeah. Bright yellow. There we go. Let me know if that stands out better or if you want to go black. We'll go black. See if that stands out. Yeah, that probably stands out the best. Okay, good. We'll go black. Okay, so here's the game plan. You have our low pressure system getting ready to organize here. And it, again, is being focused with all of the best lifting and dynamics out here. Okay, so again, if this tracks to the northwest of this trough, then things get a lot more interesting around here. I do not expect that to happen. But for those of you who want to track along and say, oh, is this tracking further west? This trough here would be the main story here, right here, okay? So our first batch is lifting on through, okay? And that's the first moisture transport. And this is all associated with the subtropical jet stream. Now, we'll get a little bit of this break here, a little bit of, a little bit of dry air, and it's starting to fill in a little bit, but it's going to get a lot lighter here for about a couple of hours once this band lifts through and we get a little bit of this break. This is round two as we head into the afternoon and evening hours. This round will be moving in as colder air is building in. So this time period right now is featuring a lot of rain on the Jersey Shore. Snow steady here in Freehold. There's actually big, huge flakes here falling in Freehold right now. It's really, really cool. It's kind of like scenic little slow drop into big, huge flakes. Oh wow! Oh, I'm loving looking at that. And so that's going to continue to lift through. Then this feature comes in as the colder air is building in. Where is the colder air? Well, let's take a look at 9 to 25 millibars. This is going to be the primary um, rain snow line setup. This is already a little bit colder than what we were expecting on a lot of these models. Okay. We were expecting this zero line to be more like up here. So we're already at -1 here in central Monmouth. It's not going to take much to get that rain to change over to snow. As this low pressure system is organizing, you're going to get stronger cold air transport. Now, at 850 millibars, what we're going to be watching for is this feature right here. Okay, between -6 and -8. You see this right here? Right here. Why is that so important? Okay, at 850 millibars, between -6 and -8 is where your best snow growth region. And historically, in most snowstorms, whether it's a moderate snowfall or a heavy snowfall, the locations in between -6 and -8 degrees Celsius in most storms is where we get our best snow growth and our heaviest snowfall. So what the idea here is that this is going to continue to drop south towards the I-95 corridor as we move on through the day and especially into the afternoon and early evening hours. And that's where we should see a really enhancement of our snowfall. So that's generally the idea here. I am so happy I fixed that cursor issue. Please let me know that you guys can see it because now I'm just like completely paranoid about that. Let's see here. Yes. Oh, I am. Let's see here. As far as oh, I just know. I see what you mean. The super chats. I see. All right. I am very much new to this whole streaming thing. But yes, thank you very much. Wow, okay. Oh, I see it. Okay, if I pull up funding, I see it. Okay. So thank you very much for the super chats. Let's see. Richard Bond and Delaware Weather. I'm very much appreciated. I didn't even I am new to a lot of this stuff. Okay. In terms of I'm not really like an influencer and all that stuff. I know that but I knew that this would be a lot more fun to do rather than just do individual videos. So thank you very much for the funding and the tips or what do they call them? I don't know. But yeah, thank you very much. I do appreciate it. I trust me, I appreciate everyone that comes and watches, and I really do appreciate it. Let's see. Snow sticking to roads and sidewalks. Not bad. Okay. So yeah, you guys in the chat room, let me know if you can actually see the cursor. It looks like it's showing up pretty good. So yeah, we definitely have a setup here where we're getting some pretty good. I didn't see it either. I don't like see here's the thing with YouTube. They have all these features. I don't use most of them. What I make sure I do is make sure I don't have commercials showing up in the middle of my videos and streams because that drives me up the freaking wall, right? And when I'm like watching anything on YouTube and also a commercial for some god awful thing shows up, and it's never anything I'm interested in either. Oh wow. Okay. I wish I could show this. I'm gonna have to figure out maybe. Oh, I got an idea. I'm gonna see if I can take a picture of this. I'll just describe it. Out my window right here. Um, these snowflakes, they're like dollar snowflakes, right? And they're just if you guys ever seen a dollar a coin, it's like these large snowflakes falling here in freehold, just covering everything. It's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Wow. So yeah, I mean, I tried. I mean, I think I clicked on that with YouTube. I made it pretty clear. The whole thing is that there's what you tell YouTube, and then what YouTube decides to do. If you get my point. But yeah, I'm not driven by commercials. That's the thing. Sponsorships, sure. Definitely subscriptions, but I really don't make a lot of money on. You can see the cursor. All right, all right. The Yankees are look. The Yankees don't have to do a lot. They just gotta give all their players to the Mets. That's all. I'm just messing with you, card. I know. I know you're upset. I was shocked with what the Mets did, but we'll see how that works out this spring and summer. Maybe I'll do a live chat while we're doing a baseball game. That'd be fun. Oh, now this is interesting. Look at this heavier precipitation showing up here in the Carolinas. Let's see if that matches up with anything with the front Genesis. Let's see. We'll pull up 700 millibar front Genesis. There it is. And we'll move to here. Yeah, we're starting to see these pockets show up here that are pretty strong. This is going to be interesting to see this lift up north to the northeast. Now, when we take a look at the track of this storm and you want to study, hey, is this tracking further west or not? I'm going to show you, go to Earth News School. We'll be checking out this through the day, and you want to look at 3 hour pressure falls. Okay. And you can probably put on the HD feature if you want. Now, when you got this set up here, here is our low pressure system developing and organizing here. And the idea here is that this is going to track in this direction, which is east northeast. If we start to see more pressure falls here, in other words, I think this is blue, so darker blues, we start seeing that here, then you have the case for saying the storm is tracking further west. Thus far, I got no observational data showing that at all in any way, shape, or form. And if that was the case, then this would get to be a very interesting coverage. But that's what you're going to look for. The way that this is aligned, it pretty much falls into the forecast that we've been following for days now of this tracking to the east northeast and not fully phasing. What's driving this whole scenario is this jet streak here enhancing the lifting of whatever moisture is left on the coastal plain. And that's how we end up with this setup here. And I mean, this is a perfect case of the subtropical digestion getting very active again. We've been talking about this for months. Once the La Nina starts to collapse, the subtropical digestion will start to amp up. And you'll be able to tell that by the type of storms that we're getting. For months, like you can even say years, we've been dealing with a lot of these storms that have been less than impressive. Okay. Um, that is for sure. In terms of moisture transport, we really haven't seen a really moisture load system. Look how much moisture we're dealing with here. That is some good stuff there. The coffee. But look at the amount of moisture we're dealing with in this system. This is more moisture load than what we've seen in literally 2 or 3 years. If this had fully phased again, we'd be talking about a blockbuster winter storm here. But again, it's not. We're literally on the outer edge of this whole storm. So we continue to see our precipitation, our first slug, as you could say, moving through. Some lighter snow here in northern New Jersey. Again, everything seems to be lining up very nicely on the I-95 corridor, pretty much as expected, which is pretty much why I went with this idea here. Da-da-da. I think we all agree to hate the Dodgers. I don't hate the Dodgers. I don't like Major League Baseball not enforcing their rules and allowing the Dodgers to do what they did, which was, you know, set the way they structured their contracts. Will the weekend's events help create more traffic in the Atlantic that will slow down storms in the future? Um, yeah, there will be some influence on that, which is why I'm keeping a really careful eye on not this. This week is all about the Arctic air establishing itself and kind of pushing the storm track south. But the week that follows, with the Arctic air kind of retreating a little bit, I'm keeping an eye on Monday or Wednesday of that last week in January, because the pattern's going to be favorable. It's just a matter of what shortwave really takes advantage in the subtropical jet stream, to get things really going. Do you think eastern Pennsylvania will get another burst of moderate snow with that slug of moisture building to the south? The western edge seems a little bit further west now. I think as the storm's evolving and tracking to the east northeast, that western edge is going to shift a little bit further east. I do think you get another round of snow, but it's going to be lighter. And I think the primary focus, though, is going to be to your east on the I-95 corridor. Looks good now. I understand that lifting happens at -6 to -8 area, but why does that happen? Okay, so we're talking about 850 millibar temperatures here. We pull it up right here. Okay, so let me go back to this sector here, and we'll pull up these temperatures. Okay, so at this level between -6 and -8 degrees, at 850 millibars, you have to understand how that influences the structure of the whole column in the atmosphere. Usually at that level, okay, first of all, your surface temperatures are usually more than favorable for snow accumulation. So that's not a challenge. At 700 millibars is cold enough for perfect snow growth, okay, at that level, or a little bit higher up. So you have your snowflake grow and develop, and then when it drops into 850 millibars, it's at that temperature range where you get just enough moisture to allow the snow crystal grow, but it's not warm enough to degrade the snowflake. So it grows beautifully. And then as it's dropping through the rest of the atmosphere, it's able to remain intact. It's usually a little bit more tighter, and it's able to establish itself until it gets down to the ground and accumulates. That's why. So it's a perfect gradient and a perfect environment for these snow crystals to grow. And it's usually found in that ballpark area. I just saw something weird here. 1 second. 2 hours ago. No. Yeah, 850 millibars is definitely getting slightly colder here. So we're starting to see that shift. And the RAP guidance, which is an old kind of a mesoscale guidance, suggests it's just going to continue to get colder and colder. Let's see what that looks like at 925 millibars. So there's the current observations just came in 2 hours ago. Pretty warm on the Jersey Shore. Let's see if it's seen any. Yeah, it's gotten colder. Look at this. This is 2 hours ago. Now It's definitely a little bit colder from the past 2 hours. So it's definitely shifting a little bit colder. We'll see if this trend continues as we go on through the day. And there's our snowfall rate, and this still hasn't loaded properly. So we'll take off 2, 3, 4. Yeah, it's having issues. All right, fine. We'll just use this radar. So yeah, we're about to enter our little bit of a break here. But our first surge coming through. And really it's been accumulating pretty good here. I don't see this warm up that the model guides are trying to show here. Instead, we're seeing a shift colder. We just saw in the observations. You don't have to, you know, we don't have to use some model guidance. It's shown in the model gauge in the model data. We have a nice northerly wind now. Here's our cold front approaching. Here we have our upper 20s to lower 30s in Pennsylvania. We're in the lower to mid 30s on the I-95 corridor, 40 around Wildwood. There's our trough that we were talking about. And here's our surface low down here. So again, if this tracks anywhere to the west of this line, then yeah, then we got other things to talk about. Do not expect that to happen. Okay. But yeah, I mean, look, we got our northerly winds. Uh, we're holding steady here at Freehold at about 32. No change there. Certainly plenty of snow. We just saw the mid levels in the new observations compared to 2 hours ago is definitely colder. Let's see here. Let me just double check. Now I'm just going to bop around social media to see what we're dealing with here after I answer some questions. Let's see here. Well, this weekend's events help. Okay, I already answered. Do you think? Okay, already did that. Dodgers Bronco fan here. Oh man. Well, there you go. You're the most hated person in New York at this point. Between the Dodgers and the Broncos. Considering how much I trust Steve is a testament to how great he is at weather stuff. That's fair. Oh man. Oh man. Gilbert, my friend, be careful, and if you ever end up in Buffalo, do not say you're a Broncos fan, at least for the next couple of weeks. I mean, you gotta be fair. That was a catch. That was not a fumble. The guy was already on the ground. Looking at the SPC, it appears the surface pressure falls extend into North Carolina and Virginia. Yep, they sure do. Let me pull that up here again. This is another way to do this. Again, by the way, guys, this is a wonderful thing about meteorology for all you young guys that are following now, like in your teens and early 20s. When I was your age, we had none of this stuff on the internet. Like the only thing we had were like cat videos and shit. So enjoy the golden age of meteorology as far as I'm concerned. So let's take a look at the 2 hour pressure changes. There were some websites you can use, but it was nothing like this. Try to move down a sector here. Now we're definitely seeing our pressure falls showing up here very nicely. There's our low pressure system down here. It's starting to take shape. So this storm's just starting to organize and get itself together. See some pressure falls out here. Not bad. And what I was talking about beforehand, like you can do this where you can look at the trends of the 9 to 25 millibar temperatures, right? So here's 4 hours ago, 2 hours ago, and here's the current observations. You can clearly see it's gotten colder. So now the question is simply at the surface. We pull up the Surface, not wet bulb temperature, near freezing surface temperatures. And go 4 hours ago, 2 hours ago, now. That's the difference here is that we're not seeing much of a change in the surface temperatures yet. So as this low pressure system organizes, you're probably seeing that warm layer right around from the surface up to about 975 millibars, right on the immediate coast. You're not seeing that here away from the coast. In Freehold, we have steady snow. In Trenton, we have steady snow. Philadelphia, we have steady snow. So it's basically right on the edge and down. Dun, 3.1, 31.6 in Levittown, PA, northwest wind. Not exactly our area, but what does the weather look like in Chicago later this afternoon? I'll have to double check. Honestly, I haven't really been focusing on Chicago or anything. Definitely cold, brutally cold. Looks like a few flurries too, but I think the main thing there is freaking cold. That's that's going to be interesting. Oh, I know the football game, right? Y'all, it won't be in terms of snowfall, but it'll definitely be like the type of cold where a ball hits you in the hands and it stings. In New England, it's going to be snowy. That I'm actually going to put it on my. I have an iPad here that I can put on the TV. So while the games are playing, I will be watching the game along with you guys. I'll make some comments because it's not just going to be about snowfall. I want to see what the game looks like with the snow falling. What time is that game anyway? I think it's at 3. Uh, Yep, 3. 3 and 6:30. I think the Bears are going to win that game just because they're going to be freezing their butts off, and Chicago's used to that. Morning, Steve. 9:15 observations update. Columbus, New Jersey. Temperature 32 degrees with steady falling snow. 1.3 inches measured. Let's see what we got here on X, and then I'll check out YouTube. Oh, and I got a nice little thing. Thank you very much, Stephen Light 647. I appreciate that. This is awesome. I really do appreciate it. You have no idea how much I appreciate that type of stuff. I really, really do. Um, I hope I answered a question that was on Twitch there, to the best of my ability. It's a little bit more complicated than what I explained. I know that there might be some Mets saying, "Well, you missed a whole bunch of stuff," but again, we don't have time to do a whole dissertation, um, because that I think was a whole week of discussing snow growth and all that stuff. Let's see here. Oh, here we go. Sunday, Columbus, New Jersey, moderate snow. Let's see, snow on snow. Oh yeah, that's the cool part too. Is we didn't have to wait much for accumulation around here because we had the snow yesterday. Uh, 1 inch already in Kinnell, coming down nicely, 28 degrees. I'm most likely just butchering the hell out of the names of these places. Giant aggregate snowflakes. This is exactly what I saw right here. That's exactly what I'm seeing out here in Freehold, right there. That's exactly it. Great job, Noise Ando 1. Thank you for that observation. Let's take a look and see what that looks like. Let's see if I can zoom in on that. Yeah, that's exactly what I was seeing in Freehold. Right there. That's it. So when you give an observation here, I'm not going to share it if you don't tell me where. You don't have to give your address or anything. Just like say general town or whatnot, because we don't know where that's happening. Let's see what we got on YouTube here. Anything in chat? Right click on. Okay, so let's see what we got here. Now I understand it. Okay, let's see. Thank you for wow. Thank you very much. Um, that is pretty cool. Jersey has to wait for the cold front to work around. Jersey Shore, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, Jersey Shore. Um, Up in Jim Thorpe, they got 1 to 2 inches already. That's pretty cool. Let me go share that. And I would say if you're following people on X, of course you follow me, whatever, but definitely check out National Weather Service in Philadelphia and New York, or Mount Holly and New York, because you get your watches and warnings and all that good stuff. Picks are the Bears and Patriots. Yeah, I'm the same way. I got the Bears and Patriots too. What time do you expect the snow to wind down in Union County? 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock. I'm running down coffee. I'm going to have to pull more. I'm going to have to get up and get more coffee. And in case anyone's wondering, Susan's resting right now. She will be here later. So don't worry. I already had some people saying, "Where's Susan?" She's resting. She does enough for me. You know, let her sleep in on a Sunday morning. You know, I'm the lunatic that gets up at 6 a.m. on a Sunday for still. But hey, it's my business. It's what I do. This is what I do. Again, I'm literally living my dream here. This is like freaking insane. I got a bunch of people throwing money at me, which I really, really appreciate it, by the way. And I got subscribers, I got snowplows, and also I get the forecast for some of the schools I went to when I was a kid, which is insane. Imagine being a kid saying, "When I grow up, I'm going to be able to shut down schools." That's going to be funny. So I literally am living my dream here, just doing this. Like, you guys have no idea how giddy I am, because I'd be doing this anyway. Snow is starting to slow down now in southeast Bucks. Fortunately, I don't have an exact measurement, but if I had to guess, probably 1.5, 2 inches. Yeah, you guys out here in Bucks County, you're about to enter that dry slot. But I'm very interested to see within this area whether or not you guys are going to see any flurries. So let me know if you're seeing nothing on the radar but still falling in the air, because it might be dealing with some very, very fine light snow here showing up. So that should be a theme. And then we're going to restructure. Now, why am I expecting a refocus towards the coastal plain on the I-95 corridor? It is because of this feature right here that is showing up. Okay. Now, this feature right here should set up your frontogenesis. Okay. That is why. And another way to look at it is potential vorticity advection. It's pretty much your PVA. Okay, now this is coming in like a bat out of hell. That's just impressive. Let's zoom into the full ConUS. And I kind of want to make a point here. Okay, so what would have needed to change? Now, this is interesting. There's a slight, very, very slight negative tilt here. Ah, okay. That's a little bit unexpected. Let me go hold it. Let me go here. 500 millibars. Okay, so here we are, 500 millibars. Yeah, okay, so this is a little bit more neutral. I would need this to be like this to pull this storm west. I need this to like really arch. It might be happening now at 250 millibars or 300 millibars. A little bit. Okay, that's what we were seeing in the average there. Okay, so you're seeing this jet streak here. Okay, so this jet streak here is going to enhance what we call lifting in the atmosphere, stretching in the atmosphere. Think of the atmosphere like taffy getting pulled and stretched and this and that. And every so often, when you're pulling and stretching taffy, if you're had it, sometimes you get these little holes. Well, the atmosphere does not like holes because of the conservation of mass, right? It's an equation you learn, and because of that conservation of mass, air has to rise. And what you're getting here is strong rising motion here. And another way you could see that is a 300 millibar jet streak circulation, which is right about here. You're seeing that lifting take shape and that divergence showing up here. So that's all showing up on the I-95 corridor. And then this next wave is lining up to basically lift right into there. Another thing, we got the vorticity here. This is all just driving in. It's not enough to phase just yet. That's probably going to come later when it's in the Gulf of Maine. Let me see. Here we are. So as we go on through the evening, what you're going to see is you're going to see more. See this kind of blue shading here and here. You're going to see that line up really nicely right here. From Philadelphia to New York City to Southern Connecticut and then just south of Boston. And that's all going to be because of stretching in the atmosphere, which you could probably see via the divergence. You probably see it here starting to show up here. See that divergence? Again, divergence lifting. And you could also see that, let's see. I want to get, here we go, deformation. Here we go. You're going to start to see this axis starting to shift on the coastal plain. That's when things get interesting this afternoon, evening. Now, one thing that really stood out to me, and we'll use the 12Z HRR here around this time period when the snow's going. There is a pretty good signal here for a little bit of convective snow out of this. Very, very slight, but there is a nice little signal popping up here that really has my attention. Pulling a new one. See if we got any new data here showing up. Yeah. So things are definitely going to get interesting around here. Plenty of snowfall on the way. We continue to monitor this. Current observations right now, the HRR is picking up the brake. Might be a little bit too dry, to be honest with you. Let's see what it's doing here on the immediate Monmouth County coast. Again, a little bit colder this time, but you can see where that little warm layer here at 9 to 75 millibars, very, very faint, right about there. Everything else is cold. Different story down towards Wildwood. Go to southeast New Jersey. This is where it's much warmer, much more pronounced warm layer, much more pronounced. So it's going to take cold air transport and lifting to get you back over the snow, which is why I'm only expecting maybe 1 inch or so this evening out of that. And so that's where we're at with our observations. Again, let me know in this area where there's no radar signal whether or not you're seeing flurries, how light the snow is. Once the storm gets organized, how far west would the precipitation get? I'm in Eastonburg. I think where you're at, you'll definitely experience some moderate snowfall, Richard. 33 and snow. It's right around JFK. Thank you for the fan stuff. See if we have anything new here. Now, you guys in Central PA, my favorite guy in Central PA, unfortunately, you probably seen the most of what you're going to expect from this storm. I'm going to have to go get more coffee. Okay, give me 2 minutes. I'm just going to get up and get to coffee because I need more coffee. Coffee, 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 coffee. I'll be right back. See, I told you I wouldn't be too long. I'm going to have to make a new pot. No. Yeah, and the flakes are coming down pretty big. Very big, big. Very nice. I'm just so pumped that I figured out this cursor thing. All right, good. You know what I did? I did the wrong layer. That's why it wasn't showing up. Do, do, do. Ba, 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 ba. Du, 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 du. Let's see, I'm just seeing. All right. I'm just making sure that we got everything else. I also have to check my email. So you're basically watching while I go on. I might not be looking at you directly, but basically I also have to go and make sure I got any client emails. So you're watching this slide. Like, what does a digital meteorologist do during a storm? You're watching it live. I'm just gonna talk you through it right now. I'm just checking to make sure I haven't missed any emails. Um, every so often, subscribe. Here we go. See, here's one. All right. Let me go and answer this. Let me just. So I'm just responding to this email because it's important. Gotta respond to it real fast. There we go. Ah, well, it's a little late, but I'll deal with it. That's all right. Let me knock out. So also, I have some client websites also I got to clear out. So I'm doing that to live. And of course, probably updates. I'll limit the updates a little bit in terms of the text updates. I will do that though as we go on through the morning, just because from my own standpoint, I like to have stuff done. I don't want to like miss a day because it kind of messes with my flow in terms of how I like to forecast. I like to see, okay, what did I write yesterday, and how do I follow that up, and do I need to change things? Like I did yesterday, um, or what were my thoughts at that time, and why did I think what I thought? I don't want to start fresh. I want to build off of that period, and then go from there. That's generally how I like to set the forecast up. That, that. And of course, I will be answering all your questions. Just give me a minute. Almost there. And thus far, we're just holding right at 32. No change in that. We'll probably be at 32 all day around here. Good, good. So far, the forecast overall looks good. That works. Bam. All right, that's done. Perfect. I'll go check out the premium discussions and do an update on that later. Let's see here. All right, let's see here. Just came back in the chat room. We mentioned the area to the west and if any precipitation was falling, but not on radar. If it does, what does that mean for the storm structure? It tells me that there's a lot more low level moisture than what the radar is picking up and what the model guidance is suggesting, which tells me when we get strong lifting, we have more moisture to work with. When do you think the snow will break up before the afternoon snow? Probably in the next 2 hours. I'm probably between from 10 and from south to north from 10 a.m. to noon. You'll see this a little bit of a lull. Large flakes being reported around JFK, around Queen, should I say? We probably gotten probably 2-3 inches since 6:15 here in Bloomfield. Okay, that's pretty much lining up to the forecast pretty well. On X, let's see, it's loading up here. And see if we got any new observations so far. It looks like, oh, there we go. Now we got some new stuff here. Let's see what we have new. Here we are. Massive snowflakes in Rahway, New Jersey. There we go. That's a beautiful scene. Look at that. Let's take a look at this. That's beautiful. Look at that. That's scenic. That you could take a picture of that and make like a whole like I don't know, like greeting card or something with that. But yeah, that's essentially what we're seeing out here too. 2 inches, moderate snow in Manalapan. All right, hey, that's not too far from here. Not bad at all. I haven't measured the snow yet. I haven't gone outside. Let's see what we have in Facebook land. I feel like I cannot believe. Seabright just been reported changing over to snow. Let's see here. We'll tag you on X shortly. All right, cool. I'll definitely share it. Absolutely. I mean, the whole thing with this storm is that this is going to be it's going to be one of the two. This is kind of like the worst thing for snowplow guys because usually you think long duration, you're thinking like 6, 12 inch type snowfalls, and you can really make a good charge on it because some of these guys they make their money off of setting up the inches, like how many inches fell, and then that's how much you charge, not so much the hours, you know. And when you have long duration but not a lot of inches, you're using a lot of manpower for a light snowfall, and it just doesn't add up. Let's see. So that's always a difficulty with this type of setup here. So just take a look at the radar. I hope you guys don't mind the county overlay. Yeah, we got pretty good bursts of moderate snow, and the fact that it's changed. I want to see if we gotten colder. Well, Belmar's still reporting rain at 34 with a north wind now. A little bit colder in Atlantic City, 36. When we drop below 40 here in Wildwood, that's why I know we really have strong cold air transport. There's our cold front moving through. This is probably going to collapse into the storm, drawing the cold air in. But I just don't see. I know there's some guidance. I got told that one of our favorite apps was suggesting northeastern Pennsylvania, northeastern New Jersey was going to get up to 40 degrees today. Mm, that's not going to happen. You could pretty much see that right now as we talk. Um, I don't see that happening at all in this setup. Impressive setup. That's all I could say. I mean, look, this has been a busy year. I mean, compared to other years. Remember 2020? Oh, we were begging for a flurry, let alone snowfall. We're just missing that one blockbuster storm, really. That's really what's being missed here. So far, I like where this is heading. I definitely do. It's playing out pretty nicely. And the fact that we're starting to get observations on Monmouth County of going over to snow, based on guys who are actually out there, that's good to see. This looks like a good forecast so far. We'll see how well it ends up. It might be a little bit above here. Wasn't expecting much more than a trace of an inch. It looks like some locations got around 2 inches here. 1 to 3 here looks pretty good. This is where we're going to be focusing in as we go on through the day. Right here. I would not be surprised if we get thunder snow out of this. I would not be surprised because of what we're seeing with the structure in the atmosphere. It's much colder aloft and it's warmer at the surface. It sets up. See, when you have that, what happens is that a parcel in the atmosphere, that's what we call it in meteorology. Okay. So when you're in meteorology class, everything's parcel, parcel this, parcel that. So let me see here. Okay. So here's Mr. Parcel, right? And when Mr. Parcel is at the surface and it's warmer, it's able to rise. So the parcel takes on the environment that it first is located at. So it's warm here relative to the rest of the atmosphere. So it's able to rise in the atmosphere. Now this parcel could be hydrogen, could be a gas, it could be water vapor. Okay, so here's our water molecule. It's able to rise and continue to rise until it reaches a point where it cools and reaches buoyancy, same level in the atmosphere as the rest of the environment. So when it is 33 degrees at the surface, but it's 20 degrees at 850 millibars, that parcel is able to rise quickly and just keep on rising until it cools. And so what that leads to is a lot of rising motion, and that rising motion can lead to instability. And instability can lead to convective precipitation, like we're seeing here and here. And that convective precipitation sometimes can produce enough instability. We get a little bit of rumble and a burst of heavy snow. And in a few rare cases, some lightning. So certainly that is something that we're going to be watching for when we take a look at the observations here. Again, currently right now, it's clearly much warmer at the surface than we are seeing aloft. You get a little bit of lifting, you can see exactly where that environment could really play out. So that's what we're going to be watching for as we move on through the afternoon hours. It is currently 9:51. It is still snowing. It never changed over to rain here in Freehold, that's for sure. It's changed over to snow on parts of the Monmouth Shore already. We'll see whether or not it shows up anywhere else. Here we have Queens. Let me share that. So it's working out pretty well so far. Who lowered? Snow totals only 1 inch today in central New Jersey. Wow, whoever did that already is busted then. Dun, 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 dun. northeastern part of New Jersey, and it's 33 in my backyard tomorrow. How much snow? Da, da, da. Definitely snowing in Red Bank, New Jersey, starting to settle on the grass. See, there we go. That's like Northeast Monmouth. See, one of the problems. See, here's the thing. Okay, rambling. Okay, um, one of the issues is that there are so many different sources between the TV stations, the weather apps, other social media providers, some individuals who aren't meteorologists but like to post flashy maps. I can't control or figure out what you're reading in terms of forecasts and whatnot. Um, and that's why I do not critique other people's forecasts. Because I don't know what they're thinking. Maybe they have a good idea. Maybe they have something that I didn't consider. Certainly possible. Happened before. It'll happen again. So who am I to really critique their forecasting? It's not my job. My job is to critique my forecasting so I get better. So if you're confused about what my forecast is, you can either look at my social media channels, you can go straight to the website, nynjpaweather.com. I have the maps there, I have the forecast there, videos there, everything's there. So I can't help like based on what you're looking at or what your app you're using or whatnot. I can only control what my forecast is. And yeah, I'm never going to be one to um, go off and explain and critique other people's forecasts because it's just not fair. Now, right now, we are entering that time period where we're starting to see that lull. Probably around 12, I'll probably stop and take a lunch break because we'll probably be right in the middle of that lull, or maybe 11. We'll see. Um, that way, I have something to eat, so I don't go, not eat all day. But that's kind of the idea that I have. Yeah, I'll probably do noon. Works. So phone, no text. Okay, good. So we're entering that time period where we're moving right into our lull between one phase of moisture and the next phase. But even as it's lifting up, notice that we're seeing a little bit more increase in some of the lighter precipitation here. Now, what we'll watch for as we move on through the afternoon hours is this heavier stuff here. This heavy stuff will push off the coast. And we'll get this moderate band. It's already starting to show up in Virginia. That's going to lift northward. While that's happening, this cold front boundary is going to start to collapse. So you're going to start to see it break up. And the mid-level cold air is already surging in. Then we'll watch the lower level cold air trickle in gradually. I don't see temperatures moving all that much while this process is happening. I saw a 3.6 for Mount Holly. Does that verify? Okay, let's see. We're getting some interesting observations, that's for sure. How will the snow pick back up in western Somerset County again? It's been pretty light. Okay, that's definitely in Jersey. You definitely look for that second surge that we were just talking about. How much do you think in Bloomfield? Okay, so I'm going to show you premium guys something cool here. So let me go to the dashboard here and load this up because I'm not sure everybody's location, but this is what's great about being a premium member. Go to premium dashboard, load that. Okay, so this is where you can find the live coverage room. Okay, so if you're not sure about your location, you can actually go into the map here and you can zoom right in. You can also, let's see, I think control the map there. You can view the larger map. You can do this, view it, and zoom right in. So that way you just type in your address and you can find it pretty easily. So you can zoom right in, go all the way down to street level. You can go right down to where you live and click on it, and the forecast pops up right here. One thing that concerns me, I hope I don't offend anyone, but I don't know how and maybe this could be just me being Gen X, but how many people say, "Well, I don't know where I'm at on a map"? That's scary. Like, if you say I'm on Long Island and you say you can't find it, I would say, well, it's called Long Island. Long, Long Island. I actually had that, and I'm like, even if you're not showing a map, Long Island, right? I don't know. Am I being too hard? I don't think so. I would have failed out of what is it, second grade if I didn't know that. Whiteout in Queens. So definitely utilize the map, guys. That way we don't have to do a search of where everyone's living. But that's crazy. I have someone who's like, I wasn't sure where Long Island was. I'm like, really? That's a little scary. Hmm. See, I think I'm going to bust, and I have 3 inches. Doesn't look very good. Well, we'll see. Dun, 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 dun. Let's see. Dun, dun, dun. Take a look to see if we got any more observations. Let me refresh X. Sometimes it loads automatically, and sometimes it doesn't. I'm at I'm by City Field in Flushing. Yep. Hey, you're gonna have plenty of traffic this summer. I think the Mets are gonna be really good this year. I really do. I think they're underestimating how good that starting pitching is gonna be. I don't know about the bullpen though. That kind of worries me. All right. So far it looks like I got all the questions covered. YouTube and stuff. Yes, paper maps. Oh God, yeah. And we have one person who is, let's see here. Poor, one person trying to spam, so we're going to report that so it doesn't destroy the YouTube chat at the very least. What is the best weather app to use? None of them. I hate weather apps. I think that they're see. Here's what weather apps do in general. I'm not talking about any particular one, but what they do, they don't want to pay meteorologists, guys like me, to sit there and monitor the thing for 24 hours, which means you need about roughly 8 meteorologists to pull that off. So what they do is that they use AI, or the old version of AI would simply take all the model data, average it together, or just use the HRR or just use the GFS and just put that data in. So it would take the HRR guidance that comes out every hour, put that out there, and then take the GFS for the rest of the forecast, which can lead to some pretty funky solutions. It still does to this day. So, I mean, weather apps were the worst and best thing to happen because it's the best thing to happen because clients, for me, worst thing to happen because a lot of people try to take them as gospel and they really end up being a mess. Um, let's see, we should start to see a nice tapering off of the precipitation a bit as we go into a lull, and then we get another surge coming in this afternoon. Let's see what the HRR does with this. Let's see, where is it? There it is. Let's see what it looks like on here. And there's that lull. Really doesn't back off all that much in Central Jersey. You want to know why it's doing that? It's because of that phronogenesis we were talking about. It really gets itself organized. It just gets colder from here, guys. That's the thing. But the focus is going to be on I-95 on and onto the southeast. So this afternoon, it's really going to pick up. Get a little bit of lull as we get through noon, and then it really picks up. as we go on through the afternoon hours. Right about when we're watching the football games, and then it starts to exit out. Man, oh man, this is going to be right during the Patriots game. That's going to be snowing pretty good up there. But definitely, there's a trend here where the HRR is colder than what we were seeing coming in. Because let's see here, 6 hours ago for this forecast, it was pushing that rain snow line pretty far in before the steadier stuff was coming in. And a lot of people based their forecast on the 0Z guidance about 12 hours ago. That was significantly warmer. See, that was the forecast back on 18Z, back on 0Z. Let me get out of the here and just do the full. So the 0Z guidance, where a lot of people based their forecast on, was much warmer. And then it shifted cold, right? But now we're at a point where now it is a little bit colder. You don't see that warm push so much. You still got in southern New Jersey, which is expected, but even they turn over to pretty good snowfall this afternoon, say after 4 o'clock, and drops in. So you can see the changes here in the guidance. Go back to our 15-minute step here, how this all evolving and why I feel pretty confident with the forecast I have in place. Now there is no sign of any type of rain in Philadelphia anymore or anything of that nature. Same thing in northern Delaware. So I like where we're heading here on this. Looks like it's pretty good. Let's see here. At 9:50 a.m., very light snow falling with 1 inch of new snow, 32.6 in North Haledon, New Jersey, East Passaic. There we go. Good morning, Steve. Been following for a long time, but never entered the chat. Wanted to say how much I enjoyed your analysis. I appreciate it. I appreciate your hard work. You're a great educator. I try. I thank you very much, Joe. I really do appreciate it quite a bit. So far, we're looking good on YouTube. Okay. I think we'll probably get a lot more on a lot more activity once we start really getting the snow to pick up again. Current conditions on Route 70 westbound, 4 Mill Circle. That's in southern Jersey. That doesn't surprise me. There's Homedale. There you go. Priority. What is priority? That's a new one. So far, so good. One thing I gotta find in these chats is probably some more like theme music or something. I don't know where to find that. So if you guys are used to streaming and you have some suggestions, definitely drop a suggestion. I'd be more than happy to hear it on how to get a little bit of music and whatnot. Because what you don't want to do is get everything banned or anything. You know what I mean? Nice surge here. Hmm. Well, well, well. Look at that rebuild down in the Delmarva and down in Virginia. Well, let's refresh this. What do we have here? There's our heavy precipitation. Let's zoom out a little bit. Come on, you can load. Let's go. Just waiting a minute for the radar. I don't know what happened. Figures. I pushed it too hard. Let me refresh it. There we go. Okay, so it looks like we're starting to get a little bit of rebuild. I'm going to take out the winter mask here so we get a better idea of the precip. It looks like we're already starting to see a rebuild. It's starting to take shape here. And probably very light snow. I think we'll see a decrease in the moderate snow over the next 2-3 hours. Here comes the next surge coming in. Dun. Dun, 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 dun. Just taking a look and seeing what this is for. A lot of people. Let's see. We got 5 inches in Lehigh Valley yesterday. I was not expecting that much. I was thinking 2 to 4. I was surprised it got up to 5. Um, I just got to answer a question with a client here. If you did. One, two, three. Good. I had to text some clients, get that out of the way. Good deal. Just so they know what's going on because they're out there because they shouldn't be watching this and also driving. Right? Right. Let's see here. Got any more questions? Impressive moisture feed, more than what we've seen in quite a while. Yep, we definitely talked about that. This subtropical jet stream is definitely going to be a story in the rest of January and February. And once the MJO, let's see where the MJO is right now. No, let's see here. I think this is here it is. Okay, so let's refresh this and see if we can get some new data here. So as of this morning, the MJO is currently in phase 6. It's getting ready to rocket through phase 7. When it goes through this, you're going to see the SOI tank, and you're really going to see the enhancement of the subtropical jet stream. And then take a look at this, marching right through phase 8. I mean, it's almost textbook. All right, so if this verifies, and it looks like it will, okay, at the very least, atmospherically, if you're looking for another winter storm potential, the last week of January and early February is lining up, and this is from the 17th, and it's lining up. This is the extended European. This is lining up beautifully. Phase 1 through 2. Again, this doesn't guarantee a winter storm. I never guarantee winter storms. But if you were looking for a favorable phase with a displaced polar vortex and tropical forcing like this, you can't ask for a better signal. Okay, for late January and early February, you literally cannot ask for a better signal to show up for major winter storms. Okay, I'm not saying it definitely will, but if you are looking for an environment to have one or two, this is it. I mean, you don't get better than this in terms of the climate signals. You can't. I mean, it's just wow. Now you combine that with this signal, you get nearly a split. Some might say actually it is a split, and this drop right into North America like that. I mean, if you don't get something, you're cursed. That's all I could say. That's just wow. So, yeah, it makes perfect sense because, of course, I'll be in Houston when the best potential is happening. Of course, it makes sense. Don't be scared. There's no reason to be scared. Don't be scared. Just be prepared. That's all. Heard the EU could be out of natural gas in 3 weeks. With frigid temperatures forecasted, there is concern of loss of life. This should be a headliner with media. I would think so. What do you mean? Like all of the European Union is out of natural gas? How is that possible? That that's insane. Snow is basically stopped in Union County near Route 78. Yep, that makes sense. Here, let's zoom in. Let's zoom in. In fact, here, let's put in surface fronts. Okay. So we're going to zoom in here. We already know what else is coming in. Here's our cold front coming in. Look at that enhancement. Nice. Now, nice little batch of snow here. A little bit of low. We're going to get a little bit of low. We still have light snow here in Monmouth and Freehold. Here's our next surge. So this is all lining up exactly as expected. Belmar down to 33. So we're starting to now Wildwood's down to 39. We're starting to get the cold air transport play out. So we hit our peak in our surface temperatures down here. Don't worry, guys. You're going to see snow down here in southern New Jersey. About 1, 2 inches of snow, but you're going to see it. Um, let's see. Philadelphia is reporting 35 and probably drizzle. That makes sense. 31. We're at 32 still here in Freehold with basically just a few flurries now. Not a lot really going on. And here's our upper 20s. So we're waiting for this type of cold air to make its way towards the coastal plain. Not much change here. A little bit colder here, and we're waiting for our low pressure system to really get its act together. In terms of our lifting, let's zoom back in. And let's see how our from Genesis is setting up. Actually, actually, that's a good idea. Let me check out the cold air transport, 9 to 25 millibars. There's your strong cold air transport. There's your slight warm air transport on the coast, right there. There's our setup. So there's your frontal boundary right there. Slight warming here, but the overall theme is cooling. But you can see where that transport is coming in from the Atlantic. And 50 millibars, much more pronounced cooling. Much more pronounced. And this is why the HRR is trending a little bit colder. And our 700 millibar front Genesis is lining up perfectly. It's setting up nearly perfectly as to what's forecasted. This will push a little bit more northwest this afternoon and line up right here. So Philadelphia through central New Jersey, through New York City, Long Island, southern New England, right there. And then to the north of that, north of this area, you also have that focused here. which lines up pretty nicely to what's been forecasted here with the 2 to 5 inches. Gas shortage due to dismantling their own gas extraction and generation and relying imports from Russia. Oh, that's not good. As I always say, I'm always for nuclear power personally. Mostly because I want to generate my own Godzilla, but I just think it's a far more reliable energy source all year round. You can pull off solar and wind in the tropics for all year round. That I no doubt about that. And but the problem with solar is storage, which I think we're going to be solving that soon. Probably Elon Musk is working on that. But once you solve the storage question, then as far as like electricity, then you could like literally set up like a small area in Texas or in the desert Southwest, and you could power most of the country via solar. The problem is that it's storing it and maximizing the efficiency. In the meantime, probably nuclear is your best shot. But oh well, I don't run things. I just sit back and invest. There we go. There's our low pressure system down there. Yeah, this is all pretty much working out as expected. So we get a nice little break here. Give our snowplow guys a chance to salt and break up. Philly weather here on Twitch is reporting basically no precipitation now in southeast Bucks. So we got our lull, and this is going to allow if you have your own your own house, gives you a chance to go out there, maybe shovel a little bit, do some salting. Um, Maybe now you had your breakfast, been watching along. Don't worry, I won't feel any bad. I won't feel bad if you log off and go and take care of your driveway. Um, I have someone coming to do that for me, but now is the time to do that, or have your lunch or whatnot. I'll probably take a break around 12 today, and have food and eat something. They can't forecast the weather. I don't know who they are, but they are not me. Uh, Very light snow in northeast New Jersey by Teaneck. Will snow fill back in? Yes. This is just a lull. This afternoon, this evening, we will see a lot more snow continuing. Let's see what we have here on X. New observations. Refresh this again. Here we go. Very light snow. Radar can't pick up in Bud Lake, New Jersey. That's what I suspected. You get a lot of flurries and whatnot. And it's really building back a little bit too down here in southwest Jersey. Don't be surprised to get some raindrops and snowflakes out of this showing up again. Let's see, it's actually snowing pretty good outside Harrisburg, PA. Let's see, it's probably right about here. This is definitely filling back in. And it's a good thing that this is happening before MLK Day. At the very least, it's on the weekend, so not a lot of people are driving. This is a Mr. Groundhog. You got about 2 weeks to get this nonsense sorted out. Oh boy. Poor groundhog. I feel bad for the groundhog. Think about this. You're sleeping, you're enjoying yourself. It's in the middle of the night, and some jackass pulls you out of your home by your neck. That'd be, I mean, forget about shadow. That's fighting words right there. What would need to happen for this to be a major storm? Okay, what would have to happen is that we'd have to have faster phasing, and that doesn't appear to be happening at all. Um, so that's what you would need to have happened. And you see that cold air that's trying to get in, it had to, if the low pressure system was phasing and intensifying earlier, basically like now, then that cold air that's in Pennsylvania, which this in the 20s and lower 30s would be driving towards the coast much faster. So this cold front would basically disintegrate, and our low pressure system would basically start to intensify. As it stands right now, it's right here about probably about 997 millibar low, maybe 995 millibar low. It would intensify a lot faster, and you'd get a lot colder over here. Thus far, we're not really seeing that. So that's why I'm not really expecting that. Snow picked up a little bit here in Freehold. Not by much, but a little bit. It's snowing light but steady. But yeah, what you would see is that you'd see the northwest winds and northerly winds clearly setting up the influence of more of that coastal low. But what you would see is that our temperatures would fall through the 20s with the colder air getting dragged in. And you're just not seeing that in this environment. This trough would be more negative. It would have to be shifted like this by now. That way, you would get a lot of strong lifting here over the New Jersey coastal waters, and a low would just get attracted to track into the quote unquote benchmark track. But as you can see here, as our low pressure system is organizing, here's the new low pressure system, here's the old one fading. You can see where all of the deep pressure falls are. It's just a little bit to the south and east. So thus far, we're not seeing any of that shift happening. Here's our new low, really getting itself organized. Good pressure falls, and you can see it's just not any sign here of anything pulling further west. And you can also look at the water vapor. Well, actually, here's the infrared satellite picture. Let's refresh this. The winds won't be that bad. Winds are not a concern in this. So that's good news. And you can see, look at the lifting here. It's really expanding. But look where the strongest lifting is. Here's a key point. This is why we know this isn't tracking further west. The best lifting, where like you could pull off like a foot of snow and stuff like that, is all really focused out here. It really is. Right over the coastal waters. So that pretty much locks it in. This isn't tracking further west. The enhancement here is what's going to get our moderate snowfall. So there is our lifting signal right there. Beautiful. If this signal was starting to show up here, um, then I'd be like, uh-oh. Then I'd be like, oh no, this is going off the rails. But no, it's all shifting away. And again, on the water vapor satellite picture, we'll refresh this again. And we'll look at all the features here. So here's our moisture plume coming right out of the tropical Pacific all the way up. And here's our short wave. It's starting to do its negative tilt now here in the upper levels, which makes sense. It lines up perfectly with a negative tilt in the mid levels as we move forward, right around here, setting up a nice bomb in the Gulf of Maine. Let's see, there's our moisture transport. There's our little hump that we look for the new precipitation shield to grow. So it doesn't grow directly to where this hump is. So I just understand it's not a 1-to-1 ratio. But you have to look at the atmosphere like stacked, like this, right? So probably here we go. That looks better in the camera. So what happens is that as you go up higher in the atmosphere, and a cold core low pressure system is slanted like this. A tropical system is not slanted; it's vertically stacked. But a cold core system is slanted like this. So this is the upper level moisture here expanding out into West Virginia. So your precipitation shield is probably about here and lifting to the northeast. But again, notice even on the water vapor satellite picture, our strongest lifting is clearly focused out here. So that should kill any type of discussion about, hey, tracking west, it's going to be stronger, blah, blah, blah. No. Now we can pretty much lock it in. There's our observations. Now let's just focus on what we are expecting, which is a moderate snowfall. Hmm. So are people still not seeing the cursor? It disappeared again? All right, let's take a look and see what happened. There it is. Ah, now it's back. Well, that's just annoying. Let's see if I can fix this. I'm going to try and fix this right now. Not sure why it disappeared. But there we go. Can you see it now? Good. Okay. So now it's not showing up again, is it? There it is. I don't know. Yay! I'm going to have to figure out why this cursor is being a pain in the neck. It was doing fine, but you guys get what I'm saying here. Again, here's all the strongest lifting now. So that pretty much locks it in. You see that? If this was setting up here, totally different story. Then this would definitely be tracking west, but it's not. So that pretty much puts an end to that whole question. How much additional snowfall you think will fall in the interior? I'm expecting total 2 to 5 inches, probably another 2 to 3. Just measured 1.25 in Franklin Township, New Jersey. Very light snow with nothing showing on the radar at 5.7 inches of snow since yesterday. Not bad. See if we got anything new here in terms of observations. Check that. No, nothing new on X. Okay. Snow. All right. So far we're doing pretty good. Looks like we got the cursor back. Thank God. I don't know what the hell happened there, but that's okay. That is part of being on the live stream. You get to see chaos happen live. So while we're seeing a little bit of this lull, I'm going to take the chance to set up a couple of updates, get that done. Hope you guys don't mind. Just take you. Thank you very much. And I'll take this. Wow, that is a really questionable winter mask, but we'll take it. It's not too far off, but again, we'll see whether how well this fills in over the next hour or so. It looks like it's doing its job, that's for sure. Let me get the winter mask off. There it is. All right. So I want to do a one severe threat analysis update, and then I'm going to do a public update and share those because that needs to be done. The reason why I like to do it is I don't like to miss an update. It drives me nuts when I'm sick and I can't do an update. Because what I like to do is build, keep on building an idea. And what I want to do is look at what I was saying yesterday or 6 hours ago and build on that. So I don't want to start from scratch. And then if I'm finding errors in the forecast, then I can see what I was looking at and thinking, and then build on top of that with the forecast going forward. So by doing that, I can catch my errors faster. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, but overall, it makes you a better meteorologist by looking over what you wrote, adjust it, and then make new forecasts as you go along. Let's see here. So, yeah, okay. That, bam. I probably won't send it out via the emails though, because you guys are already watching. So, but I want to at least have it updated on the website itself, so that way A is documented what my thoughts are. I already remember. I mean, middle of this week is going to be generally quiet. Um, Still keeping an eye on Thursday though. That might be a little tricky. That might be a nice little clipper that drops some snow showers. So get that done. In the meantime, we got the radar up. Not bad. Let's refresh this. See if we got any new data coming in. All right. 2 minutes old, not bad. And it's starting to fill in here. And out here in Free, it's very light snow here in Freehold. Temperature is still staying at about 32. So snow accumulating. No change there. So yeah, it's pretty much taking place exactly as forecasted thus far. I'm happy about that. Tonight, that's good. Short waves. Let's see here. See if there's anything interesting in the short waves. Not really. Wednesday looks to be pretty quiet too. We'll probably while we're here, we'll probably be able to pull up some 12Z data later on. See if there's anything interesting on the way, but doesn't look like it. That's done. This is that's good. This. There we go. And 3 minutes. Bam. That's done. All right, so far so good. Any questions here? Basically stopped here in Flushing, which makes sense based on what we're seeing in the radar. Don't be surprised it starts to pick up pretty soon. Okay, so I figured out the cursor issue. When I was moving things around, adjusting, I clicked off the screen share. That's what happened. So this thing's very sensitive. Good to know. Bring that down here. There we go. Ah, now that's back. Good. These are the little things. Make sure that good. I am learning as we go along. So thank you all for your patience on that matter. Let's see. We got a little bit more quiet on social media. We've got our lull, but trust me, it's going to pick up. Update. It showed up at 10:05 as I was getting ready. 1.5 inches so far measured. Not bad. So now we're getting into our lull. Yeah, I'm definitely going to take a lunch break at 12. My stomach is not happy. I haven't eaten yet today. But I got some, I made some steak the day before, so I got that in the refrigerator. I'll warm that up. Nice and good. Looking forward to that. Hoping the dry slot fills in fast. Still snowing in northern New Jersey. Okay, so as far as since we're in this lull, in fact, here, you know what? Um, let me just quickly do the public update. Just get that out of the way, just for my own, because it's gonna bug me until I get it done. And then I'm gonna go over the MJO and basically why that's important. So let's see here. We'll move this here, that there, that. Because then once I get that done, then you know we're good to go. One of the things I gotta mess with is this mic thing. I'm going to be taking with me to the conference, so that way I can use it better for recording. And I've seen other people use it before, so hopefully it works on the laptop too. I'm going to test that out this week. That way I don't have to bring that thing with me on the trip. We'll see. Let's see. Let's get this done, and then everything all set leading into tomorrow, where I will be doing regular updates tomorrow. So there's that. Some people are asking whether I was going to take the day off and stuff. I don't even take the day off for Christmas or anything. So I always provide updates. So yeah, I mean, I'll be doing probably the afternoon. I'll probably take a little break. But other than that, updates continue. Good. And let's see what we got here for our temperatures. I usually set up on my notes the temperatures I want to go with. That's how I usually like to do forecasting, compare it to what I had in notes before. And then you go from there. And next weekend, if you like cold weather, you're going to love next weekend. You're talking about single digits below zero over the interior and lower to mid single digits along the coast for lows. So how do you like that for cold weather, huh? Temperature, the single digits to lower teens over the interior. Let's see, to upper teens in the suburbs and upper teens to lower 20s in urban areas. So next weekend is going to be incredibly cold. Now I'm flying out next Saturday, so anyone hoping for snow during the weekend, no, I forbid it. I don't want to be stuck in an airport. And then you're like, "Where's the updates?" And I'm like, "I can't do anything because the internet's horrible." There we go. So at least that's done for today. Good. We're done with updates. All right. Got that out of the way. I probably won't post it, like share it and all that stuff. No reason to do that. All right. So before we go on to the MJO, let's just see here. Um, 3.5 inches so far in Sparrow Bush, New York. Not bad. Still snowing in New Hope, PA. Supposed to be a low 2 hours ago, but just keeps going and filling in. I do not like the idea of single digits. I agree with you. I don't like the idea of single digits. Now that I own a house, the idea of single digit cold temperatures and heavy snow, now I just think of pipes, roof. Pipes, roof. Is everything going to be okay? It should be okay. What do I do? So, yeah, some of you guys are like, hey, I want 10,000 winter storms. Now I'm like, yeah, maybe one. Let's see what we got here on X here real fast. Let's see. Nice gradient across Burlington County, a smattering of frozen precipitation on the ground here in Medford. That's probably towards eastern Burlington County. This morning close to White's Hog, nothing so far. Mostly grass and car tops. Let's see here. Another video will show that. 1.5 inches new snow so far today in Warren, New Jersey. So we basically got the first wave, but the main event is going to be coming through. I'm going to take this as an opportunity to clear my driveway. There we go. No, there won't be much in the way of snow melt. No. There will be some, like with direct sunlight, some of the evaporation in that respect. So there will be a little bit of that. Yeah, there it is. The radar is definitely filling in. Now the question is that was never a question for me. Now the question is, does the cold air come in or does it hold off? That's the question. That's what we're going to be watching this set up as we go on through the afternoon hours. And it'll really be maximizing about the time when we start watching the NFL game at 3 p.m. Which, yes, we will. I will have it here. I will not be showing it live, and certainly not any of the audio. But I'll keep an eye on it here and give you my thoughts while we're doing that. Just a little bit of background. I used to play football, offensive and defensive line, so my big focus is always on the offensive line and defensive line, and see what they're doing, and that usually tells me where the game is going. So mostly because I remember all those plays and stuff. I enjoyed learning the plays. I'm a horrible athlete though. Not until I got older did I really understand the concept of going to the gym and lifting and all that stuff. Um, Yeah, we're not seeing any. We're waiting. What we're waiting for is when these temperatures start falling through into the mid 30s. We're close there in southern south. This is like south eastern Monmouth County, 34 degrees. Around here, we're sitting at 32 in Freehold, so that's about here. So your freezing line's right about here. You're like right about here, cutting through. And then here's your true cold air coming in 29, 30. So we're waiting for this to drop in, which we're expecting this evening. Let's see if the HRR has adjusted itself even further or not. Pull that up, and then we'll talk about the MJO. Yeah, the Pats game is definitely going to feature snowfall. There's no doubt about that. In terms of like, if you're in a major city like Brooklyn or New York City or anything like that, The urban heat island effect. This is why it's so hard to get a really good snowfall in a city. The urban heat island effect, when you consider things like the subways, the amount of pavement, the amount of the roads, that all retains heat. So the minute the snow starts to come to or takes a lull, all that stuff starts to melt pretty quickly. So it doesn't surprise me. Even in Manhattan, I have some clients in Manhattan, and I would say when the snow slacks off, that's when you have a chance to clean everything off because everything starts to melt pretty quickly. Um, in New York City, you need like a steady, heavy snow and but high snow rates to really overcome that urban heat island effect. Now, here is the latest. Let's see what the latest HRR does here. There's our lull. It backs off. And we're seeing if it's warmer at all. So far, no. There's our cold shift. And then this evening, say after 5 o'clock, between 4 and 5, you guys down in southern New Jersey, that's when you change over to all snow, probably pick up an inch or two. And pretty good, again, pretty good sign here of some heavier precipitation right around the I-95 corridor in Jersey Shore, Long Island, New York City. Very light stuff here over the Poconos and northwest New Jersey. But I would not be surprised if we're live at 4 o'clock and we're talking about heavy snow here in central Jersey. And by the way, central Jersey does exist. It's in Monmouth. Thank you very much. Yeah, so the new HR is pretty much going the same thing. You get a little bit of rain snow mix maybe in the South Shore of Long Island. And again, we know about southern New Jersey, but everyone else is all snow. So that warm idea is dead. The At least warmer than my going forecast. That's pretty much dead. Now the question is, what type of banding do we get here this afternoon and evening? So I do expect if you guys want to take a break, I'm not taking a break, but if you want to take a break, um, and go take care of the driveway and whatnot, I totally get it because now's the time to do it. Because this afternoon and this evening, while the Patriots are playing, while the Bears and whoever else is playing. I forgot who are the Bears playing. I forgot. Whoever they're playing, it doesn't matter. They're losing. Um, that's when we're going to be seeing some pretty good snowfall. I would consider North Ocean County central and then southern Ocean County southern. So kind of like bisect right through. So yeah, that all looks good. Now about the MJO. Okay, now let's go back here. Now, currently we're in phase 6. Now, what that means is that you have your convection focused more towards, let's say, Indonesia, and you see your SOI influence here is just rising, right? So, what does that look like? Let's go here. So, all your convection's out here in phase 6. Not exactly the best favorable position for influence on the subtropical jet stream and polar jet stream and trough alignment and all that good stuff. Phase 7 starts pushing this, and we're already starting to see that a little bit, pushing towards the date line. Phase 8 and 1 locks that right into the date line. And what that means for us is that it enhances the subtropical and polar jet streams. So it's more likely to create more of a trough like signature around the Aleutians, building above normal heights as you head um, towards Alaska and the West Coast and the Rockies, more of an enhancement of the trough axis over the east, and a better potential for interaction of short waves in the subtropical and polar jet stream, and a better potential for a tilt towards a negative tilt. So, as you can see, we just got new satellite data just came in. And again, you can see that convection starting to grow around the date line here. You kind of want it around 10 degrees north, a little bit too far south. But the overall theme here is that you're going to start to see that shift in the convection. And when you see that shift in the convection and the change in the winds in phase 7 and in phase 8, you're going to see a rapid drop in the SOI. Like instead of plus 22, you're going to be like minus 22. The averages here are just going to start tanking, and you're going to see even more of a robust subtropical jet stream as this all plays out, increasing your potential for more interaction with the polar jet stream. And there you go. So usually, if the MJO phases in phases 8 and 1 are your best potential for a positive PNA. It doesn't always lock in. It's not always a 1-to-1, but usually that's usually the phases that you're typically in. Now, when you're in phases 4 and 5 out here, that's where the convection is far away. It's towards the marine continent like India and whatnot, Indian Ocean and towards the Arabian Peninsula. These are more supportive for a ridge in the east. And when you have a ridge in the east, well, you know. Most of the summer, though, most of this winter, though, we've been in these phases 6, 7, 8, and 1, or neutral, which is why we've been more active this year. Sure, not blockbuster, but certainly more active. All right, we got a couple of good questions here. When the snow returns this afternoon, will Somerset, New Jersey have heavy bands or light snow? Somerset, I'm thinking light to moderate snow. The way things are setting up, I'm thinking the heavy bands are going to be in Monmouth County, Middlesex, and off towards New York City. So basically, what I'm looking to see where this aligns. Let me take a look at the lower levels. Let's see, 925 is disorganized still, uh, and not much change in the advection pattern there yet. 850 millibar advection pattern starting to shift. Fringes is starting to get a little bit more organized. But really, your bellwether is what's happening at 700 millibars. And let's see the advection at 700 millibars. It kind of muted a little bit. We got some warming, some cooling. But this right here is a pretty good signal lining up. We'll watch that through the afternoon as that starts to take shape. Let's see. About extreme cold, I have two pipes burst in the basement over the last 40 years when temperatures dropped into single digits. After the second pipe burst, I had all the pipes wrapped. Yeah, that's what I've done. And added shut off. That's what I've done as well. Uh, with an access panel. Also would raise the thermostat in the basement to 70 with single digits as forecasted. Yeah, we pretty much have set that all up. I agree with you. I'm going to sign off for an hour. Had 3 inches on lawn in Queens, 34 in drizzle. All right, I'll see you back soon. Not much on the sidewalks. When do you expect to have spring forecast out? Probably going to shoot in February for that. Send out in early mid February, depending on how busy I am. I have some pretty good thoughts on what to expect for the spring. I just want to see one more not MJO, one more Enso forecast data come in, which should be in this week or next week, and then go from there, and then put out a spring forecast. So I'm thinking like early February, probably after I get back from the AMS meeting. One shower and a place flooded. Oh God, yeah. Burst pipes are the worst. Heavy furniture is over central New Jersey between Philly and Toms River. Yep. So let's see where we are in our radar data. Let's see here. So let me just refresh this and see if we have anything new. And so far, we're starting to see everything starting to fill back in. Again, here's your heaviest precipitation out here. So that's lined up pretty nicely. Our low pressure system down there. So let's see if Right, northerly winds starting to get a little bit more pronounced here, but we still don't have that strong cold air transport. Temperature has not moved at all here, at all. And right now it is, I'd say, very, very light snow. I wouldn't be surprised there's a little bit of freezing drizzle mixed in this as well here in Freehold. Still good snow accumulation on the surface. No change there. See if we got this refresh. See if anything changed here. Okay, so again, here's your strong forcing. So this tells us here's our storm track, probably right about here. Here's some of the enhancement that we were talking about. Okay, with the jet streak. There's our jet streak right there. Good HD, good. So there's our jet streak setup. And there's our surface development. And again, there's our lowest. So yeah, everything's locked in for the storm track. There's no change in that. Now it's a matter of just watching this all evolve. And here's what's interesting with this storm. I just want you guys to consider this. The back end of the storm is what's driving most, like literally the very back end. If this storm tracked further west, this back end would be what we'd be talking about for central Pennsylvania to pick up their, 3 to 6 inches. And we would be talking about snowfall totals pushing over a foot if this all played out as and phased completely, easily over a foot of snow. But unfortunately, it's just not playing out. Um, but we are starting to see everything starting to fill back in again. It's 11 a.m. And let's see, we should be getting the new observations coming in shortly. Setting up. So right now, let's see here. This about 12 minutes ago. What I want to see is any new data for Atlantic City. It's 10 minutes ago, still 38. Philadelphia just kind of has this freezing drizzle. Well, not even freezing drizzle, just drizzle at 35. That temperature is going to fall once the precipitation gets heavier because you're going to get stronger lifting. And let's see if we've seen any change in our 9 to 25 millibar temperatures from 2 hours ago. So 2 hours ago, that's where we're at. And now, okay, so not much change yet. So over the past 2 hours, pretty much everything is pretty much stabilized. So now we're waiting for two factors. One, the heavier precipitation start to move in, and basically the intensification of our low pressure system. Once that locks in, everything gets colder, and that's when we start to see snow rates really pick up. Mm. So yeah, I mean, again, it looks like our pretty much our main event, if you want to call it that, is definitely setting up for this afternoon. Pretty much everything's lining up as expected in that respect. I'm just making sure I haven't missed any emails or text messages. So good there. So yeah, in an hour or so, I'll put up our little lunch break, and I'll put a clock up here. I'll probably do like 30 minutes or so, maybe 45. 45? Yeah, 45. That'll probably work. Give me enough time to warm everything up and eat without choking. So we'll do that at 12. I got new observations here. Let's see what we got. Oh, nothing new. Okay. I wonder if there's anything new on the Mets. Let's check that out. No, nothing new there.
Keep an eye on this guy, guys. Ryan Clifford. I seen him play. He's really good first baseman. Not that we didn't have one, but that's neither here nor there. Let's see here. 1.5 inches in Crawford, New York, as of 10:45. The snow's going to start off wet and then get progressively drier as we go on through the evening. Wow, look at that. Not sure where this is taken at, but what a view. That's beautiful. Let's see if we got any more observations showing up here. Let's see here. Okay. Bobby updated his forecast. I see. Niners. That's who's is it the Niners? No, no, the Niners are the ones that lost. I'm just going to check to see who's playing today rather than keep on guessing. Let's see here. I know if the Chiefs aren't playing, I have a hard time paying attention. So it's the Rams Bears. But Bears are definitely going to beat the Rams in that type of cold weather. And of course, later on we have the Texans versus the Patriots. And I went with the Texans and Bears winning today. I really like the Texans defense. I really really do. I didn't. I thought the Bills were going to beat the Broncos though. To be honest with you, I really did. They just. I mean, yeah. I mean, it didn't help that the referees completely botched a couple of plays, but it doesn't help also when your quarterback is just flinging the ball all over the place for a fumble that allows for a field goal. That you know that was just a crazy game. But yeah, there were some aspects in there. That was a catch. That was not a fumble or interception. I got no dog in that fight. I don't care. I could, you know, I'd rather just there be a sinkhole. That's who wins. Bills versus. But honestly, the Bills kind of got screwed on that one. Yeah, there's our snow starting to expand back. Well, we're just waiting for new observations. Completely stopped here in Seabright. Other than light drizzle, nothing really stuck other than a little on the grass. Yep, that's expected. Yep, yep, yep. That makes sense. Snow ending here for now. Not much stuck in the city. See, one of the things that's difficult with the forecast for major urban areas. Let me refresh to save this. Here you go. Share that. Here's the thing, right? If I forecast just for based on like let's say New York City, if I just say pavement, I don't expect pavement accumulation in New York City itself, especially anywhere around the subways, unless it's like 25 or 26 degrees. But the problem is that a lot of those guys based their money off of what says in Central Park, which is a little bit higher than what you have on the sidewalks. So the forecast is based on what I think Central Park is going to report, which in itself can be a little bit questionable. But I always say for snowplow guys in urban areas, salt first. If the temperatures are right around freezing, you need like really intense snowfall to get the snow to really accumulate in Manhattan. But or you need the temperatures in the mid 20s. You get either one of those, you're going to get snow accumulation no matter what. But if it's around 32 degrees and you got light snow, nothing's going to accumulate because your sidewalk is even in the coldest winters is usually around 40, 45. So that's not going to be enough to accumulate. So that the reason why is really the subways. That's what kind of screws everything up for you guys in Manhattan. Is the subways just keep it really really warm, on the boundary layer and the surface. So there's our precipitation starting to pick back up. And again, very, very light snow here. Not really seeing any change there. First two mini milestones of winter this week. Sun angle hits 30 degrees later this week and 5 p.m. sunsets. Yep, that's true. We're starting to get out of the heart of it. Oh, okay. Why do I pick the Texans over New England? I don't believe in New England. I look, I know it's going to get a lot of Patriot fans ticked off. The Patriots played a lot of easy teams. And I just think the Texans defense is going to be a real problem for them. I could be wrong, absolutely. Um, as far as the Bears, I think the Bears are just a better team overall against the Rams. But I think that defense is just too strong. Let's see. When do you see the first legitimate KU chance? Climatologically speaking, as far as like the climate signals, the best chance for that KU potential is going to be from basically starting in the middle of this week, like let's say Wednesday or so. I'm not saying a Wednesday storm, but I'm saying the favorable conditions, basically from January 23rd to say about February 10th, somewhere in that picture will be favorable. Um, and again, I know because of my luck, probably the last week of January while I'm in Houston. I just know I've been talking to a couple of meteorologists and they're all just shaking their head. That and the other thing that I'm trying to prepare for the AMS is not to get sick, because every you have to understand everyone in the world shows up there in the middle of flu season. So yeah, good luck with that. So I'm going to be wearing a mask and wearing have plenty of vitamin C, zinc. I ordered zinc and vitamin C that I'm going to be bringing with me, and loading up on that. Rams versus Patriots. Yeah, I mean, look, I think whoever wins today's Patriots game is going to win, is going to the Super Bowl. I think because now that they're missing their quarterback, I just think that that's going to be tough to overcome for Denver. Start to see some indications here of some stronger echoes starting to show up here. Northerly winds getting a little bit more pronounced. Starting to get snow here, returning in Reading. Light snow, but snow nonetheless. Harrisburg's starting to pick up snow again, so it's starting to rebound. Still rain being reported in Belmar. Back up to 40 in Wildwood. So we're waiting for that change to take shape. So just to remind you, okay, we'll take a break at 12 and probably for about 45 minutes. I'll put up the thing. I'll still be live. Well, I'll still have this up, but I'll take like a little break, little sign here, and go with that, and then I'll have lunch, and then I'll be ready to go for the rest of the afternoon and evening. But you can see it all starting to fill in, and not a lot of change out here in Freehold just yet in terms of this filling in. Very, very light precipitation. Light snow start in Bard Bernardsville, New Jersey. So we got any new observations here on X here. Okay, good. Okay, 1 second. We got a everything picks up again after 2 p.m. Okay, there we go. Vitamin D2. Yeah, I got that too. I got pick that up too. I'm doing my damnedest not to get sick. That's for sure. The other thing too is that you're traveling so much, you get run down with everything going on. Let's see, where is our low pressure system? There we go. All right, so let's see. Okay, so step back, go full sector. And there is our low right here. It is starting to take shape off the Carolina coast. Pretty well forecasted, by the way. And as this lifts northward, this cold air gets dragged towards the coast. So that's what we're waiting for now. So we have that all lined up, and you can see that starting to take shape here on the radar. Taking a step back here. And again, this front's depiction is a little old. It's as of 7 a.m., so we're waiting for a new update on that. But most likely our low's right about here. And this is going to track off this way. The heavier stuff that you're seeing here goes off this way. And this feature right here lifts through us. And while this is lifting northeast, this all gets dragged into the coastal waters. And then we get colder while that's happening. And thus changing everything over to snow wherever it happens to be raining. So these locations will go over to snow. And when we take a look at our HRR data, let's see if we got any new data coming yet. Here's the 15Z. Let's see if it trend warmer or colder from the previous runs. Okay, so here we are now. We're in our lull. Get to the afternoon hours. Precipitation really starts to pick up. And it starts getting heavier as we go on through the afternoon hours. No sign of it being warmer or colder. Pretty much the same forecast up to the next 8 hours, which will be here, 6 o'clock. And there's our snowfall. And during this time period, 3 to 6, very heavy. Question. There. So yeah, I mean the HRR definitely colder from where we were back in 0Z and 06Z guidance. But now it's clearly picking up the fact that hey, the cold air is going to stick. The immediate coast is going to change over to snow. And if you wanted to, I know you guys are probably wondering about snow maps, so let's take a look and see what it looks like. And this is why I don't use this stuff. It's suggesting only 1 inch with that type of heavier precipitation. Yeah, and that is why I don't use it. Let's see. Thanks. If you're interested in how much snow in your location, definitely we have maps out, so definitely check that out. Let's see. Let's see. Snow took a break and now picking back up in um, at the north tip of Morris County, Route 23 and West 287. So yeah, now we're starting to see our snow starting to pick up a little bit. Right about this 11:18, starting to see we were at the dip of the lull. Now we're going to start to climb out. Um, not seeing any pickup of the snow around here yet. And while you're in that lull, that's when you're most likely to see a pickup in your rise in your temperatures because you're not seeing that rising motion. In fact, we're now in an area of sinking motion, so that leads to slightly warmer temperatures. But now that we're starting to see the lifting, you'll see your temperatures start to fall off again, back towards the dew point, which around Monmouth is around Freehold is around 31, so probably fall back to around 31.9 or something like that. There you go. So we got any new observations here? Let's see here. 1.5 inches in Leamington, New Jersey as of 11 a.m. Currently flurries. Finished with 3 inches on the board in Weisenberg Township, Lehigh County, PA. 8.5 inches between storms. There we go. Cursor's still good. That's good. So we're starting to see that pickup now take shape. Just make sure. So right here. Good. It's good there. Good deal. So I really like where we're at right now with this storm, as far as the forecast is concerned. So just in case anyone didn't get a chance to look at it, again, this is what premium members get. They get to zoom in with the map and all that good stuff. Um, so in this area, is where I'm expecting that 2 to 5 inches by the time we're all said and done. The more rain you get, the more likely you're going to be stuck around that 2 inches. Most locations around here are probably going to be getting that 3 inch snowfall by the end of this thing, right? Again, we're talking about light to moderate snow. Where we get some of those heavier bursts uh, with the mesoscale banding, that's where you're going to get that 4 or 5 inch potential, and that potential is right in this area. Okay, as we head into the evening hours, down along the Jersey Shore here, we're talking about basically south of Tom's River down through Cape May. So let's see, let's zoom in here. So roughly Seaside Heights down through Cape May. I'm looking at by the time it's all said and done, 1 to 3 inches. The longer it changes, takes over to the longer it takes to change over to rain, it will be around that 1 inch mark. Back to the west, some of these locations have already gone over the forecast where I was thinking trace to 1 inch because I thought the bulk of the forcing, but the cold front and the Arctic air that came in really boosted some of the snowfall totals out here, where I was thinking around an inch and definitely above that in a few locations already. 1 to 3 inches here. Many locations in Lehigh are definitely at that 3 inch mark. Um, I like the 1 to 3 inches down here towards the Delmarva and around northern portions of northern portions of Delaware, right in this area here. Northeastern portions of Delaware. That's where I think you could push over that 2 inch mark this afternoon and evening. It may not look like it now, but it'll get there. And then all of Long Island, I got you in that 2 to 5 inch. And a lot of that is going to be this afternoon and this evening as the cold air comes in and this precipitation becomes much heavier. So, and again, Manhattan, you're in that 2 to 5 inch as well. Don't be surprised if a lot of your pavement is wet, but Central Park reports 4 inches. Don't be surprised by that, or 3 inches. So that's where we're at with the forecast at this point. Let's see, Thompson Park, Jamesburg, New Jersey, at least 3 inches plus. Not bad. It's probably from both storms. Part two, 1.6 inches. Not bad. In Stewartsville, New Jersey. So we're getting there. Only 0.4 away from verification. We got the new observation set in here. Oh, wow. This helps. This helps a lot. Okay. Okay. All right, now we got our observations set up here. Very nice. Okay, so this got updated the 10 a.m. Uh, front and low pressure. Here's our new radar as well. Okay, so this feature's starting to get organized. Notice these low pressure systems. This now is the deeper one. This has become the primary low pressure system now. And you could see our front starting to lose its structure, starting to lose its importance here as it starts to go stationary and then starts to collapse. This stationary signal lines up where? Right on the I 95 corridor. So now you got frontogenesis, okay, surface, mid levels. So now you got that lifting signal showing up here on the back edge of the storm. This continues to head out in this direction a little bit southeast of the benchmark, a little bit too far east for us to get this type of heavy precipitation into our area. But now you got all this light to moderate snowfall that's going to march its way northward, and that is all lining up now. And so that's what I was waiting at. That's beautiful. That's beautiful. That lines up perfectly with the frontogenetical signal. So that combined here, let's take this off for a second and let's put up this. There's our signal. And when you go down to the lower levels, here we go. Let's see. I want to produce this one. Let's see what 9 to 25 to 850 looks like. Still disorganized. More organized. See? So there's your heavy axis. That's all heading out. Your moderate axis is starting to set up. And then let's zoom into our zone. And you can see that starting to organize here into mid levels and really focused at 700 millibars. Perfectly aligned. And so when we take a look at our skew T for this, again, let's see, in central New Jersey, plenty cold enough. There's your slight instability. Southern New Jersey right now, too warm, thus the rain. Waiting for it to cool down. And that's why we need cold air transport there. And then going forward, Again, there is our heavy precipitation. There's the heart of the storm out here. If this low was here rather than out here, then this would be here, and we'd be talking about easily pushing over 10, 12, 14, whatever. But right now, we're on the very edge of the storm with an environment that will definitely support some instability and some heavier snowfall at times, right on that I-95 axis and just south and east. So what I'm looking at here is basically central Philadelphia, central New Jersey, Monmouth County, right in this area here, Trenton, up to New York City, moderate bursts with some heavier snowfall thrown in at times. And that's where you're going to get your potential for that 5 inches. And that lines up perfectly with what we're seeing here in these observations and with these observations. So it's all coming together. Nice. Nice. Exactly on point. About temperature and the low went from 28 to 31.6. Yeah, we went from 31.9 to 32.7 here. Currently, it's not doing anything of freehold right now. It's just kind of sitting there. Let's see what we got on YouTube. Check those guys out again. Let's see. Flurries in Westfield. Dun, dun, dun. Thank you, Doctor Josh Fink. I appreciate it. Let's see here. 6+ in Norwich. I might be pushing it. The temperatures are going to start falling once the precipitation starts picking up in intensity. And the precipitation will pick up in intensity because the low pressure system is deepening, which will lead to more stronger cold air transport. So this afternoon, probably after 2 o'clock, we'll probably see these temperatures really start to fall off. Let's see, Montgomery, PA here. We got 3 1/4 yesterday and about another 1.5 today. Snow coming down again at moderate rate in Newark, New Jersey. Let's take a look at that. Yep, there it is. It's starting to grow. And there's some of those moderate bursts starting to take shape. Look at oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Do you see what I see? Look at this. See these little lines here? It's setting up pretty good. Let's see here. Let's see here. Oh, I got a new client. 1 second. All right, so here's what I'm looking at. We're starting to see that signal with the frontogenesis starting to play out. Just a very hint of it. Moderate bursts. Let me just answer this question real fast. go. Yeah, see, this is going to start. You're going to see more and more of this starting to line up right there on the I-95 corridor, but right to the south of our stationary front. Perfect, perfect alignment. And that lines up really nicely. Let me refresh this real fast. You're going to see probably with the next round of observations, this start to fall off. Right now, we're in the mid 30s right here. Watch for us to fall off to the lower 30s as that precipitation starts to pick up. Right about like what Trenton is doing. And that explains right now in Freehold, we just dropped about a half a degree. No real pickup in precipitation. That's got to be the frontal boundary. We dropped a half a degree now to 32.2 in the past 5 minutes, which doesn't sound like a lot, but it actually is when there's no heavy precipitation at this point. So overall, the expectations here are pretty much falling into place. Okay, very light snow in Dowels, very light. No, not snowing in Levittown, New York. Of an inch so far. Snow started in East Orange, Essex. 1.5 inches fell between 6 a.m. and 10 a.m. Stopped snowing around 10 a.m. until 5 minutes ago. There we go. So that lull is working out. Right. Let me get rid of one individual. Sorry about that. But I do not want to have anyone preaching anything on this account. So that's the thing is that sometimes people make some weird comments and it's not good. All right, good. It's like why? You know what I mean? Like why make comments that are just like hateful? Like you could do that anywhere. I'm not saying you don't have a right for free speech or whatever, but you know, it's not this is a weather account and it just boggles my mind. I don't know. There we go. That's gone. Like I don't get it. It's a weather account. What are you doing? We don't do politics here, sir. This is a Wendy's. Go away. What are you doing? Oh, jeez. All right, we got rid of that. And I don't care what political side. This is a weather account. What are you doing? Oh, jeez. Those, apparently, snowfall is political because snowflakes apparently vote or something. I don't know. Total snowfall accumulation Sunday, I see 1.4 inches, Long Hill, New Jersey. Not bad. So far, the observations coming in were either at or just below the forecasted amounts. Some locations in eastern Pennsylvania are above. See, radar starting to fill in there. Quick, heavy rain shower here. Oh, those guys in southern New Jersey they're just in pain. Radar's really starting to take shape now. Let me try to get a different look here on the radar here. I want to get options get a little bit different. I call it, you know what? Let me do it a different way. Radar, regional. Here we go. Yeah, this is what I wanted. Okay, so yeah, we're starting to see that starting to take shape now. And we do the composite here. And then lower level, you could see it starting to, that uptick is starting to build. And there is your signal right there. So now you're going to start to see these waves of, and now it's actually snowing at a pretty good steady pace here back in Freehold again. Not bad. Thank you again for the tip. I appreciate it. We want frosties. No, I agree that trolls are going to troll. I don't care about that. I just don't want politics, whether what religion or whatever. I don't want any of that crap on here because I don't need to have the infighting and all that stuff. Let's see here. Let's see. Where is it? Ah, here we are. So this is basically when you look for your rain snow line. There, it's right about here. It's hard for me to use because the red it matches in too much for me. But you're right about here where your rain snow line is. Here's your rain here. Here's your snow up here. That line's right about here. Other people are able to use this a lot better than I can because the color scheme doesn't work for me. So what I do is I just go back to the old fashioned way. Look at the radar and then look at the observations. And there we go. We're starting to see our fall. Now we're going to see how well this idea works. And, I feel the drop in temperatures near Winewood, PA, West Philly burbs. Feels like snow. Nothing yet besides stuff from this morning. Oh, it's coming. Let's see. Dun, 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 dun. Well, thank you, Carrie. I appreciate it. Not this one. This one won't be a big nor'easter. There has been, and we'll take a look at 12Z data when it comes out. It's only 11:40 a.m. But in fact, here, let me see if we got new. This is the European AI model guidance, and it's been doing pretty well. I gotta give, it did a good job of picking up the back end of this event. To be fair, to be very fair, I didn't buy it, but it did a very good job of picking this up. Okay, so just being honest here, I didn't buy into it, but it really showed up. Same track, it just made the back end more expanded. So, that did well there. So let's see what else it's looking at. Let's see for this week. A few snow showers. There's our Arctic air building in. I would prefer nothing for this upcoming weekend so I can fly. And looks like I get that. We'll see how it plays out. Now, for Monday, we'll have to watch out for this time period. The operational is more robust on this. It basically takes a clipper and redevelops it off the coast. The operational European did the same thing with Zero Z, but made it stronger. Um, and then now the ensembles, not the ensembles too, but the AI guys has been really hinting on Wednesday with this storm, which would make a lot of sense because at this point we're starting to push into phase 8 of the MJO, and it really produces a nice storm here. A little bit too far east, but there's certainly a signal. Now, if that should happen, just so you guys know, I won't be able to do the streaming because there's no way I'll have the internet capability. But I will be doing videos and following up on that while I'm here and following this up there. So I would prefer it to be on a Thursday because that's when the bulk of our work is done. It pulls away, and then I fly home on Friday, and it's perfectly fine. That works. So yeah, we'll keep an eye on that. That signal keeps on showing up on the AI guidance. Um, but again, it's far out. No details, no reason for that. But certainly something to just keep an eye on. Was getting a red banner maintenance error when I tried to close had to exit. It's weird. Not sure why. Let's see here. Real light over northeast Pennsylvania. Let's see. Update our radar here. And let's see. This is as of 11:37. So let's see if we 11:41. See, it's clearly expanding. Look at this. It's clearly starting to grow, and we're starting to get some of that light snow now. So we're about to enter phase 2. Let's see here. Thank you, Kyle Tech. I appreciate it. So did I miss anybody on this with this whole fan funding thing, which I'm not used to? Um, see, I don't know how to art. I'm just gonna say art. Art, thank you, and also Kyle, thank you very much. I appreciate it. So we're starting to see everything start to take shape now. I would not be surprised if New York City starts to pick up in a few, probably about another 40 minutes or so. You'll start to see more support for moderate snowfall. And again, it's lining up just right here. Let's see, we got any changes in the cloud tops here. Right here, let me zoom in. That's a better idea. Let's see, maybe a sandwich. That might work. Let me use clear. There we go. So there's our heavy stuff. That stays out here. Now this is going to be continue to enhance. And that's what we're going to be watching for the next couple of hours. Let's see here. We have Whitehall. This is from Bobby, EPAWA Weather. Great follow. Definitely check him out. It was great. I did actually did a live chat with him or a video with him. And let's see here. As of far since 4 a.m., 2.3 inches. Northeast PA. Notifications. Let's fix this. And so far we're almost approaching 4 hours. So at the 4 hour mark, we'll take a little bit of a break. I'll get some lunch, make another pot of coffee. So I'll probably take like a 45-minute break. Okay, guys. So It's coming down a pretty good clip here in East Orange, big flakes. Just happy to be back in the running. Okay, so that's working out well. This is all coming through pretty nicely here with our observations. And zoomed out, here is, so there's our surface frontogenesis. There's our precipitation starting to build. Cold air starting to work back in. Let the games begin. And then here is back here. Now, this is what I was talking about. Remember where I mentioned, hey, interesting with the model data, watch out for an inverted trough? Hello. There's our inverted trough. So this, as this is lifting to the northeast, we'll see just how far back this gets and interacts with this frontogenesis. That could further enhance the precipitation more than I thought. So that's certainly something to keep an eye on. Interesting. So we'll see if that should start to show up more in our lifting, our satellite picture. What you'll see is like this very fine line that lifts northward. And it also will show up in the precipitation shield. Now, all of that is because of, again, stretching in the atmosphere that we were talking about. I wonder. Okay, so there is finally the aviation weather, which is another government website, has updated its frontal boundary position. There's our trough, there's our frontal boundary, there's our northerly winds. We're back down to 39 in Wildwood. We're on 34. We're staying at 32.3 here in Freehold. Very, very light snow. Let's change there. So at this point, we got the cold air to come in. Now it's a matter of just how fast it gets cold on the immediate coast. This is, you're going to see temperatures fall off here on the I-95 corridor, probably between 30 and 32. Not really falling into the 20s until we get to the end of this, but that lines up pretty nicely. Long Island, you'll see your temperatures fall off as well as the precipitation gets heavier. Same thing on the south shore of Connecticut. We've already seen our warmest temperatures. Now we just get colder from here on out. And of course, up here is where we have our real cold air. This holds off until we get to this evening as the precipitation's leaving. We're talking about teens and 20s and stuff like that. Zoom out a little bit. Let me get a full look at our storm here now. There we are at 1012. There's our new primary. This is our little trough that we're watching. See how that enhances the precipitation shield. The bulk of the heavy stuff heading out here. Here's our end right here, lifting to the northeast. This is starting to grow. Watch out for light snow out to here. Looks like the edge of the precipitation shield is here. And then you get your moderate bands all lining up here along and to this to just to the north of this old frontal boundary. And again, that all lines up well with our frontogenical signal. And again, Our 925 millibar temperatures are starting to cool. And what we're going to want to see is this 925 millibar low down here really take hold, putting an end to these southeasterly winds. That should be in the next 2 hours. So we'll be back and checking out this probably when I get back from my lunch break. We'll see where we're at. Yeah, and there we go. There it's starting to grow. Let the games begin. This is all going to start to. So, yeah, I mean, I like where we're at in terms of the forecast overall. Let's see here. Spoke too soon. It's now snowing again. Do you think we can see 2, 3 more inches? I do think so, yes. Too bad not enough snow the past 2 days to even put a dent in the drought. But if we keep getting events like this, it will help. Absolutely. Snow just started again here in East Bergen. It's been steady, 32 degrees for the last 3 hours. Okay, that makes sense. Real light over Northeast Philly. And let's see if there's any news here on YouTube World. Yeah, it's going to be brutally cold, unfortunately. Temperatures mean that temperatures still are a big deal, even if this is somebody. Temperatures mean nothing if you got no moisture. This is someone who does not own a house. Temperatures are a big problem. If it's 10 degrees and you have pipes burst, we already talked about this. That's a problem. So yeah, it does. Definitely does matter. For snow, changing over to snow in Sayreville, New Jersey. Anyone who watches Joe and Joe, this guy puts them to shame. Just switch back to rain from snow in New York City. It's going to go back and forth because, all right, this is basically what's happening. Okay. So, in this type of environment, you have very marginal cold air at the lowest part of the atmosphere. So, this is our parcel again. When it's rising, that rising motion cools the atmosphere. But when you're sinking, because let's say you're in between bands, that warms the atmosphere. So that's why you'll see snow, rain until we get steady lifting and then goes over to snow. Yeah, I really hope that's wrong. The temperature output. Um, oh, for snowfall. Yeah, I see. I appreciate. Look, I think that there are other people. How do I put this? Okay. A lot of great meteorologists are out there, but they all have different ways of doing things. I'm definitely more on the technical side. I like to show things, right? Some people are more, let's say, theoretical, right? They're more theoretical. I'm doing this wrong. They're more flamboyant. There you go. And they like to yawl a lot. Some aren't even meteorologists at all. So everyone has a different flavor out there. That's the great thing about capitalism is that, hey, you do you. If people like it, they come and see you. That's what I've been doing for the past 20 years. Other people just have different ways of doing it. I like to show what I'm seeing because I think it teaches you and it teaches me how to create a better forecast. And I'm always learning. Um, I'm always trying to learn and trying to find out what I'm missing and try to improve on it. So that's always my objective is basically I'm taking you on the journey as I'm learning just as anyone else is. Some people aren't comfortable doing that. Some of them are built more in the TV world where they're so used to being told you got 10 minutes or you have 2 minutes to get everything out and you only do the most important points to get out the information. Whereas I never did that. I never did TV because I didn't like the idea of why don't you explain the forecast? So I like to explain what I'm trying to pull off here. Oh, and by the way, hey, look, more expansion starting to take shape. It's all coming together. We are, see here, staying here still at no change in the temperature just yet here in Freehold yet. Not much in the way of precipitation just yet. There's our growth. There we go. And now it's starting to show up here on the radar out when you zoom out. Very impressive. I'm really curious to see what this trough does. This could actually be a little bit of a surprise for you guys on the Jersey Shore in terms of enhancement of lifting. I'm not convinced of it yet, but keep an eye on some of these heavier signals here. Kind of a little bit of a signal out here. You see that? Keep an eye on this right here. See if we start getting stronger banding on the extension. Again, the trough is out here, and you're starting to see these signals here. Interesting. Let's see. This is as of 4 minutes ago. So yeah, everything's starting to take shape pretty nicely at this point. So as we approach our break, it's almost 12 o'clock. We're going to take a bit of a break. I'm going to eat, refresh myself, get some more coffee and water. I don't think I was I on an AccuWeather forum. I remember forums back in the day, all over the place. Let's see. We would check on. I used to do a lot of forums, but they started to get really too, I don't know, like high school, man. There's a lot of pettiness running around. Everyone had to be the best. You're never the best. You're gonna screw up. Try to be better. You don't need to be the best. There's no such thing as the best. Just see if there's any new observations showing up here. Nothing here yet. Okay, that works. Okay, so it's 12 o'clock. This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to take a break. I'm going to have some lunch. Um, let's see. I'm a Mets fan. Okay, so we're going to take a bit of a lunch. I'm going to do a 45-minute break. Um, and then I'll be back. So of course I'm going to keep this live and just put a little thing on here and put a clock, and we'll mute. Okay. And if anything significant shows up while I'm on the break, of course I'll come back live. But in the meantime, you guys go treat and shovel your driveways, take a little break, go to the bathroom, whatever you got to do, and then we'll be back. Okay. So I will see you in a few. Okay, it looks like we are back. Good deal. Welcome back, everyone. And looks like, let's see, where are we right now? We've warmed up here in Freehold from 32 to 31.1. No precipitation at this time right now. We are starting to get reports of snow taking place in Trenton. Rain snow mix here in Philadelphia. And let's see, we haven't gotten new data in yet for the observations, but let's take a look at the radar. Here we are right now. We got a new fresh cup of coffee. It looks like the cursor's working properly. So before we begin, let's take a look and see if we got new observations or anything else that's new here. Okay. So pretty light right now. It's pretty much the theme. Up here in Columbus, New Jersey, temperature dropped from 33.6 to 32.9 with steady light snow. Excuse me. Drops the hammer for Saturday. Did we get the new European in? New, only 1252, so. Yeah, here's the new 18Z. Let's see what it does. Pretty quiet for Saturday, Sunday. Sunday, it looks like it drops a pretty good snow event a week from now, of course. So next Sunday we could be at this again, just not live streaming. And then another one. So a little bit different from the other mall guides though. But this far out, you never deal with you never worry about the details. There we go. Now you can see me. So the idea here is probably go another 4 hours and then take our break. Rainstorm literally changes from Fifth Avenue to Hudson River and East Fifth Ave in a light to moderate rain. Let's see. So where are we right now? There's our precipitation. Let's see if we get a refresh here. You can see it's starting to take shape. So we're still in our lull period, which is expected. Here's our moderate band. Here's our low pressure system. You can see starting to see some of the heavier precipitation starting to show up here on the coast. Get this to load again. See how this is starting to increase? You'll start to see this start to increase. This starts to fill in. This starts to focus in. And then this will drop towards the coast. And let's see if we have new HRR data. We should. Here we go. Yeah, this definitely looks a little bit colder in the guidance. So again, we're going to be picking up action over the next hour or so and really starting to focus in on the accumulation potential here for this afternoon and evening. Coming to an end by about 9 o'clock. So I'll probably send out some text to some clients while doing that. Send that out. Let's see here. So I'll tell you what, while I am waiting for you guys to log back in and start asking questions, I'm going to drop a couple of texts real fast. Redevelop. Study. Let's see here for our timing. Yeah. 3. There we go. So we're coming up on the 1 o'clock obs. We'll have those shortly. When we get those in, we'll see where we are with our low pressure system. Taking some stuff to prevent migraines. Don't want that. At least reduce them. So let's see if we got. There we go. Perfect. Well, we're up to 200 likes. Oh, 7 more to 200 likes. Oh, not bad. Very cool. As they always say, like, share, and subscribe. There you go. Let's see here. Yeah, I mean, Euro definitely. It's going to be busy heading into the last week of January. I'm just accepting that fact. So let's see if there's any change in the 9 to 25 obs yet. Much. What we're looking for is redevelopment of that 9 to 25 millibar low over the coastal waters. We are losing our southeasterly wind, though. That's clear. Now, more northwesterly winds over eastern Pennsylvania. This is starting to lose its warm air transport. Still just kind of barely hanging on. Northwesterly winds under Delmarva. So this is the Delmarva Peninsula, for those of you who don't know. And our new low pressure system is starting to get organized out here at 9 to 25 millibars. And once that gets established, then you get your stronger cold air transport at the lower levels. And the same thing's happening at 850. Northwest, southwest, starting to shift, but still it's more than cold enough here at 850 millibars. The final determination is just the surface. That's where we have to get the strongest cooling, which we're waiting for as the low pressure system intensifies. But there's our cold front right there, stalled out. And as the heavier precipitation takes hold, our temperatures are going to drop. So we got a couple new observations here. So let's do this. Finally, just started snowing in Washington Township, Gloucester County. Let's see here. Not much of a brunch with the family, and it's snowing here. Less than 8 miles away, raining at home. Interesting. Look at that. See, that's the key here with the lifting, right there. That rising motion is what's going to be the determining factor. Okay, let's see here. Just got a winter weather advisory for Lancaster County. Any changes? Not for me. They probably are putting it out because you're getting some snow and it's definitely some slick conditions. That is for sure. That is definitely for sure. Wonder if the new European's out yet. I didn't really get a chance to look. Might as well refresh and see what we got. Oh, it's almost out. So not bad. All right, so let's check it out. Let's see what the new European has to say. Not so much about this storm, but the pattern overall. So there's our snow for today that exits. It gets it down to a 909, 992. It really starts to bomb out once it gets to here. Around us, not really all that strong. Drops about, let's see here, that's 12. 8, 1004, about 6 millibars, 5, 6 millibars. Isn't that impressive, but still it starts to strengthen. Pretty quiet through most of the week. There's your Arctic air mass. There's trouble in the plains. The operational suppresses anything to the south. The AI is a little bit more aggressive. Interesting to say the least. Meanwhile, back at our home, our current storm, you can see the moisture starting to surge northward. Everything's starting to fill in. This part's starting to become more heavier as we are getting more support from that front of Genesis. And we're going to keep an eye on the inverted trough here, see what influence it has on the immediate coast. You're seeing the heavier precipitation showing up. And there is our heavier precipitation. Here's our stronger lifting, and the strongest lifting is out here. Moderate lifting here. And now, basically, this afternoon is where we see whether we verify or not. Even if you're on the low end and you're thinking 1 to 3 only, if it's going to happen, it's going to happen this evening. See, any shift here on the water vapor? Doesn't look like it, but it's always good to check. I feel like I'm going to sneeze. Ah, well, that was fun. Sorry about that. Let's see here. Let's see here. Hershey, PA, 29.8. Snow stopping at 1.75 inches. Hershey winds from the west northwest and southwest 0.9 miles per hour. Not bad. Ice skating ring in Queens, very dangerous. East Stroudsburg, 3 inches so far. I do want to thank everyone for joining. This is outstanding, especially on a weekend. I mean, that's really awesome. Observations there. So now we're just kind of, oh, hold it. New observations. Winds now coming in from the northwest down to 36 degrees. Snow now being reported in Philadelphia. There's that lifting. So we were dealing with rain, snow. Now it's going over to snow. It's stronger lifting. JFK is reporting snow now. So now we're starting to see this all start to evolve here. Now we see whether or not our ideas are right with this phronogenesis. See, this right here is going to intensify as we go on through the afternoon. And this is new. 9 to 25 millibars. This is starting to get stronger. Here, look at it the past 4 hours. Very, very weak. And now it's starting to consolidate. Very, very nice. That lines up perfectly. And 850 millibar phronogenesis is also starting to line up. So we're starting to get the lifting process going. We're starting to see everything starting to come together. It's not a switch. It's not like that. It's gradual. It builds. And so what I'm going to be watching for jet circulation. Okay. So this is pretty much lined up where I want. Here's our jet streak. Here's our optimal lifting. The best lifting, of course, is out over the Atlantic. And this divergence at the mid and upper levels. What I want to see is whether or not we see this expansion here grow and just intense lifting here. That's what we're watching. Here's our main storm out here, and then here's the back edge of our storm. And when you have this type of setup start to evolve, you'll have the frontogenesis taking shape, and then you'll get this deformation zone set up that is currently here. So the question is, does this signal start to back in here to set up that heavy snowfall signal that is possible? And then with that, again, there's the HRR, the newest HRR. Pull this up. Might be why. Back to 16Z. There we go. There's our evolution. And so the question is for this afternoon, as this is taking place and everyone goes over to snow, what type of instability are we dealing with here to enhance that heavy snowfall and its snow growth? So, does this verify where we actually end up with some convective banding or not? If it does, then you're talking about higher snowfall totals. You're talking about the higher end of the snowfall totals, not above the higher end of my forecast. If it doesn't, then you're talking lower end, like 2 inches. Okay. So that is the difference here. That is what we're going to be watching, and that is what's going to be playing out. But the first wave was the appetizer, laid everything down. Some of that melted as we had a break in this snowfall. And now we're starting to see everything starting to fire back up. So between now and two, we should see more growth. Is it cold enough? That's a great question. Well, down around southern New Jersey, obviously not. 36, 39, 40, no. In Manhattan, okay, my Manhattan rule. Is it cold enough to snow on the pavement? Like let's say around like around the subways? No. Central Park, yes. Some of the backyards and whatnot there, like very small backyards. I know it's Manhattan. And some near cold surfaces, yes. Your sub anywhere where there's a subway or your main streets, you got like some of the steam pipes. No way. You need to be in order to get like a heavy snowfall on the streets in Manhattan. You need to have temperatures in the mid 20s. What you want to do is have treatment down and make sure you don't have any slip and falls, basically. That's basically where we are at Manhattan. Out here on Long Island, again, lower to mid 30s. It's cold enough for cold surfaces, or once we get our heavier precipitation. If you just have light snow, then it's not cold enough to snow on pavement. Okay. As the heavier precipitation takes hold, then it will. In central New Jersey, as long as it's below 35, you're going to see accumulation on your grass and whatnot. Once you hit 32, then it gets on the pavement. I don't have to worry about subways or anything of that nature out here in the suburbs, so it's pretty easy. So the key here on the I-95 corridor is to see whether or not we get that moderate snow and our temperatures fall about 2 degrees, which is certainly a possibility here. We're certainly moving in that direction. So, but that's a good question. Is it cold enough for a snow accumulation? Not down here. Everywhere else, yes, we're moving in that direction. I know we're talking about now, but man, oh man, does next weekend look fun? I hope not. I need to fly out. I don't mind anything on Sunday. Give me Sunday all day long. Just not anything on Saturday. Thank you very much. This might be the biggest bust of any storm recently. Oh no! Someone named Sheet 17 is very upset for no obvious reason. I don't know. Oh, we're up to 202. Look at that. Nice. 202 likes. Very nice. Thank you very much, YouTube. Let's see. On the live here for X. There we are. See, the X chat is usually pretty quiet overall. That's typical in terms of questions. Usually it's on the premium live chat here. 1.5 inches in Seymour, Connecticut. Light snow falling. Temperature at 32. Let's see anything. Let's see, we got new. Fortunately, we got a blackout there. Okay, that fixed it. So yeah, we're right on the edge of this storm. There's our outgrowth here. Here's our new load developing. Here's just lifting increasing. There's our convective precipitation on the warm sector out here. And here's the main storm. If we were under all of this, we would be looking at very heavy snow right now. So right here is where we had to look for our lifting. Let's see. Okay. You see this feathery indication right here? This is growing mesoscale lifting here, right here. Here's where it's starting. You can kind of see the waves here starting to take shape. And I bet you it's going to start to show up on the radar too. Notice on the lower levels, notice we're starting to see this starting to fill in here. Along with these different waves, you're starting to see everything else starting to fill in gradually. Watch this get connected soon. And this just growing coverage. And see zoomed out, very light precipitation. Yeah, it's getting ready. And honestly, I probably wouldn't be traveling this afternoon and evening. Stay home watching games. Let's see here. Freezing line. Let's take a look at that. Okay, so current observations of our freezing line at the surface. There we go. And it's up here, right? He's absolutely right. Although this looks a little bit too far because I'm at 32.9 now. So I wouldn't put this up here at 34. This is a little bit too far north. But I get what you're saying. So let's take a look and compare where we're at. Okay. So we got 6 hours is the latest one. So here's where that's actually holds up pretty good in the observations. Let's see what it takes. At 4 o'clock, we start to fall below freezing around Philadelphia, 34, 35 on the Jersey Shore. And then we fall below freezing and start falling towards freezing on the Jersey Shore, 33 to 35 on the Jersey Shore at 5 o'clock, freezing throughout Long Island, New York City, down through Philadelphia. and it just gets colder from there. And then overnight tonight, everything just freezes. It's just a block of ice everywhere. So I would also say, just a heads up, definitely ice your sidewalks and whatnot tonight, because everything's just going to be a mess tomorrow morning with that ice hanging around. Waiting for new observations to come in. See, we're at the freezing line here in Trenton. Philadelphia, we're back to a rain snow mix. Wildwood, we're back at 40. We've been bouncing around between 39 and 40 around Wildwood all morning and afternoon. And around here, we're back down to 32.9. No precipitation yet. 4 minutes in. We'll wait and see what we got for observations. Let's see here. Ah, you think the AMS would stop having these events in the middle? See, here's the thing. I, I agree with you. The reason why the AMS does this is because, quite frankly, the cost for the um, hotels and stuff are lowest now, and which is an important factor when you're talking about having like college students come out. So there's definitely that factor to consider. So that's certainly an issue, right? So that's one of the reasons why they do that. I would love it if they were doing these in like May and June, but I'm guessing that the cost for the hotels would be through the roof, which makes it difficult to go to these events then. But overall, I agree with you. You know, in general, if everything was perfect, I would agree with you. Let's see. So now we're getting to the point. Now we just have to wait, which makes the stream hard because like, all right, while we're waiting for this to pop, what should we talk about, right? So we'll continue to answer questions. So we wait for the next thing. And I'm also going to keep an eye on. Oh, okay. Oh yeah, congratulations, Giants, on your coach. By the way, I heard it's official now, so everyone can chill out. There we go. All right, all right. We're starting to see this starting to take shape now. And here we got new observations. Let's see here. This was ice I was talking about. Okay, right here. So yeah, you got some snow melted in and just rough. Snow at 1:10 p.m. in Medford, New Jersey. Starting to take shape again. And see, this is why I wasn't. There were some people like thinking like this is going to be a 6 to 8. I saw some people running around thinking that. And again, because we're on the back edge of this, you wanted to stay away from anything excessive. 2 inches of snow in the evening is not excessive. Um, Pushing to that 5 inch, that'd be if we get our banding lined up. But many locations are going to be around that 2, 3 inch mark this evening as this is rolling through. And again, you're talking about 6 hours of snow. That could definitely push. You already had 1 inch recorded. Easily pushing in another 2 more inches is pretty easy to lock in. But the way that they measure the snow, just so you know, the National Weather Service, they take measurements of the snow throughout the storm. So if you had snow and then it melted and it snowed again, you still take the total for that day, right? So that's why you see that. Yeah, there is very weak cold air until this low pressure system really starts to intensify. The cold air transport is going to remain weak. Tomorrow's a federal holiday, thankfully. Wow, on a train headed to Trenton. Cool. Yeah, we're definitely in that lull right now. When do you think it will be starting to snow again? And probably pretty soon, based on the observations. So why not just stay with 1 to 3 inches for the forecast? Okay, so here's why. And this is part of working with snowplow guys a lot. Usually the threshold for a plowable snow is about 2 inches, depending on the region. So if all they have is salters and they start pushing over that 2 inch mark, getting to 3 and 4, that means that they have to go back and put on their plows, right? So that's a lot of work. All right. So for you and me who don't work in that industry or work in general, that doesn't mean anything. But for a lot of individuals, but let's be honest, you got a lot of individuals that follow along for free, which is fine. And then there's others who pay, who come in with more details. But I'm always aware of that factor. That hey, if this goes over 2 inches, that means they have to go back, put the plows on, work all that, and that's a lot more work rather than just being prepared and going from there. So yeah, that's why I'm a little bit wary of that rather than again, the goal is not to be perfect. The goal is to be good, to give everyone the proper warning of anything that might evolve here in this scenario. If you try to be perfect, you're most likely going to miss out a lot. And you're not going to have people prepared like they should be. Uh, so here's the new update radar. You're starting to see the expansion take shape again. I wonder if we're starting to see. Let's see if we got. So yeah, now we're starting to see a little bit more interaction, more filling in, starting to grow here. I'd say we're probably still an hour out from this really starting to get going again. On freehold, it's just a very few flurries, and that's about it. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. There's some contracts that we don't come out till 3 inches show up. Oh, absolutely, yes. Different contracts. Some people they do a lot of salting and then they do plowing. It depends on the contract. Which of course, when I set up a business consulting for one of those, that's one of the things I asked them. Like, what is your contract standards? Where does it impact you most? And then we adjust that based on what impacts them. Some people they don't care. Like, just let me know if it's going to snow and go from there. Some people they don't want to hear you until if it's definitely going to be over 3 inches. Otherwise, don't care. So it just kind of depends on the individual who you're working with and what their criteria is, and then you adjust that based on that criteria. For the general public, I just do very basic. Like a basic threshold. Like, could it go over 4? Could it go over 3 inches? Okay, I'm gonna lean in that direction just to cover that. Um, but it's nowhere near as detailed as what you would get in the business side of it. Dun, dun, dun. The upper 20s. Yeah, see now here, there's somebody this person that I'm checking out on YouTube, they're laying out like it's not just the snow, but also the temperature aspects of it, which is absolutely true, which is part of the salting aspect of it. And ice is a nightmare. So I agree with you. It's starting to snow in Old Bridge, which is probably this one right here. I bet you in Old Bridge, it's starting to. Oh, maybe we get new data. Yeah, it's probably this feature right here. Not seeing anything yet, but I bet you it's this right here. Let's zoom out again. Let me refresh this. Great. Reset this, pardon me, for a second. There we go. So we are starting to see signs of regrowth, so to speak, all connected to what we're seeing here. And as that gets heavier, in fact, here you could probably let's see what the surface wet bulb is. As it starts to get heavier, this is all going to start to drop down towards the coast. Yeah, I think this is a little bit too warm on the data here, based on the observations. But newest Genesis starting to come in. How much accumulation tonight? I would expect around 2 to 3 inches on cold surfaces. On the roadways, probably 1 or 2. East Bergen's going back and forth between 32 and 33 degrees for the last hour. Very light snow falling. Good band came through for southwestern New Jersey. Let's see. We got more observations starting to come in. Still not sure why ice gets a bed. I'm not even touching that. Crazy gradient in Monmouth County. Manalapan easily 1.1.5 to 2 inches this morning. Was plowing 3 miles east in freehold slushy coating. See? It's all about the gradient. We're seeing more and more dark green starting to take shape here. Putting on my deck since the snow restarted 12:45. Curious to see what the rate is on this as it starts to line up. Everything's starting to fill in, definitely. You could definitely start seeing that. I'm just bouncing around, waiting for additional observations. So down at 31, 32, 34. Still no change in Philadelphia yet. JFK is reporting snow at 34. West Hampton, light snow at 33. It's more northeast now. That's definitely a change. Now we're waiting for. Wonder if. Now that is different. Okay, so this is an interesting sign. You might be saying, who the hell cares? What is this, right? Okay, we had for quite some time throughout this morning warm air transport. In fact, here I can actually show you it 4 hours ago. warm air transport on the coast. 2 hours ago, warm air transport on the coast. Now, no more warm air transport. That comes to an end. Now we're waiting for this cold air transport to take hold. So the warming of the atmosphere along the coast is done. Now it's a question. Now it's a matter of getting the cooling to take place. Let's see if I can get temperature advection at the surface yet. No, nothing really stands out there. Oh well, it was worth a shot. 2 hour pressure change. More focus out here. There's that inverted trough. So 9 to 25 millibars again, 4 hours ago, 2 hours ago. Here we go, 4 hours ago, 2 hours ago. And now it's starting to exit our region. And now we're starting to get the cold air transport. So we're starting to see that shift. So I would have been concerned about the forecast if we continue to see the warm air transport continuing. Now we're not. Now we're on the back end of this. Now we're on the side where we start to see cold air transport at all levels of the atmosphere start to really take hold. And so now what I want to see is more of these northwesterly winds. Now the 9 to 25 freezing lines now basically on the southern New Jersey coast. So now the last layer that we're looking for is at the surface. And that honestly is the easiest to cool. Once you're at the mid levels, now you're cool at the mid levels. Once you start getting the lifting going, your temperature could drop easily 2 degrees very, very quickly. Okay, if I drive up to Sussex County, what road should I take? I don't know what road you should take, but I would be very, very careful driving up there. Holy smokes, no, thank you. I wouldn't be driving up there this evening. That's just me. Moderate snow in Union County near Route 78. Small flakes, not much additional accumulation yet, but it's starting. There you go. There's the start. And that's right about here. Now it's starting to play and see 1:30 is about 2 minutes ago. See, now it's all starting to show up now. And look what's going on around Atlantic City. Look at this expansion out here. Right here. Right where that trough is. And you can see this is starting to expand. Now it's just a matter of the cold air transport to take hold at the surface. That's the last layer. Let's see if we can get. See what the skew T looks like down here. Still too warm in southern New Jersey, okay? But notice how cold it is aloft. So, right about 950 millibars is where you have your freezing line in southern New Jersey. That's why they're going to take the longest. That's why I'm only expecting an inch or so. In central New Jersey, let's go right on the coast. Different story. Much colder aloft. And then you go a little bit inland. Won't take much to get that cooling. And then boom, you have your instability. So you're right there. That warm layer at 975 millibars is pretty much what is stopping us from going old snow right now. Let's see what the winter mask looks like. Yeah, everything's starting to fill in now. Again, I would compare this to observations. It's probably a little bit too aggressive, but you get the overall theme here. Everything's filling in and starting to get colder. This is getting ready to intensify. This is all just going to wash away, and this is going to fold into this storm as it's lifting northeast, east northeast. So that is all starting to take shape. And we got, I'm not sure whether we have rain or snow out here. I think that might be snow. Definitely not the large snowflakes. No, that it's a rain snow mix out here in Freehold now. Can't say it's all snow, but definitely a rain snow. It looks like a rain snow mix. And that's all starting to again shift as we go into our next phase. Let's see here. What's causing the persistent radar ban in Sussex County? That's the cold. That's one of the cold front boundaries at the mid levels. This right here. That's part of your frontogenesis at the mid levels, which is let's see here. Let me go back. Let me pull up 850. So remember what I was saying? Watch that -6 to -8 line. It's right here. That's what's causing your light snow right now. This is going to be dropping south this afternoon and evening. So we'll be watching this very carefully dropping south this afternoon and evening. Um, and you're going to see intensification of the snowfall as that's happening. Excuse me. So that's what that is right there. And you can also see that here. See? Right there. There's your frontogenesis. There's your snow band. And this is all going to drop and set up right on I-95. And that process is leading to this increase of precipitation here. So it's all starting to get it going. Flurries starting back up in central North County. So I like where we're going here. What's the boom scenario for central New Jersey? Um, far more intense front mesoscale banding than what's expected, which I don't think is going to happen. I think that any treated street is not going to see much in the way of accumulation. Let me shift this back here. That's the thing here. If the guys, snowplow guys, which I know many of them do, but let's say the street, the townships and whatnot, I'm going back to coffee now. If they did their job in salting, the streets should be okay on the coast. A little slushy elsewhere on the I-95 corridor, a little slushy. But this is not a scenario where, like, hey, this is whiteout conditions and you can't drive. But it is a moderate event, and we are going to be seeing plenty of activity this afternoon. In fact, I expect us to be talking a lot about picking up a lot of observations about moderate snowfall. And you can see again, here's that signal I was talking about. See how this is very feathery right here. You see how this is very feathery, right? Think of it like speed bumps, right? This is all speed bumps. Okay, this is all signs of banding getting ready to take shape here. And it's all lining up right on the I-95 corridor, right in here. very interesting. And again, here's your main storm out here. And so you see that, and then you start to see this starting to show up here. And then let's see, take off the winter mask here. You can see this whole area is going to start to get a lot darker color in green. Out here, very light. I think it's going to remain that way. This right here drops south. As far as the lifting, it all converges on here this evening. And that is essentially what the HRR is showing when we look at the newest data here. So again, this is brand new. See, watch how it expands it. Now, why does it do this, right? It's not just, oh, look at the model and then copy and paste. Why does it do this? It does this because at this point, at around 4:30, you get this intense frontogenesis set up here. The cold air is dropping south. The only area that's above freezing at this point is going to be right here on the immediate Jersey Shore, and it expands. You see? So between now and 4, you get everything grow. And then from 4 to 8, everything just keeps on snowing. And while that's happening, the snow ratio starts to rise, especially in this area right here, to probably 12 to 1 while this is taking shape. Moderate snow on the coast. This is where you get your maybe more like 1 inch around southern New Jersey, 2-3 inches here in central New Jersey. And that all marches through. Same thing on Long Island. And then while we're getting ready to watch the end of our second football game, everything comes to an end. And by about 9:30, we're all done with everything all around New Jersey, and around 11 or so, maybe 11:30 on Long Island. But here's the thing, while this is happening, your boundary layer temperatures end up being much colder. And that's how we get our accumulation that we're looking for. And that's the process we're starting now. So we're starting that process right now. We're getting that growth right now. Um, I would say definitely more snow than rain right now in Freehold. Pretty good mix, but we don't have the large snowflakes at this point. And then, does this banding allow for the cooling? Well, that's what we're going to find out. We got a client phone call. I'll be with you in just 1 minute. All right, we're back. Oh boy. Let's see here. Okay, so this is a great question about the forecast ranges. Okay, when people see this forecast ranges, there are some people that get fixated on the higher amount and only the higher amount. There's a reason why we do ranges in meteorology when it comes to snowfall, and it's because of these bands, right? So most of the time when I talk to people, I say, okay, look for like 2 to 3 inches on the lower end. If you get into one of those bands, you're going to be on the higher end. The reason why we do that is because of volatility. A good forecaster understands one very simple thing: we don't know everything, and there are going to be mistakes and errors. So, in order to limit those errors, you put an upper range and a lower range. Now, you don't put the upper range because you want to hype stuff up. You put the upper range because you want to protect against those snowbursts. The lower range is where you have the highest probability of being correct. So in this case, for the 2 to 5 inches, um, very high probability of 2 inches. The potential of that verifying is extremely high. The 5 inches is where you protect against those bands where the chance for verification is moderate to low. But if you don't warn them, then they'll be in a situation where they're not prepared for that situation. So that's how you're supposed to create a forecast. Now, the problem is that general public sometimes doesn't understand that. And you could even trust me, all you guys who are young, who are just starting out, I mean, trust me, there's going to be times where you say like, hey, I said this, this, and this, they won't remember it. Don't bother arguing about it or anything of that nature. That's just kind of the name of the game, so to speak. Let's see, 34.2 in Jackson, 33 looks like mix of rain and snow. We are back over to snow here in Freehold. Yeah, that's clearly snow. Uh, long sustained PNA. I'm not ready to do that yet. No, no, Joe. We haven't seen it yet this winter. I don't really see support for that to be that long, depending on what you mean by long. Let's see. Let's see. Crazy green. I don't know where Northfield, New Jersey is, but we do have an impact map. So this is where I'm expecting the 2 to 5 inches. So wherever Northfield is, if it's in this area, that's what we're expecting as we head into this evening. So it just kind of depends what you mean by sustained. I think you're going to have a strong ridge over the Gulf of Alaska, and Pacific, and parts of the West Coast. But typically, a positive PNA means that you're going to have a ridge axis around the Rockies. I don't see that being a sustained feature. So that's a snow. Yes, yeah, that's true. Someone mentioned, remember the last storm had 5 inches at my house and 1 inch at work, 10-mile radius. That's yeah. See, that's the trouble with snow. No one cares about this when it's a rainstorm. Like, oh, I got a quarter of an inch of rain at one location and a tenth of an inch. No one cares about that. But that quarter of an inch in winter, where you have a higher snowfall ratio, could be the difference between 1 inch of snow and 6 inches of snow. Um, so you're right. It could be a pain to try to explain that risk. And that's really what you're doing is trying to explain risk. So foggy in Manhattan today and points just west. The reason why is that you're seeing very warm boundary layer at the surface and a lot of moisture at the surface rising into a much colder environment. That's what's leading to that fog. Let's see if I can get this to refresh here. This is as of 148. Again, there's our moderate. There's our moderate. Very light here. So far, so good in our redevelopment. Let's refresh this real fast. And there you're starting to see more growth. Another band here, another band here, another band here. So it's starting to take shape. And let's see, do we have any more new? Oh no, we still have the 18Z. So again, if we compare to where we're at right now is 152. So here's the HRR during this time period. Pretty much matches up with what we're seeing. And as we go forward, now I'm curious. Let's see. It's not 15 minutes, but let's just see what the new model guidance, the RRFS. This is supposed to replace the HRR guidance. Okay, so we'll go to 16. Oh, it didn't load. All right, so we'll try 17. And let's see what this is saying. And it's kind of showing the same thing here. So this model, the RRFS-A, is supposed to replace the HRR and the NAM model guidance this spring. It's been so-so. We'll see how well it goes going forward. But it's basically now showing the same thing as the HRR guidance. So this certainly can produce that, additional 2 inches or so that we're looking for. And if you guys really want to see the snow map, so many locations already picked up an inch. You add in another 2 inches. There's your 2-3 inch. It doesn't really show much sign for that mesoscale banding in this. So we'll see which one pans out. And then we want to use the NAM model guidance. 12Z, it looks like, there it is. NAM model guidance is a little bit warmer, but then still ends up the same way. Probably producing another, again, 1 to 2 inches. Oh no, the NAM really goes crazy. So why does the NAM do this? You see this? So why does it do this? Well, this is what you should do when you're doing these snow maps. Instead of doing the snow maps, do this, the 1 hour precipitation. Now, what am I looking for when I'm studying this? There's your inverted trough signal. There's your enhancement. So it's producing these bands. And that's how it gets that heavier snow burst showing up. And while it's doing that, the way that looks like on this 1 hour snow map is these bursts of basically about a tenth to half an inch of snow per hour. Interesting. So the NAM is definitely a little bit more convective here. It's a little bit warmer on the coast. but it's also a lot more convective. So those are your mesoscale models. The HRR and RFS are more 1 or 2 additional. The NAM is 3 to 4 inches. Now, when you see this, how do you portray this in a forecast? Do you just do the NAM? Do you just do the HRR? No, you can't, because then if you just lean on one model and not consider the other models, then you leave everybody in a state of not being able to be prepared for both scenarios. But probably the NAM is a little bit too extreme, right? And probably the HRR maybe a little bit too cold on the coast. So that's where you start to set up your ranges. You go, okay, 1, 2, 3 inches at most on the coast. There's your 1 to 3 inch range. So there's your 1 to 3 inch range right there, based on that. 1 inch most likely, 3 inch if everything gets wild. Then you do the same thing here. Okay, most likely everyone's around 2 inches. If it gets wild, like the NAM is showing, then you got your 4 or 5 inches, right? Either way, everyone's covered. Same thing out here, although some locations have already gone over some of the forecasts out here in northeastern Pennsylvania. But you see, that's how you do the forecast. You just don't pick a model and then copy and paste. That's not how it works. What you want to do is look at what the different models are saying, why they're saying it, and then adjust based on that what is most likely the range that will impact you. So that's how you develop that forecast. At what point should we know if the banding is redeveloping or will verify that? We're actually already seeing it. You can see it's starting to take shape already, right here. Oh, there's a big burst. Let's refresh this again. This is as of 4 minutes ago. There's our burst. You wanted to get verification? There it is. There it's starting to line up right here. So now we're getting all this starting to subset in. It is clearly snowing now here in Freehold. We are still at 33.1. But there's our signal right here. It's starting to get going. Yep. Hey, Susan. What's wrong? Oh. Uh-oh. What? Oh, I'm sorry. That stinks. Susan, say hi to everybody. Hello, everybody. Are you kidding me? They put it on the. God, anyone could have taken that. Oh my God. Ah, wonderful. 2.5 inches here in Lutz County, waiting for snow to melt to get a liquid equivalent. Seems to have more liquid content yesterday by the rain gauge. There we go. Yeah, it's fine. Probably, yeah. Yay, another pot of coffee. So we're starting to see everything take shape here. Let's see here. Oh, right. Mr. S from CRAS. Oh, very cool. Glad you're up and running. Not too bad now, but looks like snow is going to start up again. Yep. Well, thank you very much, Paul. I really appreciate it. No, it's not almost over. It's just beginning. Suffolk will do good. All right. Nothing in Ocean Township, Monmouth County. We'll get us snow later. Yeah, I think that this afternoon, evening, right about when the football games, right in the middle of the football games, I think that's where we're going to see a lot of our snow. Yeah, it's perfect. Just about when everyone's out and they've been drinking and pissed off about the games, they're driving in snow. Now, anyone who's down here in southern New Jersey, let me know what you're experiencing out here with this precipitation. Yeah. Right now, we definitely have a little bit of a mix of everything out there. Definitely some snowflakes. More snow now than rain. Definitely more snow. We're starting to come down pretty heavy. Well, I would say moderate. But we're still waiting for that. See, now we're waiting for that true cold air transport really to drive in at the surface. That's what's going to be key over the next 3 hours to see that take place. Coming down pretty good in Old Bridge. So it's all expanding. It's all starting to evolve here. I'd just like to see it take place up here too. One of the clients up there is a little concerned, so I want to see that snow get started up there. But it'll fill in. Here in Freehold as well. Okay. Is this really snow? I'm not able to go out and check. It's kind of like a rain, snow, sleet mix, and sometimes it goes over more to snow, then it goes back to sleet, then it's snow, then it's rain. It's kind of a mix of everything right now, making everything really slushy out there. But I'm definitely seeing more snowflakes as we go on. And we're also seeing, again, notice how the precipitation shield is starting to get darker. So we're starting to see, definitely seeing that. That's starting to come down. There's a new Fern Genesis here at 850 millibars, right over central New Jersey. Here's our next band that's producing light snow over northern New Jersey. So that's at 850. That's all starting to come together. Okay, so let's start from the top here. 700 millibars. There's our Fern Genesis. Then we go to 850 millibars. First, let's take a look at the advection. Actually, let's look at the overall theme here, where we're starting to see our shift in the winds. But still, we don't have a true 850 low out here yet. That tells us our storm isn't mature yet in any way, shape, or form. But still, plenty cold enough. Our -6 to -8 is now over northern New Jersey, getting ready to drop into the I-95 corridor. So this range right here, see this right here? This area right here is where we have optimal snow growth. And that's what we're going to see dropping right over the I-95 corridor this afternoon and evening. It's just over northern New Jersey now. That's one. And then in terms of the advection, again, the warm air transport is leaving at 850. Cold air transport starting to come in. Winds are starting to shift. Majority of your warm air transport 850 are focused over the ocean and Long Island and southern Connecticut. And then as a result, there's our frontogenesis. Then we go down to 925 millibars. And this is new. There's our new 925 millibar low. Here's this cold air transport. Notice the winds are now coming in from the northwest over, let's say, the Delaware River Valley, northeast over northeastern New Jersey, east right off the mid Atlantic, right off the central New Jersey coast, northeast over central New Jersey, northwest over southern New Jersey. So this is going to start to drive our cold air transport. And so in terms of our advection, no more warm air advection at 9 to 25 millibars and lower. And here comes our cold air transport with the new 925 millibar low off the coast. So this is starting to grow. So now the surface low has been established. The 925 millibar low is now established next to 850 millibar low to become established. So the whole storm structure is starting to establish. And so as far as our 925 millibar for Genesis, now it's setting up right on the I-95 corridor. Perfect. It's evolving exactly as expected. And finally, we go down to the surface. There's our new surface low. Here's our freezing line at the surface, getting ready to drop south. Now we have our northerly winds. Temperature change not really showing up all that much yet, which tells us we're not getting any strong warm air or cold air transport. It's pretty much neutral right now until our low really gets going. Oh yeah, it's definitely snow now. Yep, it is all snow now in Freehold. There you go. 2 o'clock, 2:09. It came over as all snow now. Back to all snow. Here's our divergence we were looking for. Now lining up on the I-95 corridor. Lining up with our jet circulation, focusing on the I-95 corridor again. Again, the strongest is out here, minus 14. That's pretty strong. Strong enough for banding out here. Deformation zone out here. See if it starts to line up in here to produce heavier snowfall. Get us to our highest levels. Vorticity vector out there still. That makes sense. Okay, that all makes sense. All right, good. So there is nothing like as far as anything that's unusual that would say, hey, we need to go higher or lower. There's really nothing that's showing up that says, hey, we need to adjust the forecast one way or the other. The banding's starting to set up, everything's pretty much starting to line, the observations all shifting. Now it's a matter of once we get that convergence, let's take a look at a moisture convergence. There it is off the coast. There is our sign of our stronger storm, again off the coast. Fluid trapping off the coast. So there's all our signs that the brunt of the storm stays off the coast. So there's no concern about that. And now we wait. Now we focus on the surface temperatures down to 35 in Millville, 31 in Allentown, snow and sleet. We've definitely gone to all snow here. Now it's the question of, and we're cooling as well, back down to freezing again. So that's starting to show up. So now we start to step up. Now things start kicking into high gear. This is as a 206 5 minutes ago. Let's refresh. It's just a matter of just waiting for this. This is the hard part, is waiting for the redevelopment. Let's see. Looking at the symbols at MJO, I see a chance for higher heights out west, but probably saying positive P&A is not the right term to use. Definitely better chance for a ridge out west and a trough in the east. I'm just not sure whether we'll get a frequent position of the ridge axis to be perfect for winter storms. I'll put it that way. How often do these maps update? It depends, anywhere between 5 to 15 minutes, depending. Sometimes they're faster, sometimes they're slower. 33.4 on Long Island, 33.8, but winds have shifted more to the north northeast. Any chance of banding in northwestern New Jersey creates substance over northeast New Jersey. That's happening right now. The idea is that as the gradient that we were talking about, 850 millibars, make sure I'm at the this signal right here, as it drops south, this will drop into northeast New Jersey. It's starting to gradually do that now. So we're all starting to see everything come together here. And this all takes place. Reading over everything. Let me refresh X here. Is X down? Right? X might be down, or there we go. Okay. So let's see what we got here in observations on X. Let's see here. 1.8 inches at 2 p.m. A few snowflakes still falling. See if the radar fills back in. East Covering Township, Pennsylvania. So they're pretty much within my forecast right there. Current observations 2:06 p.m. Columbus, New Jersey. Light steady snow, temperature 32.7. Warren, New Jersey's featuring some nice snowfall. That's a scenic view. Just noticed the reflection off TV window is the window watching Steve live stream on YouTube. Oh yeah, I didn't realize that. Thank you, honey. Right. And there we go. There's our satellite picture. Just updated, waiting for it to rotate. Notice now we're starting to see more colder and colder cloud tops here. And you see this rib nature. There's our mesoscale banding right there in the back edge. Again, this is more steady, okay, out here over the ocean. And then you get this on the western back edge here, all this lifting out here. So this is going to tell us, again, we're seeing a focus here and here. It's all starting to line up. And so while that happens, this starts to take shape. As of 5 minutes ago, let's see if we get new data yet. Not yet. Okay. So now we start to see this all line up. And now the question is just whether or not we get some of that heavier snow set up here or if it's focused more here. And that's pretty much the question as we move forward. Very light snow right now in New City, New York. Just looking at Earth News Schools appears to be surface reflection of this 70 millibar vortex down at 250 millibars and 500 millibars. You're going to bring some really bitter cold. Yeah, yeah, we're setting up for some really brutal Arctic air invading. That is for sure. And again, just so everyone understands, so we're going over this again. This is where we have a lot of our rain. This is going to change over to snow. Most locations around 1 inch. If we get into any banding, could push up to 3 inches. Again, in this zone, everything changes over to snow if it hasn't already. On the low end, 2 inches. That's if we don't get into any of that banding. If we do get into that banding, we can easily push into that 4 to 5 inch range. That covers our NAM solution, by the way. And then out here is where we got our 1 to 3 inches out here. Again, some of these locations out here are already exceeded the 1 inch that was expected, but for the most part, the rest of the event, very light snow out here, like towards York and Harrisburg and Lebanon. A little bit more light to moderate snow in Allentown, Lancaster. That's where we could pick up another 1 or 2 inches on top of what you already have. And then out here in this area is where we're going to be focusing on the banding this afternoon, evening, setting up that snowfall. So that's where we're at right now. Mostly whether or not I verify. Many locations I expect to verify on the low end. There's no way everyone's going to get banding. Oh, all right. Well, let's check out the New York City radar. Let's duplicate and let's go. See if I can move. See. Okay, that's the New York City radar. This is great too. Okay, so what can we see on this? There's our winter storm out here. Steady, heavy snow, so on and so forth, right? Out here is where we start to seeing our banding starting to take shape. The radar's a little bit too far out to pick out what's going on in central New Jersey, but you can see some of that expansion starting to grow out here and starting to expand into northeastern New Jersey. So when you combine these two, you can see this starting to take shape, and then some of the snow starting to take shape out here. Storm remains out over the coastal waters, and this is where we're at our back end. If this was over us, then we would be talking about 6, 12 inches of snow easy. But it's not, so that is what it is. But it is nice out. It's a nice scenic day. Nice snow. Let's update this. I'm curious to see the new updated 12Z temperatures on this. Let's see. Oh my God. 19 on Tuesday. It's kind of like a roller coaster. This is out ahead of our next Arctic cold front, and boom, we're in the freaking teens again, 30 and back down to the 20s. Holy smokes, that's just rough. That's not good at all. And extended just keeps on going. So you'll every so often you get like a day where you get back to normal, but it's just perpetually cold in Philadelphia. And the same thing showing up in New York City. How do you like that for the end of January and the start of February? Struggling to get up to normal for a day, but then well below normal. Ooh, that's going to be a pain on the heating degree days, that's for sure. The European produces 4 inches of snow out of this in New York City. See what it does in Philadelphia. About 2 inches. And in Wrightstown, let's see, about 3 inches. So all of them pretty much within that 2 to 5 inch range. We'll see how well it verifies. Now the 18Z data coming out. Again, this is every 15 minutes. Again, the idea, snow shield grows, expands. No change to that idea. We're pretty much in that time period where everything starts to grow and expand. Well, we're definitely seeing snow now in Freehold. See if there's anything new on YouTube land. No snow so far in Wilmington, Delaware. Don't worry, just wait. I think you need to go lower in zone 2. Okay. Well, we'll see. No point changing it now. It's already in the middle of happening. Let's see here. Which observation is talking about here? Let's see here. There's our trough. Here's our precipitation. Audrey's here? Oh, hi, Audrey. Oh, let's see here. Freezing surface chart. I'm not sure what this is a right here. This is an inverted. This is a trough that we're talking about. Let's see. Heavy snow now in Western Atlantic. There we go. I do not be too cold for any big storms. I don't know. We'll see. Let's see. I feel bad. Yeah, I think I might have missed Audrey when she was on. Hey, Audrey. Oh, there she is. Hi, Steve. I just joined. What did I miss? Hey, Audrey. How are you doing? All right. Well, the snow is getting started. I can tell you that right now. I mean, the main event's about to start. Right in time for football. So perfect. We'll have football. We'll have some. Yeah, absolutely. This whole setup is really starting to take shape pretty nicely here, I think. Now it's just a matter of watching to see the surface temperatures here start to tumble a bit. That's what's going to be key. That's the key here. Once this see the stationary front here, this is got to drop off the coast here. Once that happens, everyone falls below freezing here, or well, at freezing at the very least around the southern New Jersey coast. I clearly see this setting up pretty nicely. So going since 8 a.m. the whole chat. Now we're pushing 6.5 hours. And by the way, I love the fact this is happening during the day because now I'm not struggling to stay awake. Yes, and pre-workout too. I'll be watching the radars in football at work. That's how you do it. That's how you. I mean, look, I got like what is it? One, two, three, four, five, six screens, and two going yourselves. And this one will. We're back down to freezing here in Freehold with I'd say a snow sleet mix, maybe mostly snow. Definitely starting to pick up accumulation on the driveway again. Just dropped a degree to 33 here, getting close. So, Audrey, who do you have winning for today? PVA is increasing. So we're starting to see it's getting there. It's starting to grow. We're watching it live here. It's starting to take shape. And by the way, we were talking beforehand how because I'm going down to Houston, I am expecting something to pop. I know neither am I. I don't want it to happen too, but just because I'm going to be away, I know it's going to happen. Look at this starting to take. Yeah, I don't blame you. So yeah, it's all starting to take shape now. Now I want to see this part grow here. Right now we're starting to see strong banding in central Jersey. We want to see it start taking shape here. We're not seeing this though. This type of intensity we're not going to see. Yeah, pretty much Mother Nature. See, when it comes in overnight, if I'm doing live coverage, I'm literally burning myself out. It's hard for me to pull it off anymore. It's one of those things where like you realize you're in your mid 40s and it's like, yeah, no, doing an all-nighter is not a good idea. You're going to feel that in a big way for at least a week. Yep. No. Audrey is a wonderful meteorologist. She is awesome. She's the one that got me to convince me to do some more TV. So thanks to her, she's the reason why I do these live coverage things now. Because I was not prepared to do like anything video or any of that stuff. I learned that, and yes, and you definitely cheerleaded too. See if we see any. Oh, now that's interesting depiction. There's our cold front out here. There's a little wave of low pressure. There's our other wave of low pressure, 1,008 millibars now. There's our heavy precipitation off the coast. But now we're starting to see some signs here on the. I wonder. That. What is that? Hmm. All right. Time to dive into the obs. Wonder if that's what that is. That son of a. Okay. We might be we might be entering a period of we might be entering our period of rapid intensification with this low pressure system. This is a little this might get very interesting this afternoon and evening to see how this all plays out. This is really cool. 9 to 20, 9 to 25 is definitely a little bit colder than modeled. All this warm air has got to be at 975, which is annoying as hell because you can't see it graphically. Let me see if I can refresh tropical tidbits here. Here's the 18. Let's see if we can get some idea of what this looks like. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Close to 3. We'll go close to 3 and see where we're at here. I want to see something here. Yeah, there it is. All your warm air for this whole storm is literally at 975 millibars. One layer. One layer. For central New Jersey, it's one layer. For southern New Jersey, it's down to the surface. That's it. That's all the, and that could definitely be taken care of with strong lifting. Now, let's see if we can get surface observation 1008. There's that. This right here is very interesting to me. That combined with the cold air. See out here, here's your really Arctic air. Look at this 18, 20. Okay, see that right there? Now, that's this Arctic air surging in. Look how fast it's moving. It's trying to catch up with this storm. It's not going to do it in time for it to reach here and really blow up, but it's going to be it's the sign here is to cascade to get the cold air to push in towards the coast. And this Arctic boundary here, that's what this is. And that lines up just right. Look out central Pennsylvania, 17, 22, 23. That's all charging eastward. Right here, your polar air. Out here is your maritime air. So maritime air, polar air, Arctic air. It's all starting to surge and catch. Now, why is it surging eastward? Okay, so here's how this plays out. When you have a low pressure system, you're having air rise, right? And when the air is rising, you have to balance that out with it's called conservation of mass. So as the air is rising, other air has to rush in to fill that void. So what we're seeing here is that as our low pressure system is intensifying, cold air is rapidly getting pushed, driven eastward to fill in that void. So we could see that clearly in this here. Now, with the Arctic air, you also have dry air. So, this is why in central Pennsylvania, you're going to start getting very cold, but you're going to cut off your precipitation. But for us, what that's going to lead to is that your polar air is going to take hold more. And as that's happening, this frontogenesis starts to strengthen, which is why this is starting to show up more. You see how you're getting this ribbed, colder cloud tops here, which in turn leads to the surface starting to shift colder. and your frontogenesis begin to intensify at all levels of the mid levels. Look at that. That's all starting to take hold. And where is it getting strongest? 925 millibars. Right on the I-95 corridor, matching up perfectly with this forecast. Right here, where do we have the 2 to 5? Here. Where do we have the strongest frontogenesis starting to take shape? Here. So now we see whether or not it plays out. Over the next, let's see, between now and 8 p.m., this is going to start to intensify. Our snow rate's going to start to increase, and we're starting to see that. Now we have pure snow out here in central Jersey and Freehold. We have snow falling. So it's all starting to play out very nicely. Wet snow in Jackson, 33.9, not sticking yet. Let's see here. I got a couple of questions here I got to knock out here. Let's see. Pressure is definitely falling. My Garmin watch issued a storm warning, 4 millibar drop in 3 hours. Hey, honey, do you start having headaches yet? No. Okay, well, let me know when you do. We'll know that the low's really intensifying. She's like my little barometer, right? I just know whenever a bad storm's come, she always gets like a headache and stuff like that. So I'm like, all right, I better take this seriously. Oh boy. What would rapid intensification now mean for the overall forecast? It means that the forecast is going to work. If we didn't have rapid intensification or this low, I'd be screwed because there's no other way to get the cold air in. Wet snow in Jackson. Let's see. Steady rain with a little bit of snow to mix in 35 degrees in Millville, New Jersey. So it begins. At 210, 32.5 over light snow with a bit of what I think is grapple. 1230 since 1230 as of 2 p.m. have received 1.6 inches. North Hamilton, New Jersey, East Passaic. I'm in Wayne, still very light snow here. Will it pick up also based on my location? Yes, you should see it pick up. Then it's just a matter of, I do expect light to moderate snow for everybody. Now it's a question of just where does that banding finally set up to push us to that upper level in the precipitation. But everything I wanted to see is starting to shake out here. A little touch and go. Little touch and go. Had to wait to see whether or not things are starting to play out, but it's starting to go. Snow off and on in Kearney, New Jersey. Snow in Brooklyn. All right. Temperature dropping. Looked like rain trying to change to snow in Ocean Township. 33. Light rain in Smithstown, New York. So we're getting a mix of everything. Here we have X. And I have to say, I am impressed that my voice has held up for over 6 hours. See how well I do tomorrow. Let's see here. The website I like to use is called weathermodels.com. They do pretty good. I enjoy them. I like them because I can use them with my color blindness. I can adjust, I can set them up so I can see what I need to see. Yeah, you have to. We just had a whole discussion here where people couldn't see my cursor and they couldn't see what I was pointing at. So yes, which I fixed. So I'm glad we could see the cursor. Just double checking, make sure I'm not missing anything. So far, so good. Yeah. Oh, hold on, I got one here. I'm getting ready to head out to the farm and do some cleaning. Seems to be trailing off in South Brunswick. What are your? It's going to continue to snow. You're in a lull, but you're start to moving out of that lull. Um, for the most part. East Bergen is currently snowless, 32 degrees. So let's go check out Northeast New Jersey right now, since that's where we're getting a lot of requests. Now, you see how this is very light here showing up? Let's go step down a bit. So right now we're getting some intense banding taking shape here in central Jersey, right here, and southern Jersey. And right now we're waiting for that development to push into northeast Jersey. So that's why you're not seeing anything just yet. But as we move forward, we're going to start to see this develop more and more. And you're starting to see that showing up here very lightly. So, yes, I do expect redevelopment here in Northeast Jersey. Most likely, we're going to have to see this pulse down a little bit, and then you're going to see a rapid expansion. Now, you're starting to see to your southwest that growth in the precipitation shield starting to take shape as well. And in New York City radar, you're also seeing snow grow out here on Long Island, heaviest snowfall out here. Again, that's what's suppressing some of your development here. But if you look at the storm overall, again, the western edge here is going to be coming in. Our cold air is going to be advancing. And now it's just a matter of waiting for that to drop in. So now we finally shifted everything to the north and northwest. Now it's just a matter of getting everything just to evolve over the next couple of hours, which matches up with the HRR. But that's why we're not seeing anything. I knew Northeast New Jersey was going to take the longest to redevelop. It always does. It's always stuck in that area where it just, for some reason, it's always in between all of the mesoscale, developing mesoscale banding. But it's getting there. Starting to see it grow out in Philadelphia. This is starting to weaken. Let's see if we got any new mesoscale data yet. So, like I said, we'll be watching this zone right here for this feature right here, the drop. It's getting there, but it's not there yet. Let's refresh this real fast. And we'll put in surface and current temperatures. So there's our freezing line right there. There's our Arctic air back here, polar air here, maritime air here. And now we just watch to see this grow. And that's essentially where we're at right now. We're at that point right now where we wait for this to maximize, bless you, set up and take shape. This is probably the hardest part of the forecast in terms of going over everything. In terms of just waiting for everything to pan out. Okay, thank you. Let's see. It's still raining Cape May. That's expected. Flakes are slowly getting bigger in Newark. I think that's probably Delaware. It's still passing. Let's see here. For those of you guys in Pennsylvania, for the most part, the worst of the snow is pretty much done out here. You'll still get some light snow, but I think the bulk of your accumulating snow is pretty much over. Where is the current surface freezing line? Let's pull that up. And you could pretty much take it over, let's see here, through central Connecticut, northeast New Jersey, down to Trenton, um, just to the west of Philadelphia, and then over southeastern Pennsylvania into West Virginia. So right about here. Reading still at 34, but everyone else is below freezing there. It might just be a subsidence issue. And then here again is our Arctic air. So in the next hour of observations, we'll be interested to see whether or not some of these temperatures start falling out here into the 20s. We're already seeing that here in northeastern Pennsylvania. But in terms of you guys out here, the worst is pretty much done. Now you just pretty much have light snowflakes, right? So if you got into some of those moderate bands this morning, that was the bulk of your snowfall accumulation. Here is where we're expecting things to pick up going forward this afternoon and evening. Oh yeah, now it is definitely full snow here, and big snowflakes too. Now it's just a matter. Now we're get a little bit colder now, so we're starting to see it in Freehold. Now it's the question of seeing it in northeastern New Jersey, so that way I don't get any more phone calls. Where's the snow? It's coming. Seems that furniture is building pretty quickly at 850 and 125 millibars. Yep. Looking at 850 to 250 millibar divergence appears to be a lot of stretching at 250 millibars. Yeah, let's take a look at that. Let's let's take a look at the stretching. Here we go. See, this is what I was talking about right here. See this signal right here? That's going to enhance a lot of lifting and rising motion. Wonder, instantaneous contraction, back edge of the storm. Yeah, that's all just lining up. So now we wait. There's a new growth here, starting to show up towards the Delaware River. This is the hard part, just waiting for the damn thing to start to get going. Uh, 1 degree drop from 1 p.m. or so. Let's see. Boston is 37. No, that's going to drop. That's for sure. I wouldn't be surprised if Staten Island gets the most snow out of this. They're the most. Staten Island is the closest to being a suburb environment. Mm-hmm. Snow is almost completely stopped in Morris Plains. I'm thinking underperformance. Don't worry, it's gonna start up again. see. Da, 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 da. Definitely. Temperature has been dropping in Newcastle County over the past few hours from 35 to 33. Just wish the timing setup was better. So that's in Delaware. So we're seeing that cold air transport at the surface now starting to evolve here. And we're getting more and more observations of that. So I see a little bit more growth here. We're just waiting for a little bit more. Let's see here. This is as 244. This is a little bit. Let's see if we get new data. Okay. All right. This is some good growth here starting to show up over northwestern New Jersey. So that should start to expand into New York City and northeast New Jersey soon. Let's see. See any sign of that here? Yeah, it's starting to get there. So the process is starting. It's just taking a little bit longer in northeastern New Jersey. Observations. 36 in Belmar now. 34 Millville. 38. 38. Bless you. In Atlantic City and Wildwood. Don't worry, I did that earlier. 34 now down in Delaware. Philadelphia 35, rain, snow. And we're definitely snow here now. Time to have more coffee. Yeah, I probably need to refill in a few. Let's see here. Mm-hmm. I definitely there's always a chance. Yeah, I mean there's a pretty good chance of a clipper dropping through this week. Absolutely. In fact, I'm keeping an eye on Thursday. Do you think we see less than 1 inch in Bloomfield, New Jersey? No, I think you see basically 1 or 2 inches additional in Bloomfield. Yeah, I definitely could see that. Guys, this is still going to take off as we move on. It's 3 o'clock now. And again, let's go check out the new HRR. Let's see if we got new HRR data come in. Let's see, it would be 19Z. Nope, still 18Z out here. But here we are at 3. Here's what it's showing, right? Looks pretty similar. Very light signal here in Northeast Jersey. Bulk, excuse me, your focus here in Central New Jersey. Look what happens as we go forward. So yeah, there's still going to be snow this evening. So there we go. It's just a matter of us waiting for that growth. It's starting to happen. There's the growth starting to happen now. Just a little bit of patience. I know our society does not like patience. I know that. Everyone wants it now. Yes, but unfortunately, that's not how weather works. But Okay, so we want to take a look at the dendritic. I kind of stay away from that because usually it confuses people, but sure, I'll show you. Let's see here. Winter weather. Let's see here. Not bad. Dendritic layer got close to 2008 to 60. That's pretty deep here over northeast New Jersey. Not bad. Here, actually, you know what? Let's do. So there's a little bit of dry air that we're talking about over northeast Jersey, but starting to give way and still good. There's that -6 to -8 level. And that's going to drop southward. So still pretty favorable. Not much change there. It's just a matter of getting the lifting going. Again, there's all your deep moisture out here. And then here's your dry air, Arctic air coming in. So it's still moist enough here. It's just a matter of getting things going. Waiting for that. There's our cold air transport. Let's see if we got new phrenogenical data here. There it is lined up. It's just that one layer. We had that with the last storm too, that one layer. 850 lined up perfectly now, and 700 is also lined up perfectly now. So again, it's just a matter of playing out the process, and the process is starting to show that growth, like we were saying. So there's everything starting to grow. It's going to build into Northeast Jersey and build into New York City Metro. So it's just a matter of just waiting for that process to take shape and evolve. Very small flakes and light to moderate snow in Union County. There we go. Near Route 78, suspect radar's not picking up very well, if at all. Snowing in Foxborough. Well, that's right. The game should be on any minute now, huh? Let's see. Make sure we don't have the volume on because God knows I'll get ticked off with that. So we'll keep an eye on that. He's out for the playoffs. Yeah, he's done. I don't know. But man, this is tough being a Broncos fan. That's rough. I know was at Coney both. Hey, I have no clue. Thanks, Art. Art knows nothing. Light snow here in Essex County, so it's starting to take shape. Someone wants thunder snow, as always. So it's starting to pick up. It's starting to show up. That's good to hear. It's not picking up on the radar, which tells you it's really fine snowflakes. It's certainly picking up. It's definitely snowing pretty good now here in Freehold. Snow in Foxborough. Okay, got that. Steve still moderate snow, western Atlantic, Grass and vehicles covering now. Why can't we get these storms on Christmas? I don't want these storms. We had one almost like we had one the day after Christmas. We don't want them on Christmas. Look, here's the thing, right? I want you guys to consider this with Christmas, right? Someone's got to work to remove that snow. Like who? Well, what if you do that? You're snowed in with your family. That can really backfire on you. It's a drizzly snow in Upper Manhattan, so it's starting to rebuild. Okay, so this is good. I was starting to get a little nervous there. Like, hey, can we get this showing up here over Northeast Jersey? But we're starting to get observations, people pointing out, hey, it's snowing, but it's not picking up on the radar. And here's our growth. Just got this updated at 3 o'clock. Our snow's starting to pick up here. So probably you're going to get more steady snowfall showing up in a bit. And it's starting to pick up. There we go. Now we got what we want. Now we're showing it. There we go. Yeah, I bet you it shows it if you do a composite. There it is. So let's set up the composite and see what that looks like. See, there's the composite. And see, there's our heavier snowfall. That's starting to grow in moderate snowfall, and this is a very light snowfall. Let's see here. That's a low pressure system out here. Now we're down to 32 in Trenton. And let's see what we got here. Just pulling in the observations here. We're starting to fall in freehold now, so we're starting to see our temperatures fall off down to 34 in Belmar's now reporting light snow and 34. It was as high as 38. It's gone down to 34. So now everything's starting to come together. There we go. Bam. 38, 37 in Wildwood. We were up to 40. In central Delaware, Dover, now reporting rain, snow. So there we go. We're starting to get things evolving here. There we go. Reading's not reporting anything now, 32. That dry Arctic air is invading. So this is going to shut down in a lot of east central Pennsylvania. Okay. You had the bulk of your snow, and some of you guys surprise snow over what was forecasted. Now everything's starting to focus right on the I-95 corridor. Temperatures starting to fall, precipitation starting to pick up, snow is starting to develop here. So now things are starting to get going here. Now we're starting to cook. And you can see, look at the shading is starting to turn darker. You want to put on the winter mask, fine. And you can see it's all starting to show up here very nicely. But I prefer the non-winter mask because I can see the precipitation gradient a little bit better. We're seeing. Mhm. That's a lingering low pressure system. This is what's left of the different short waves all combining into the new surface low pressure system. So let's see here. Use this. We'll go to the surface map, do full ConUS, and then surface map here. Okay. So what we have here is our new primary taking over. And on this map, it's more like a trough, but essentially you got all your old primary low pressure systems all folding into this one. So it's basically starting to converge into one storm, but a little bit too late for us, a little bit too far east. So on the surface map, that's essentially what we're starting to see. And that leads to that trough here. And that starts to lead to this freezing line now starting to drop down towards the coast. You're starting to see that sag already starting to show up. But you see it even better when you look at the live observations. So that's what we're going to be focusing on. So that's basically, this is all starting to collapse. This front's starting to fall apart. And this is our new primary surface low out here. And so as a result, all of our temperatures are starting to fall now as we get more and more observations. And so this process is going to continue to evolve. So we're starting to get going now. So now we know the lighter snow's building in. Now we're going to use these radars for tracking the mesoscale banding, the lower tilt. So this tells us overall that the snow shield's growing and expanding, with light snow starting to be reported in northeastern Pennsylvania. And then here is where we're going to be watching our banding set up and grow up. And this is where we see the potential for a moderate snow to go. Let's see here. Want this day before Christmas Eve, so the snow's on the ground, but cleared Christmas Eve and Christmas Day. Yeah, that works. I was getting nervous too. My temp went up to zero point 0.4 degrees in the last few minutes. Hmm. That sounds like a little bit of substance passing over you. Sinking air. Let's see, what do we have here? There we go. New observations. Bucks County looks like a solid 4 or 5 inches here. A light snow, 32 degrees. So now we see how this plays out. 3 o'clock now. We got about another, I'd say, 5 hours of snowfall. See if that, see whether or not we pick up the 2 inches at the very least, or if we get some more surprises. So that is going to be the question. Do we get our low end at 2 inches? See how that plays out. Let's see. Restrictions light to moderate snow around 0.5 to 0.3 inch rate. Pretty early for this, and it feels colder. So it is starting to grow. Now we just see if it works. Does the forecast work? We're going to find out over the next 5 hours, basically. 5 hours to get 2 inches. That's what we're looking at. Yeah, I took a lunch break at 12. Yeah, go for it. Absolutely. I just like to see this growth. That's good. Thank God. Thank you. Now, see that moderate snow signal starting to get into Northeast Jersey now. So yeah, there's our growth. There we go. We just gotta get into New York City. Mm. It looks like, yeah, the Patriots are not gonna be able to run on this team. I love that helmet. Holy crap. Dude, that looks like something out of Spaceballs. If anyone ever watched Spaceballs, look for Dark Helmet. It literally looks the same thing. It's certainly snowing out there, that's for sure. Let's see, what do we got here? It's probably something you already went over, but I just joined you now. What's with this cold coming in the next couple of weeks? What's your take? Protect your pipes. It's real. It's with that polar vortex, and you get the subtropical jet stream. Something's gonna pop. But it's going to get very cold, very very cold. We do have some very fine snow just falling in Odessa, Delaware, 33 dew point. There we go. Let's see. It's been snowing in some form of freehold since I got up around 8 this morning, and there was already a layer on the ground. Love to see an old fashioned nor'easter. I would love to just see an easy snowstorm, as in that it's just all snow everywhere, and it's just a matter of finding the QPF. I would love that. That'd be great. Certainly make it easier to forecast. Per the radar, it seems the rain snow line hasn't budged in the last 2 hours. It's going to budge as we move on through this evening. As that low pressure system intensified, the fact that, let me go back to the surface map here. Where are you? The fact now that we finally got the northeast winds and also the 9 to 25 millibar low has now formed off the coast, that's going to cause our rain snow line to fall back towards the coast. There's our storm. Here's our low. There's our main focus of the storm. There's our precipitation. So here's our main storm right here. That's what's missing us. And so what we're talking about here is this right here. And just now you could just start to see a drop. Here we go. There it is. It's just starting to drop now. It's not a lot yet, but it's starting to make that push. Mm.
1 second. Just got a client. Drop an email. Tennessee. There we go. So just had to send out an email to a client. Yes, that's the correlation coefficient I'm looking at. And we tend to do this too when we're watching these storms. Some people just give up a little bit too fast. Well, the Patriots scored. Maybe they'll have a shot. We'll see. Well, that's not good. The guy was returning it. He slipped and fell. That's not good at all. Okay. I'd be concerned if I wasn't seeing this growth. But we're seeing that growth. Temperatures keep on wavering around between 32 and 34. Belmar keeps on going between snow and rain. Same thing around Philadelphia. That's funny. Millville's 33 in snow. Philadelphia 35 in rain. Three 16. And let's see, we got the new HRR come in. No change. Still the same burst, still the same setup. Let's see what it does to surface temperatures. Let's see. Where are you? There you are. Okay, let's see. 5 o'clock. So at 5 o'clock, it rapidly drops the temperatures on the coast where everyone's fallen below freezing. And then the Arctic air comes in overnight. Can I get a refill of the coffee? Thanks. Got that. Go back to the regular one. There we go. Boom.
Now we're getting now we're starting to get more signals here. The moderate heavier bands. Okay. Say hi. Let's see here. 11 p.m. We're going to get any more, you think? Not Eastern Pennsylvania. You're pretty much done with the burst of this, except for right around Philadelphia. Like anyone down here in southeastern Pennsylvania, pretty much at the end of this. Just very, very light snow the rest of the way. The focus is basically here now, going forward. And now, yeah, now we're starting to really get this going. Yep. I wouldn't be surprised in the 4 o'clock hour we start seeing more moderate snow showing up in New York City. Probably change over to all snow in Philadelphia. I wasn't expecting more than what we were getting around here as far as Boston. I know there's some people going like 6 to 8 inches, but I was not anywhere near that idea. I was like, yeah, we'll start probably go 2 to 5 inches there too. But I didn't like that idea of going significantly more than that. The snow rate, let's see here. Let me go here. East Bergen, extremely light snow. If it were rain, it would likely be miss. What are the snow ratios in this environment? This environment's definitely 10 to 1. I wouldn't go anything above that. As we go forward, it will probably drop to like or rise to like 11 to 1, but I wouldn't go any further than that. If we had the Arctic air drop in, like we were talking about back here, we're seeing temperatures in the upper teens and lower 20s, then you could start making an argument for 15 to 1 and stuff like that. But that was never an option, in my opinion, in this scenario. Now, you might be wondering, why do you see 33 here in Sonoma Millville, but to the north in Philadelphia, it's 35? Okay, well, let's take a look at the radar here. You have very strong lifting here, so you're having rising motion, and that is causing cooling. But in Philadelphia, you don't have that yet. You have, in fact, some sinking air here, so that's why it's a little bit warmer. Once we start getting more lifting involved in Philadelphia, then it changes back over to snow. Now the question is, do we have enough of a potential to cause enough cooling in the atmosphere to support that accumulation, which I think we will as we move forward as the cold air builds in. But we have to wait. We really have to get this low pressure system to fall into this one. Get rid of this. Let me zoom out here just for a minute. There's our primary, 1008 millibars. Not very strong yet. There's our old primaries getting ready to fall in. Again, and this is the difference between this being a major storm and just a moderate event. There's our true cold air back here, waiting to drop south once this collapses. And it already has done so in the mid levels. Done so at 925 millibars. It's done so at 850 millibars. We're just waiting for that freezing line to drop in. But yeah, this is definitely a 10 to 1 ratio. Mm. Oh, that is some good coffee. Mm. Wow, a lot more activity here on X. I didn't see here. Um, Boston will see snow. I just don't see this as being a big snowstorm. I'm in Philadelphia waiting for the snow to start. We had some this morning. Churchville, 34 degrees. Snow is picking up. Hi, Susan. There you go. Starts snowing again in Secaucus, New Jersey. Da, 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 da. I have to check that out. YouTube Premium. Let's see what that is. I'll have to check that out. Let's see. I'm just save this. Don't know about next weekend. Let's see. For New York City, we'll just get 1 to 2 inches tops. Snow is in snowing here in northeastern Pennsylvania. I'm trying to catch up to everybody, but thank you as always. We have 7,905 views. Very cool. So we're starting to see that all start to evolve here. Just making sure I don't miss anybody. As we're waiting for the new observations, it's only 3:30. So we got a little bit of time to wait before new observations come in. We can see already that moderate precipitation starting to take shape. Yeah, now it's pushing to northeastern New Jersey. Now we're starting to see it. Let's see here. This is at 3:27. There's only 2 minutes old. And you can see again, now we're starting to see this all blossom. And we can see the snow's coming down pretty good here in Freehold now. And that's also starting to get into New York City now. Yeah, Wilkes-Barre's pretty much done. Yeah. This is for Philadelphia to New York City, right around the I-95 corridor. To the west of that, it's pretty much coming to an end if it hasn't already. So here, so this area right here is pretty much done. And in fact, here you can literally see how this is cutting in like this? This is the Arctic air racing in, trying to capture this low. Now it's going to be too late for us, but it'll be just enough time for, let's say, Nova Scotia and Maine. But like for Boston, just missed. But this is still like a 2 to 5 type situation here. Same thing for New York City, same thing in Philadelphia. I think for us down here, lean more towards that 2, 3 inch mark as we move on through the afternoon, as we move into the evening. I think that's a reasonable play here. And then we'll watch to see where that banding sets up, if any. You can start to see again, starting to take shape. If we do a composite, you can see that even better here. So I tell you what, we'll do the composites. That way we could really highlight where that banding sets up. So right now we got a lot of light snow here. Here's your heavy bands. Long Island. Let's see what's Eastern Long Island. So light snow, 33. Let me know what the observation. What are you guys seeing out here at the surface? Are you seeing snow accumulation on the roads or anything like that out here? With a little bit higher banding out in Eastern Long Island. Let me know. just waiting for the new obs. Come on, guys. Just updated the radar, and again, you can see that growth. So there it is. Now we're starting to go. We have light snow still, no accumulation. Let's see. I'm jumping around all the social media. Okay. Let me pull up. So the coffee I'm drinking is from Manhattan Coffee House, 5 borough blend. Oh, life is starting to help. There we go. So take a look. This is I got this. It's really awesome. What is this is here? Metropolitan. Okay, see. Here you go. There you go. Metropolitan Coffee House, 5 borough blend. Outstanding stuff. Metropolitan Coffee House. She's giving me a look like, really? Yes, we are. Metropolitan Coffee House. Remember it? Google it. There you go. So there is, again, wow. Okay, now we're starting to pick up here. We're starting to see the snow pick up here. A little bit more accumulation starting to take hold now. Mm-hmm. Yes, this is definitely strong coffee. That is true. That is very true. That is definitely true. Let's see. Why is the backbiting to keep in Lehigh Valley? Back building. Well, it's starting to expand a little bit, but I don't think it's going to remain in Lehigh Valley, to be honest. Started to slowly pick up again in Manalapan, made out pretty good this morning, about 1.5 to 2 inches. Been back and forth between light snow and light mix. Now the flakes are getting bigger. Again, pick up in intensity. Light snow in Union County now. There we go. Now we're starting to get back in the game. There we go. All right. 327. Let's see. We got new radar just yet. And 333. There's our growth. You can see the moderate band showing up here. Nice banding of moderate snow here over central New Jersey. We'll see if that starts to build into northeast New Jersey. And we're starting to see more moderate snow in northeast Jersey. Some moderate to heavier precipitation out here in eastern Long Island. Light precipitation out here in Connecticut. Of course, your heaviest snowfall is sustained just to the south of Long Island. And then we zoom out, and again, there is our true storm, and here is our moderate setup. Da, da, da. think I'm on my sixth cup of coffee. Oh, second pot of coffee. There we go. Spotty, light snow in Rocky Point. Snowing in Reading. And let's see. And so far, so good. Let's see if we got any updates on observations here. So we know the mid levels, we know the frontogenesis. See if we got anything new on the surface frontogenesis. There's the back edge of our steady snowfall or our storm. Again, over the coastal waters as expected. If that had pushed anywhere any further to the west, we'd be talking about a big surprise on the coastal plain. But that's not happening. So that's good. For us, there's our forcing. That's still in place. And now we just wait for more observations to come in. Back to snow in Belmar again, 34. Philadelphia is back to a rain snow mix. So now we just wait for the next round of observations. While this continues to grow. There's Northeast Jersey. There's our snow. And there we go. And from here on out, now we see just how fast that the cooling takes place. Snow mixing with rain and howl. Temperature hasn't moved here. 33, no precipitation. That's in Queens. So pretty much everything right now is stagnant. We're waiting for that drop here. We're waiting for this to basically lock in and start to intensify, which is supposed to happen as it's tracking in this area right here. So while we do that, we wait to see when we get that cold surge to step in. And really, it's similar for many of these storms where everything looks like it's not going to verify until the last phase of the storm and then everything falls into place. We've dealt with that in roughly every storm that we've had, where the end of the storm is where everything just kind of falls into place. Snow was picking up a little heavier in Medford, Long Island. To see that. Yeah, so the precipitation idea is working out pretty good. Now we just need a boundary layer temperatures to work out. And that is the last piece of the puzzle. And as the precipitation is picking up, temperatures starting to cool down to 32.9. Freehold. Just wait until that shows up. In the meantime, let me see what other questions we have here. All right, let's see. It's starting to pick up in South Brunswick after several hours of light snow. Let's see. Warren, Sussex, and Lehigh counties getting dry slide due to subsidence. No, they're more because they're on the edge of this event in Warren, Sussex, and Lehigh. You're going to start to see that start to come to an end. Do you see any blockbuster snowstorms between now and February 5th? There's definitely a chance. I don't have any details on that just yet. I think Northeast New Jersey is original snow hole during storms, uh, but Elwood Park is in particular the winter. Snow stopped again. Just check to see emails. Let's see. Just making sure we don't have any clients here. Hmm. 1 minute. There. And okay, we just got new observations in. And again, snowing here. No real substantial change in the temperatures just yet. But we're waiting for the top of the hour. It's only 3:44. So we probably got another 10 minutes until we see any changes in where we're at with the temperatures. Freezing line's right about here now. It's definitely snowing steadier now in Freehold. Now, I wonder if this depiction here is actually more of a trough axis more than anything else. Hmm. There's our polar shortwave catching up to everything. Just turning into a negative tilt just now, which again supports more lifting out here. See, there's our negative tilt starting to show up. Too late for us, but that's going to enhance the jet streak here. I wonder if it's showing up here yet. Let's see. Yep, there it is. And there's our lifting, stronger lifting out here. Perfect divergence and diffluence. Yep, that lines up. Just checking to make sure everything's lining up. It looks like it is. Three. And we'll pull up the newest HRR, see if that loads up. Light snow in North Middletown. Looks like the bot channel. Oh, good. All right, so see if we got new observations. melted down to 0.27 inches, which is a little more than I expected. Yesterday was less than zero point 0.1. So over 2 days, 4.5 inches on 0.34 inches, which averaged out to about 13 to 1 ratio. Bet you that 13 to 1 ratio was pretty much from yesterday. Certainly not today, that's for sure. There's that. Let's see what we got on YouTube. Let's see here. Haven't seen any precip on Brooklyn and Queens border in close to 2 hours. Let's see. Just started up again in New Rochelle, perfectly timed by HRR. Fast falling light snow just started here in most northeast corner of New Jersey, New York border. 33. Flurries in Brooklyn, on off flurries in Queens. And that person's in Virginia. And it's snowing a little bit in Virginia. There we go. So 33 moderate snow now in Robertsville, New Jersey. So definitely we're seeing those the snow rates returning, the snow growth is taking place, the lifting's coming together. Now we just need that next step, which is supported by all the all the mesoscale guidance of turning colder. Um, I like the low end of the forecast so far. Let's refresh this. So for the observations, just waiting. I'd say this is the hardest part of the forecast is always just waiting for that last turn. You got the snowfall, you have the boundary layer just starting to get colder. Now we're just waiting for that last shove. Much like, going for it in fourth down with doing that QB sneak. Oh, they got the first down too. Let's see here. Texans are driving, that is for sure. Looks like they're going to score. Let's see. North northeast wind. So that's taking shape. So we got the winds, we got the cold air transport. Now we just need that one last feature to fall in. Wonder. Put on the winter mask, see if there's any change in that. And you could see the winter mask here still supporting just rain here on the Jersey Shore. Of course, we know that's not true based on the observations that Philadelphia is more of a mix. So, where do they come up with that snow map, right? Well, typically, what they do is take the correlation coefficient in the lowest tilt, and there is supposedly your rain snow line right here. And you can see it's dropping south and east at a pretty steady rate. So that's why you're going to start to see snowfall. Now, the question is, when do we see the surface temperatures play in? And again, well, it looks like, did they score? Yep, there it is. Houston scored. There it is. Let's see here. 32 snow in Cheminade, New Jersey. Snow is small, but it's snowing a lot. Brooklyn down to 33 degrees. 38.8 light snow in Brooklyn. So we're starting to see that drop. And there's our rain snow line drop. Now we'll have to see whether, the surface observations now So you have see what this is right here is your measurement of your snow, your precipitation coming out of the clouds and reaching the surface. So we're seeing that shift. Now we need to see the next phase here, which is your surface temperatures. That's what we're waiting for next. And in the meantime, the precipitation rate is growing, the lifting is increasing. Now it's just that last step. Belmar 15 minutes ago, 34 in snow still. Atlantic City, 38 in rain. 6 minutes ago. In Philadelphia, 35 rain snow mix. 5 p.m. snow is going to fill in. Snow is really picking up at the Pats game. Yep, I saw it. Light flakes, but fast falling here in Nutley. Snow is super light in Morris County. Uh, let's see here. Snow now, very fine snow in Sparta, New Jersey. Uh, the low is pretty much where it's expected to be. Can you show the new HRR? Sure. Let's go take a look at it. Right here. Let's refresh. And this is the 19Z. And again, there's our growth. As we get into the 5 o'clock hour, we're about an hour away. It maximizes, it continues, and then starts to come to an end from west to east, starting at about 7:30 over the Delaware River Valley, like right in here. Around the Delaware River Gap right there. Okay, right here. Starts to come to an end at 7:30. Over all of western New Jersey, it's over about 8:45. Jersey Shore, you're pretty much done. I'd say 9:30, 10, somewhere in that. Probably let's say 9:45. Long Island, you're pretty much done around midnight. Connecticut lingers on till about 2 a.m. or so. So the moral of the story is that we got until about 7:30 tonight until we see the snow come to an end, start to end on the I-95 corridor, which I think is where I could pull off my 2 inches and then push higher from there. Fine snow heavy, not sticking 33.1 Ocean Township. Still raining Belmar 34. We get one observation of rain, another observation of snow. Everything in between. Oh, Facebook fell. Oh well, what are you gonna do? I might just focus more on X and Twitch and just leave Facebook out. But a study finds snow in Columbus, New Jersey, 32.4, difficult to accumulate at the moment. Levittown, PA, moderate snow. Let's see. I wonder, and someone brought this up, the back end of this here might be creating too much substance in Northeast New Jersey right now. This feature right here. Now, I want to pull up, where are you? Here we are. Let me pull up that 850 millibar temperature plot here. So this is still in place here. We're waiting for this to drop south this afternoon, evening. So our 4 o'clock is supposed to drop south into here into the next 2 hours. So let's see if that works out. It's supposed to based on the guidance. Change to snow in Middletown, New Jersey. Because yesterday we had no problem with accumulation. Boom, shot right through. Patriots got the ball back. All right, there we go. See how they do. Let's see, New York City Metro, that radar, composite. We're seeing the snow continuing. Still waiting for our new observation. Up, here we go. New observations came in. Temperature's falling now in Philadelphia down to 34. So we're starting to see our drop slowly take shape here. 36, 37 on the immediate coast here. Still very marginal boundary layer temperatures here. Which, like I said, I was telling everyone, if you got treatment already in place on your surface, you'll be okay. It's where you have your untreated surfaces and you start getting that burst is where you're going to get in trouble. So you got your snow developing here. It's growing. The boundary layer temperatures are starting to fall. The substance, okay, hold it. Let me go back here. Okay, so this feature right here is what's causing your subsidence here. But as this feature starts to continue to push east, you'll fall back into that moderate and even possibly a few heavier bands of snow as you move on through the evening. This whole thing's still going to support a nice little moderate to heavy band. The question is now is what we're waiting for is that boundary layer temperatures fall back towards freezing to knock off that rapid snow accumulation of that 2 inches or higher. That's what we're looking for. Just change the snow in Middletown again. Um, so that shows up even nicely here. See that there? That's what's suppressing the snowfall up here. But that's starting to give way and grow. So that should start to balance out. And then you're starting to see that here while this is continuing around Allentown. But that right there is the back edge of the storm. And this is going to start to give way and start to gain more intensity. Meanwhile, you got focus of intensity here with some banding here in central Jersey, leading to snowfall, which is happening in Freehold, and just marginal snow accumulation right now, as we're just waiting right now at the very cusp of just falling below freezing here in Freehold. We're right about 32.6 now, so we need to get down below 32, or we have to intensify the precipitation like what we're seeing here over Monmouth County and over this area. Boundary layer here is good. We're at 30 degrees in Kendall, New Jersey, northern Morris County. Let's see, that is in here. Not bad. So that it's very slow to take shape, but it's getting there. which is why I stayed away from a lot of the NAM. The NAM was going like 6 inches, and I just didn't see that being the case in this scenario. It's just not enough time and not enough forcing. Hey, we have 218 likes. That's awesome on YouTube. Still nothing here on the Lower East Side of Manhattan. It is 32 degrees though. I think that's going to change soon in Manhattan, based on what we're seeing the radar, the growth here. We probably should see some observations of snow starting to take shape here. It should stop completely by 9:30. Everyone's done in Jersey, in the Jersey Shore, including Newark. Yep. 1 second. Okay, we're back. I try not to do any client calls on here. Yeah, that's why. Yeah, reading is fundamental. Good one, hon. Yeah, no, we don't want to have client calls on the live feed. That'd be a bad idea. Staten Island, snow's starting to stick. There we go. So we're starting to see observations like that. Yeah, I mean, I said that, client call. I mean, look, see, the whole thing is that ice is a problem on the sidewalks here. Let's see, snowing good, and let me go. Yeah, guys, whenever I have a client call up, I put mute because there's all sorts of legal reasons, but confidentiality is one of them. But we don't want to do client calls live on air. That'd be bad. But hey, I mean, I'm not going to shut down the feed because of it, but I mute it and then we go from there. Yep. Reading is fundamental. Levittown, P. Been a steady fine snow. We got some updates here. Let's see, 354 North Howland, New Jersey, 32 degrees, extreme light snow. Snow total for today, 1.6 inches. So 0.4 inches away from verification. FYI, snowing hard enough to stick on pavement, 32.9 in Leventon. Uh, let's see here. 34 in snow in Queens. New England just got a defensive touchdown. Oh, wow, it's 14-10. Oh, you know. Snowing good in Northeast Philadelphia. Temp down to 33, 2.5 inches today, and 2 yesterday puts us to 10.5 for the year. Hey, there we go. I'm traveling the same time as you next Sunday, the 25th, so I'm positive we'll get something while I'm gone. Yeah, I feel you. Um, Ice problem on sidewalks. Let's see what we got here on X. Any observations? All right, let's see if there's anything in social media. Whoop, there we go. Anyone having bigger flakes in Manhattan? It's above freezing in New York City. How do you anticipate that being 2 to 4 inches as stated on the NWS forecast? Okay, so here's the thing with the NWS forecast, and this is true with my forecast as well. There is a difference between a snow forecast that we use based off of Central Park and the snow forecast for Manhattan, as in the streets, right? So here's the thing: in order to get 4 inches on the pavement in New York City proper, in New York City, let's say in Times Square, I need temperatures to be in the mid to upper 20s. But for snow in Central Park, that's going to play out this evening with a nice burst. So that's how that plays out. It's very difficult because in New York City, how do you climatologically speaking, everything's based off of Central Park, which is surrounded by trees and grass, and so you have easy accumulation. But in Times Square, where you have a subway underneath and steam pipes, 32 degrees isn't going to cut it. You need to be at 28 degrees or colder. So normally, when I'm talking to guys doing snow removal in New York City, I say, look, put down salt, you're good. Once we get in the mid 20s, then you have to start talking about plowing. Or once you get your snowfall rates, going like over an inch per hour, then you start talking about snow accumulation in Manhattan. But in terms of the snowfall for tonight, for this evening, Central Park will pick up 2 inches. In fact, let's see. Let's see what the National Weather Service. See what these guys are doing here. Let's see their forecast. Let's see what they got here. And so they're going, yeah. 2 to 4 inches, 3 to 4 inches is still doing that for the forecast, right? A lot of this in Manhattan at 4 inches, that's going to be in Central Park. That's not going to be on your sidewalk, on your street with a subway under you. And the problem is that if you forecast just for those streets, then you miss the climate forecast and you also miss your suburbs. But if you don't account for that as a consulting meteorologist, then you're gonna have people out there with plows for no reason. So it's two different types of forecasts for two different environments that you have to adjust for, and that's why, And let's see here, and that's why you have that difference. So rightfully so, you're looking at the surface observation. You're saying to yourself, "Let me zoom in here on Manhattan Island." You're sitting here saying, wait a minute, it's above freezing here. How am I going to get 2 to 4 inches of snow? But as we move on through the evening and those temperatures fall, you're going to get that accumulation on your grassy, cold surfaces. And that's where the Central Park measurement is, but not in on your streets. So I get what you're saying. I do, but that's the difference. Very meager light snow on Brooklyn Queens border. Let's see here. I could do a pop. The whole thing is that usually the calls don't last that long. But I'll look for something. Let's see. Maybe I'll create some. We have zero point 0.5 to 1 inch snow sticking to the ground in Queens Saturday morning, but nothing today has stuck except for surfaces that still have snow on them from yesterday. Okay, so yesterday the snow rate was very high and intense because that was an Arctic cold front coming through. So the rate of the snow falling cooled the boundary layer and allowed for snow accumulation. Right now, this is very light. Yesterday, when we had the snowfall, and we're falling now below, we're falling to freezing now in Freehold while we're talking. So we're starting to see those temperatures fall. Yesterday, the snowfall rate was really intense. And so when you have that intense snowfall, it cools the boundary layer enough to allow for accumulation. Right now, I'm sure you would agree, it's been light, right? It's going to pick up. When do you think the snow rates will pick up in Mount Holly? It's starting to do it now. Here, let me zoom out. So we're starting to see that fall. We're down to 33 in Belmar, 32, 34 in Philadelphia. So we're starting to see that cooling starting to take shape. It's starting to play out. Here's the back edge marching its way in. Let's see. And as far as the snowfall, snow ratios are going to stay where they're at 10 to 1. 2.3 inches in Livingston, New Jersey at 4 p.m. Temperature now below freezing, light snow falling. So we're starting to see it all play out. Let's see here. Central Park is amazing. On a hot summer day, it's cooler once you walk into the park, especially at night. If you walk through a curtain and it's cooler. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, Central Park is just it's growing in eastern PA along north south around on Route 78. Let's see here. 1.4 inches yesterday, LaGuardia. Let's see. Temperature down to 31 in Bridgewater. Snow picking up the last 15 minutes. Fresh covered snow everywhere. It was plowed earlier. So it's starting to take. How much snow should I get? I'm thinking that I still like the 2 to 3 inch range. I still do. The 5 inch potential starting to leave the door, but I still like the 2 to 3. Now we're starting to pick it up. Now we're going. There we go. Dun, 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 dun. Yay. Okay. Okay. I think the storm after Christmas definitely was a bust because I for personally under forecasted the warm air at 700 millibars and it ended up being more sleet than snow. The other storms pretty much have evolved as expected, and I think this is going to end up evolving as expected. I really do, based on what I'm seeing now. Now that I'm seeing, I was a little bit concerned that I wasn't seeing temperatures fall off, but now we're starting to see that fall off, and now we see where we're at going forward. Now we see what we can accumulate here. Definitely picking up the rate here. We're starting to see the snow accumulation starting to take shape. I'm just glad I didn't jump the gun and go higher. I know some people were putting out like 4 to 8 and stuff, and I was like, well, what are we doing here? I was not. I'm like, all right, the most I'll go is 5 if we get intense banding. But I thought most locations 2 3 inches. I wanted to do the coverage because look, this happened in the middle of the day. Perfect time for a live coverage. Holy crap! What in the hell is going on? That can't be a fumble. That's got to be a forward pass. That was just ugly. 4th and 10. Punt the ball. What are you doing? Okay. I think they're punting now. Bless you. Okay. Got a client email, so let me drop that off. Give me 2 seconds. Uh, Dish in Eastern Monmouth County. Yeah, go for it. Oh, Eastern should be good. Actually, on and updating. Big time snow now. Where? All right, let's see here. We have some updates here on YouTube. Let's see what they're talking about. It's picking back up now in Eastern PA. Uh, da, da, da. Montgomery County, PA just started heavy, heavy light snow. That's Alert, snow finally mixing in with rain in Fork River, exit 74, Garden State Parkway, temperature 34.7. Big snow now, light snow in Piscataway. So we're starting to see it starting to take shape here. It's all starting to fall into place. Damn, well, better, man, because my throat is starting to bother me. Like, come on. I better not lose my voice for nothing. So we're starting to see, let's see if we got any new observations. Let's see. Okay, so let's talk about northeastern Pennsylvania. We are starting to see that fill in. It is starting to grow. We're getting more and more observations of snow starting to take shape there. Um, do a combination here. So what we're seeing here, and let me refresh this just to make sure we got the latest data while we talk about this. So this back end is filling in and getting stronger. We're getting reports of moderate snow here in east central Pennsylvania. So, I mean, northeastern Pennsylvania. Excuse me. That strong banding is limiting your snowfall right now, but it's starting to become overwhelmed. Meanwhile, we have moderate snow showing up here. This whole thing's going to consolidate into a moderate to heavy band and start to march its way through. We're starting to see that show up here. You're going to start to see the rates start to increase here as this comes through. While that is coming through, your surface temperatures are starting to fall off. So we're getting closer and closer to that. We're seeing that in Freehold. We're down to 32.5 here. So we're seeing that cooling slowly take shape here and taking place. Let's see. So we're seeing reports coming in, more and more snow, more and more evolution of this taking shape. It's just taking a little bit more time because this band is creating that substance. Now that band is this feature right here. That -6 to -8 we were talking about. And let's see here. So you got that one band via frontogenesis here, and the second band of frontogenesis here. So because of that, let me see if I could do a dual. Here we go. No, not exactly. Okay, so if you take this here, this focus here, so you have this forcing here and this forcing here. Northeast New Jersey here is caught in between these two, which is why you're seeing the subsidence and the slow development of snowfall. As they merge, you're going to get one moderate band here, which is why the National Weather Service isn't dropping their totals either, because that's going to create some pretty heavy snow. So now we're also seeing in Wilmington pressure down, temperatures are tumbling, and we're seeing heavier snowfall here in Delaware now. So this whole thing's starting to evolve and play out. But again, if this was all setting up hours before, we definitely would be talking about more than 2 inches of snow here. This is why we're only doing 2 inches and at most 5 inches because this whole process is going to take shape over the next 3 or 4 hours. And at some point, someone's going to be pushing to a half an inch, maybe even an inch per hour snowfall rate. So, in short, I still feel pretty good about where we're at with this snowfall forecast. Light rain changing to light snow in Gallo, Atlantic County, 4 miles from Atlantic City. So there we go. We're seeing the process. I know it, everyone. It's a long process. It's drawn out, and it can be a real pain in the ass to wait for it, but it does happen. Crazy how it develops in the last hour or two. Yeah. Yeah, it's all starting to fall into like you're waiting, you're waiting, you're waiting. When is this going to take shape? And then boom, it all starts to come in together and start to really evolve. Again, this is the Arctic air. It's marching its way in. And this is about to pick up pretty quickly. Crazy how wet the snow here is in Tom's River. Nah, that's pretty much expected, especially on the coast. Um, 29 degrees Essex County. Snow starting to get heavy near Newark. Essex County, New Jersey. Snow starting to pick up. So there we go. We're starting to get the observations coming in. Now we'll see whether or not we reach our forecast or not. Now we're going to see this really step up. Basically, rain snow mix, snowballed. We're getting moderate snow now in Reading. Well, there we go. Now we're starting to take shape here. Look at this, starting to really start to lock in. Look at how dark that's starting to get. Again, here's your heavy precipitation. That's not going to be an issue for us. Now this is all starting to lock in real nicely. And the last step is here. And let's see what that looks like on the satellite. You see how it's starting to grow? See, there's your heavy, there's your storm, your winter storm. There's our moderate event. Perfect. In terms of our temperatures right now, starting to fall. So it's starting to pick up. Starting to get white out there. It's all starting to play in. Let's see, just 3 to 5 miles to my northwest. Snow is already sticking to the lawns. A half hour ago, just completely wet over here. Basically, just a mixture right now. Shower starting to pick up in Brooklyn. If it grows, that's all cool, but we need the right temperatures, and that's what we're waiting for to mix in. You're right. Let's see here. 5 miles northeast of Teterboro. According to NOAA, it's 33 degrees with north wind around 7. Is that the most accurate place to get up to date data check? It's the most accurate one that we have. Um, Honestly, we could use more observations. We could use really a mesonet in New Jersey, but that's the closest one that you have. I see the storm filling in, but here in northeast New Jersey at 4:30, nothing but pesky snowflakes for hours. Local roads in South Brunswick now getting covered and temperatures are just below freezing with steady light snow. Been snowing for a while, but having very hard time sticking in Jackson. Interesting bad in Boston over Berks and Leahy County. So there it is. It's starting to take shape. March, snow in eastern Pennsylvania. All right, let me just let me quickly answer a client question via text. Give me 1 second. Let's see here. Starting to snow. Lighting, it looks like the low, not the primary, but secondary is close. No, no, no. This right here, okay. This is really a poor representation. This is really a very, very this isn't even a secondary low. I don't think this really should be in place. We do have a trough here. Here's a better representation. Here we go. Let me pull this up. Okay. So what we really have here, our surface low is way down here. We have our inverted trough here. We don't have any type of wind circulation to support a low pressure system. So it's a poor representation of the data, but you do have a trough here. That you definitely have. And then you have the cold air cascading in. So I don't like this representation. In reality, you have a trough that goes back like this with a 1008 millibar low. This doesn't exist. And we know it doesn't exist because we don't really have a low pressure circulation. Everything's from the northeast. This is nothing more than a trough. And I personally don't like this presentation here. Now we're down to 35 and we're seeing snow in Atlantic City, 35. So now we're starting to get our shift, 36 in Wildwood. Now the cold air is cascading in. And now we see whether or not we overcome the boundary layer and get our snowfall. Eighteenth and 4.5 inches in Central Park in Queens. I would say, I would say that 4 inches is going to be on grass. I don't I think that any type of treatment, unless we really get these temperatures to plummet, any urban area, if you have treatment, will New York City drop to the freezing point? Yes. Yes, they will. But you need to be colder in Manhattan for this to really accumulate. We are seeing in Baltimore now heavy snowfall, moderate to heavy snowfall. So this is 32 degrees in Baltimore. So we're starting to see that cold air is surging in, starting to play in, and it's certainly snowing at a good clip now. Okay. That band in eastern PA is going to hit central and northern New Jersey pretty hard as it moves through. The arc front is enhancing as it moves east. I agree. That's why I'm telling these guys, don't let your guard down. This is going to smack you. In Galway, Atlantic County, an hour ago, temperatures were 38 with 35-degree dew point. Now it's 35 with a 33-degree dew point with rain snow mix. So Manhattan is 31, 32 now. So yeah, we're getting the cold. It took a while. It took a while. We've been following this whole evolution, but it's starting to take place. It's starting to evolve here. Here we go. No, no, no. I don't. I'm not going anywhere near 6 inches in Long Island. No, I'm not touching it. I am not going to go with that forecast. Let's get over 3 before we start going there. I'm not touching that with a 10-foot pole. I understand why you might think so. Out here, like let's say right on the east end out here, maybe you might be like doing that 5.5. You know, I can understand maybe the idea of doing that, but the problem is that you're 35 out here in Montauk. 34, sorry. It's just too close to the boundary layer. It's snowing hard in Manhattan now. A lot of places already had a few inches, even though it melted, still counts in the forecast call. Absolutely right. Yeah. So you have to consider that. We were talking about that earlier. Oh, wow. Well, it looks pretty out there now. Now we just had to, we're waiting for the pavement to really take over, but it's certainly sticking under. It's starting to get there. And here's the thing with the snowfall that some of you guys may not understand. Um, the snow that happened earlier still accumulated and then melted, but it counts in the overall snowfall. So you might be looking at this saying, "What are you talking about? I don't see 4 inches after this." But the 1.5 plus the 2.5 now, there you go. There's your 4. Central Park and the airports only had 0.3 to zero point 0.5 inches of snow. So we'll see. 28 with steady light snow in Reading, PA. Starting to feel that Richmond Hills, Queens. Moderate snow in Manhattan. So it's all starting to evolve here. It's all starting to take shape. Let's see here. Current temperature 29 degrees, West Orange, New Jersey. And we have birds. Flurries in Queens. No, the second low is not. It's bullshit. Okay, that second low is nonsense. That's just a trough. Uh, Thank you for following me since Hurricane Sandy. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Well, now that was a storm. Oh, let's see. The models I use. Well, I use a lot of different stuff. The models I use are from weathermodels.com. Of course, you got WeatherTap. And then I use a lot of government, like aviation.gov. All right. Let me take 3 minutes. I just gotta use the bathroom. So let me just put a countdown clock here. Give me 5. I'll be right back.
All right, we are back. Hold it. Okay, good. All right, we're back. Let me fix this here. Boom. There we go. All righty then. So let's see. Make sure this is good. Okay, good. All right, so we're back now. All right, and thank you. I need to take a little break. All right, so since I went outside, it's starting to accumulate now on all the surfaces here in Freehold. We are officially at freezing now. And of course, now that's leading to snow accumulation. Let's see what we got here from our observations here. First, we start off with, let's see, Upper Manhattan, still no snow. Let's see here. Tense bandings starting to blossom in Berks and Lehigh. Let's see. Closed off 925 millibar low off Jersey Shore. Off the coast now, winds at level at north and northeast. We'll check that out in a second. Atmosphere is still stretching at 250. Airports are heat island by nature. Upper Manhattan, still no snow. Snow picking up in Queens. Nothing falling in Connecticut yet. Extremely light, 1 to 1.5 inch snow accumulation this morning. So we got about another inch of accumulation to get to verification on there. On X, let's see, we got someone's being cute. Let's see. Let's see here. Heading back south. Let's see. So we got that. Snow is starting to stick everywhere on the road. Steady light snow, 32 degrees. Coastal Brick, New Jersey. They got a centimeter. I'm going to share that. That's funny. All right. I could take a good laugh. Um, on YouTube, let's see what we're getting here. Bronx had good snow. Let's see. Long Island. Snow ends from west to east. So for Manhattan, over by 10 p.m., accumulating snow. So it will be until 11. Very rough dish formed, so it takes time to get going. Let's see. LaGuardia could be. Let's see. I'm just learning. Okay, so I don't know what's going on with the semi trucks and all that stuff. That's kind of beyond my idea of, as far as disaster services. I have no idea. Yeah, see, out of my scope. Sorry about that. Something I just don't know. So let's see where we're at right now. Okay, so here's our wind. Our temperatures are falling. We're getting more reports of snow. Starting to get snow accumulating here in Freehold, starting to finally take hold. So we're starting to see our temperatures cool, starting to see our precipitation grow. Nice band setting up here. So again, this is why I did not go anything insane. Like I know that there were some forecasts like 6 to 8 inches out here and all this other stuff. I kept it simple. 2 inches I think is very doable. Between now and 9:30 over New Jersey and over and by midnight out here, definitely doable. Again, that 5 inches is if we get that banding. At 1 to 3 inches, I think is very doable. It's pretty much verifying out here. And then we'll see how this all works out here. But I do think, and again, that 1 to 3 inches, most locations, 1 inches down here. That's where we're at. 1 inch here, 1 inch here. That's the low end verification. 2 inches here. And then we'll see whether we get those moderate bands to go above that. That's where we're at. That's where we're at right now. Okay. So I think some of the forecasts out there, which may have got mixed in with mine, of going intense heavy snow, like 4, 6 inches, um,
I thought, and I've been trying to illustrate that, hey, that 5 inch snowfall, that's on the upper extreme end of this forecast. I like the more the I've been pushing more like look for 2, 3 inches, plan for that, and then if we get that heavier bands, then you'll be prepared. What we're seeing now, we're seeing the growth of the snowfall taking shape, the temperature's falling. I definitely like that 2 inch base playing out. I'm really, really happy about that. I think that that's going to work out really nicely. Then we'll see where we go from there. And you're starting to see, look at that. Look at that growth. Perfect. Perfect. This is just a minute old. So there we go. There's our growth. There's our development there. And that's going to start to push into Northeast New Jersey. Let's get this refreshed. So there it is. There's our band. And we're really starting to pick up snow here very nicely. Let the games begin. Let's see if we verify or not. Okay. If you want to put on the winter mask, we'll do that for fun. And there you go. So now the winter mask is now all of New Jersey. I think there's a little overdone again, but you get the idea here. Here's our low intensifying. Here's the back end pushing in. By about 9:30, we'll start. We'll around here 8 o'clock. This will all be coming to an end. So in eastern Pennsylvania, you got another 3 hours of snow. Much in New Jersey, you got another 4 hours of snow. Long Island, you got another 5, 6 hours of snow. I think I could pull off 2 inches on that. I think that's a reasonable get. And with this radar intensifying and the temperatures falling, let's see, 1 second. Got a client question. Oh, shit. Go. Um, Waiting for new observations to come in here. But let me jump to. There we go. Okay, so there's our surface. There's our inverted trough. Let's see, 925 millibars now. There's our 925 millibar low, and there's our northeasterly winds. And that's what we were waiting for. And that's our shift. There we go. And now everything's going to get much. Now I wonder if we get our 850 millibar. Yeah, now we've begun our shift. Now we've begun our shift where we're looking from a -6 to -8. Now it's starting to shift towards an I-95 corridor, which is this right here. This feature right here is our enhanced snowfall rate, and that's going to start to push in first on the Delaware Water Gap, then over central New Jersey, and it's gonna puke snow, and that's where we're going to see our accumulation really take shape while we have our moderate snow here. And you can see that starting to show up here. Look at it. Look how everything's starting to pick up. There we go. Okay, let's see here. Uh, Down to 33 in Brooklyn. Uh-oh. We get a Suprettes. My throat's starting to go. I will not give in. No. Okay. Oh, this is a good question. High school student, what to do as a meteorologist? Focus in on physics. If you're in high school, focus on physics and mathematics and geography. When you're in college, um, let's see, well, while you're in high school, focus in on that. And the other thing you should do is try to get an understanding of the best way to learn. And what I mean by that is that some colleges have a lot of people and it's more like an auditorium rather than more personal one on one type teaching. Some people can learn in that, other people cannot. So I took a smaller school because I wanted more one on one. And my philosophy is that I'm paying so much for college. Why am I going to be taught by someone who's 4 years ahead of me? Doing like a graduate study and filling in for the teacher. So I didn't want to deal with that. So for me, I would focus on that. What type of environment you learn best, but definitely focusing on mathematics, physics, and chemistry. Okay, those are your three core classes, and then after you do all that, um, just remind yourself it's okay to fail. I'm going to tell you this right now. Because at some point you will fail a class. These are very high end mathematics and science classes. And at some point, you'll run into a wall. Everyone does. Don't worry about it. Take that in and learn from your failure. If you learn how to do that, you'll be able to be a meteorologist. That's probably the biggest thing I could tell you. Meteorology is one of the few majors where you literally could, with just one more class, and I did this, get a minor in physics, chemistry, and mathematics. And that's what I did because I figure I'm one class away, might as well. No other curriculum really allows you to do that. But that tells you how difficult it is, where you have to be able to take all that. So I would definitely say focus on that. When you fail a class, don't get upset. It happens to everybody. Embrace it. Learn what your weaknesses are and make them your strength. And if you can, take summer classes. So there you go. Let's see here. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, in high school, definitely. And the other thing too, when you're a freshman in college, take a class because you have to take general education classes. Take a class in business law. You'll thank me later. Snow is like waiting for pot. Wait, yeah, wait. Yeah. Let's see here. I have a passion for meteorology since I was 8, specifically broadcast meteorology. However, recently I've gained a broader interest in journalism as a whole. That's cool. Outstanding. Well, I wish you guys the best of luck. Absolutely. Let's see what we got in observations here. New here. See. Oh, here we go. Last one. Eastbound and PA Turnpike. Snow now and 32 degrees. Main roads are wet. I would expect in this scenario the roads would be fine overall. See nothing on ground in South Nassau County. I would expect it to pick up soon. As of 4:35, snow has gone from very light to steady light snow. Temperature has gone from 33 to 32.7 to past 30 minutes. North Halden, New Jersey, northeast New Jersey. 1.9 inches in Baskin Ridge, New Jersey, right off 78 since 6 a.m. Do you expect that area of heavy snow to make it to Union County? Yes, I do. I expect this whole thing to march eastward. So this mess is just going to march eastward and really enhance the snowfall rate, which is why I'm pretty confident with that 2 inches by the time we're done. Snow is picked up east orange at 6:32. Yeah, we're at 30. Our temperature's falling fast here in Freehold. We're down to 30. We're back to our 32-degree temperature, and it's starting to accumulate everywhere else. So, man, that load just bugs me. That's not real. That pisses me off. There we go. There's our trough. Well, now we wait to see this drop south in our next observations. And we just updated. And now we're at freezing in Millville, 32 degrees, light snow. So our freezing line is some 34 degrees in Philadelphia. So there's our heat island. So it's like this. So really, a freezing line's here, and then you kind of have this warm bubble around Philadelphia. JFK is down to 32. Reading's at 28 with moderate snow. Snow will go down too. Yeah, well, the sun down too. That also helps. Let's zoom in and see if we can get a little bit more observations, get a little bit more. If I ever win the lottery, I'm putting some observations here and here and here, just all over New Jersey, observations. So let's see here. Mount Holly, they're at 32 with light snow 2 minutes ago. Belmar down to 33, it's snow. Long Island's coming through. Now we're at freezing here in East Hampton. So it's starting to play in. And notice with the heavier bands, now we're seeing that really cold air, mid to upper 20s, just outside of New Jersey. So we're really starting to see this starting to come together. Thanks. Thank you. Let's see here. No, it's not a no, it's not a nor long trough. No, it's not that. No, that's a totally different structure in the atmosphere. This is just a regular trough. Precipitation is too light ratios to matter. Maybe get 1 inch instead of half an inch. No, I mean I wouldn't say that. But this is not a Norlon trough. No. No, no, no. Not that. You're seeing ground nearly covered in Millville. There we go. It's starting to hold in. It's starting to fall into place. I wonder. Oh shoot! Texans almost coughed up an interception. 4th and 2. They're gonna have to kick a field goal. Let's see. So it's starting to get there. Now is he snowing hard enough in Foxborough that the snow's sticking on the field? It's starting. Yep. See, it's all starting to take shape now. Just gonna take the surface thing off because it's driving me nuts. So there is our snow shield. It has matured. It has a 505, 504. Snow's starting to pick up. And it's also showing up nicely here. So yeah, this is starting to play out pretty nicely. You're on 9 hours of coverage now. It's so much easier when this is occurring during the day. That's all I'm saying. Union County, now heavy snow. At moderate, starting to get heavy rate, snowing hard enough. Let's see if we have any observations on X. Nothing new there. So we're starting to see it all come together. So just to see the bands by themselves, you can see how everything all filled in. Now you can see why you're seeing that heavier snowfall out here. Mm-hmm.
In my notifications today,
Yeah.
they gave me a notification about the live chat from days ago.
Oh, I love it.
That's about to happen, by the way. I'm like, no. What they're doing over there? They don't know what they're doing.
Weather Tap is having some issues too. For some reason, I can't seem to hold on to the radar, but I got this, so I'll work on this. And you can see that heavier band. Now you can see the snow filling in over northeast Jersey while the temperatures are all falling. Getting ready to fall below freezing here. So I think I'm just looking over observations. I'm just getting data real fast. See what's going on here. Okay. I think 2.5 inches is realistic for New York City. I do. I think 4 inches is if we get that heavy, heavy band. I think 5 inches is an outlier. I think 5 inches is rare. I think a lot of places are going to be in that 2 inch. Look at that. Atlantic City is down to 34. Wildwood's down to 34. So now that cold air is really coming in. Now you're seeing your accumulation. But this is why I didn't go any higher than where I went. Out of anybody in New York City, Staten Island could definitely get the most. Because Staten Island is built more like a suburb than any other part of those boroughs. So it could pull it off a little bit better. And typically, where we see the heaviest snowfall is typically either, let me go to another satellite picture. Okay, typically, when you're looking at New York City Metro, there are two areas where you get the heaviest snowfall typically: Staten Island and not and Queens, especially like Eastern Queens. And then Long Island, you usually can get really good snowfall. The reason why is because the urban heat island effect really creates havoc everywhere else. I'm gonna try and option. Actually, you know what? Let me duplicate and then try to get my radar back here. I want to see. Okay, let's see. Let's get some of this out of here. Good. Okay. Controls, zoom out. Yeah, there it is. Let me try a different version here. These. I want this. This. There we go. Good. So this is starting to get heavier. Now that's played out. Now we see whether we get our accumulation. And then in Manhattan and Long Island, I'd say the East End has the best shot of seeing 5 inches out here. Staten Island, you got the best chance to go over 2 inches in the five boroughs. I like the idea of 2, 3 inches here in northern Jersey and central Jersey as this all marches through. So that's where we're at right now in the setup. And then here comes the back end. And the back end of this is going to feature a nice burst of heavier snowfall as this all comes through. And I expect to see accumulation as a result. Let's see here. Is there a warm pocket of air on the south shore of Nassau? Looks like very light snow. There is a little bit of dry, yes, there is a little bit of warm air, but that's starting to get driven out. I'm not sure what's going on. Here's the message: get hard to exit and come back in. Maintenance error, access denied, not authenticated. It could be that depending on okay, you might be seeing that error depending on if you're on your phone, it might be kicking you out and you have to log back in. That might be what you're seeing. Just try 4 inches Poconos in East Stroudsburg. So that's definitely gone above the forecast in East Stroudsburg. When you say make 2 or 3 inches, we just went over in Baskin Ridge, probably 40 miles west of New York City. Flowers decked out in winter hats. There we go. Very cool. It's snowing pretty good now in Boston, isn't it?
Center City.
Let's see here. Center City, Philly, near Independence Hall, has been snowing steadily for 2 hours, but now just beginning to stick to cars and rooftops only. Urban heat island at its finest. No subways or steam vents, but Philadelphia still has a pretty strong urban heat island. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if central, like Philadelphia proper, gets 1 or 2 inches out of this, but then right around the suburbs are in the 2 to 3 inch range. I'm okay. I'm not. I'm a little tired, but I've been talking for what 9 hours straight. So
And you're on your second pot of coffee.
yep. Sorry, we just went over 3 in Baskin Ridge. Would that suggest we see 5 in total? Baskin Ridge, I totally could see them getting 5 out of this. Absolutely up there. Let's get new radar data in. And there we go. So now we're locked in. Now we see how much we accumulate. It's definitely accumulating everything. Give me 2 seconds. I'm not even leaving. I just want to stand up and take a look. Yeah, it's accumulating everywhere now. There it goes. It broke the cap, and now it's starting to add up. So now we're definitely over. We're probably going to be pushing over. Definitely pushing 2 inches. It's definitely sticking on the driveways and freehold. Yes, honey. What do you think outside? Can you check outside
What am I checking for?
just to see if there's snow accumulating on the pavers and whatnot?
Um, our papers are pretty warm up yet, but they're really starting to take off now. Look.
Yep. Yeah, we're definitely accumulating now. So it's starting to pick up now. There's definitely good potential for snowfall next going forward.
If you look towards the streetlights, you can really see how densely it's coming down.
Yeah, it's starting to come down heavy, huh? It's getting there. So you hear it from Susan? It's starting to come down heavy.
Almost can, actually.
Oh well, Susan was letting us know. that we are seeing steady snow here in Freehold. Everything is being accumulated on. Now we're starting to add up. Again, 2 inches, definitely expect it. Definitely as we go through now to 9:30 and between now and 9, I definitely think 2 inches is possible. We're falling below freezing now. So it's all starting to come into play now. There we go. And see, now we're 32, 33 in Atlantic City, 34 in Wildwood, 32 in Trenton. Urban heat island is creating havoc in Philadelphia, but I think that gets overwhelmed. You okay? So it's getting there. It's starting to go. But again, when you have a forecast of 1 to 3, 2 to 4, 2 to 5, again, when you see that, what that means in your range, okay? So this is how you read a snow map. I'm gonna walk you through this because I think it's really important. Let's educate about how to read a snow map. When you're doing this range, like you see the 2 to 5 here, you don't look at this and say, well, definitely 5 inches. What you have to understand, what a meteorologist should be doing is that the 2 inches is your highest probability of snow accumulation when this is all over, right? So that is like my high confidence range. The 5 inches, the upper end, is my lower confidence range. This is if everything works out perfectly. So that's how you look at when you read a snow map. When you read a snow, you don't look at the higher end and then look at that as a higher confidence. That's your lower confidence. So you do the same thing here with the 1 to 3. 1 inch is high confidence, 3 inch low confidence. That's how I create my maps. What is the best potential of this accumulating and ending? 2 inches, perfect. What is the snowfall if everything comes together? 5 inches. Then if it goes above that, then it exceeded expectations and exceeded the best potential. Now we have steady snow now being reported in Secaucus, New Jersey, sticking to cars. So we're getting that starting to play out. See, we might have some new observations here. Let's see. See, in eastern Pennsylvania, it's pretty much started to come to an end. This is in east central Pennsylvania. Steady light snow in Teaneck, New Jersey, not sticking to the pavement yet. So what's replacing the HRR and the NAM? Let's pull that up here. That is, oh, hold it. Let me shift here. Put it on the regular radar. Okay. So this is the HRR. This is the NAM. This is the RRFS. And this is what's replacing both of them. And this is what the RFFS is doing with this setup. Again, by about 9:30, we're pretty much all done with this. For New Jersey, Long Island, you're about, let's say, about midnight. You're pretty much done. But what's unique about the RRFS, which we gotta figure out a different name for it or a nickname because that's just too much. The R model, the pirate model. There we go. The R model. There we go. I'm wacky. I know I'm weird. All right. So what's unique about this model is that it's kind of like a combination of the best of the HRR and the NAM. At least that's the idea. We'll see. But this one goes out in the 18, 0Z, 12Z, and 06Z model guidance. That goes out to 80 hours. So I don't know how good it is this far out, but we'll learn. And it's supposed to take over this spring, and slowly the other models get phased out. But you can see that right here does pretty well with the forecast for the short range. But I'm still testing it out to see how well it works. Not that I won't ever use it, but I want to learn what the errors are with it. So now we're in the heart of this, and now we're seeing the study accumulation. Someone sent the EarthCam link. So we'll open it up. New tab. Let's see what EarthCam is showing. Whoop. First we have a Honda thing. Don't want to deal with that. Yes, I know. Commercial. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. Statue of Liberty cam. Wow, it is snowing pretty heavy off the Statue of Liberty. Let's see if I can find a way to share that. Let's see. Maybe it's. If you can, Mr. Sierri, Sedrock 79. If you could share that in the regular X feed, I would like to share that with everyone else. I'll see if I can find it here. 1 second. Let's see. Two-day total, 2 inches in Queens so far. Dumping in Lehigh Valley right now. Getting close to another inch. I haven't used that model yet for severe weather. I will be this spring, obviously. It's snowing pretty good here, about 2 inches this morning, so I'm guessing we end up with 4 or 5 total. Yeah, I think we're going to see a lot of those examples. I can slowly getting its way in here. Still got some time before we get there, but I would not be surprised if we're starting to see a lot more accumulation being shown up. So Staten Island, we're seeing heavy snowfall, pretty good rate falling in now. So it's all starting to play out. Now we see whether we get that 2 inches or not.
Somebody asked about it snowing at the Patriots game.
Oh yeah, it's definitely snowing at the Patriots game.
The snowing part of the Patriots game, and not snowing in Central Iceland.
Well, let's take a look, see what we got here. They're right now right under that northeasterly wind. You're probably, you know what it is right here? You're in a little bit of a substance band between this one and this one. I think that'll shift. Snowing heavy in Holmdel. So yeah, it's starting to play in. It's getting pretty good out there now. It's really starting to accumulate out here in Freehold. Let's see here. I'm gonna try and see if I can find that. Oh, here we are. Perfect. Thank you. Let's see if we can get that to go. Let's see if I can get that to load in. For some reason, it's not. We'll figure it out. But if you go to Statue of Liberty Harbor Cam, it is snowing heavily. For some reason, it just doesn't want to load up here. We'll wait for it, see if it eventually loads. But it doesn't surprise me. We're seeing that snow really start to take shape. Let's see here. Refresh it and we'll search for it here. Statue of Liberty Harbor Cam. Statue. There we go. All right, let's pull it up. And, well, we just got to get through this ad, so we'll come back to it in a second. Are we done yet? Oh, I got to wait for this thing. Toyota. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year. There we go. There's our snow. That's what it is in Staten Island. Look at that heavy snow. Reducing visibility, starting to accumulate. So there we go. Statue of Liberty. Looking down. Hey, if this was Ghostbusters, she'd be walking off towards Manhattan right now. So yeah, there we go. Now you can see it. There's our snow starting to accumulate, starting to take shape. So thank you very much for that, Cam. That is awesome. It's really snowing down through 10 miles north, barely snowing. Since we are stuck right at freezing or slightly above. Is your accumulation due to? I think we'll get the 2 inches or more posted. I really do. Let's see. The way this is going, I think New England's going to have a shot at winning this. Now accumulating in southern Nassau. Give it time. Trust me. Trust me, it's coming. See, now the new model. See, this is fading. This is going away. Now we're seeing our temperatures cascade. This is more of a trough than anything else. Let's see what we got with our observations in mesoscale. So here's our trough. Our freezing line's starting to slide southward. Let's see what the upper level lifting here is. Divergence is focused right over. Here's our Arctic front. -6 is now just north of New York City, starting to sink southward. Our front Genesis is lined up pretty nicely. Let's see what 850 looks like. So there's our front general line at -6 to -8. There it is. And this is going to slowly sink to the south and east. And as it does so, we're going to get this moderate to heavy band that's just going to slowly linger and move through. I wonder if. Okay, so our 925 low is closed off. Now we have the cold air transport. Let's see what the transport looking like here. So now it's cold. We lost our warm air transport completely. See at 850 if we lost it completely. Yep, it's gone. So now we have the cold air transport dominating. So yeah, it's all falling into place now. And now you're seeing that deformation zone signal showing up on the coast. Of course, the focus is out here, which it should be, but you're starting to see that stretching in the atmosphere that we were talking about, which lines up perfectly with the jet streak dynamics. There's our jet streak. Here's our lifting. And that's how we get this. So expect this to continue to intensify and marching its way through. $32.2, not bad. And snowflakes have definitely gotten larger too. And now the trough here is starting to go negative. Bless you. Starting to go negative here. So it's negative in time to support rapid intensification here. And there's our low really starting to get itself organized. And look at the pressure falls. Again, there's our trough signal. If this storm is going to track further west, this setup would be here. So when you're looking for a storm track, you want to be here. So you see this right here, 40, 70 right here. This is where you want to be for a perfect snowstorm for the northern Mid-Atlantic. You want to track right to reach this circle. When it's to the southeast, the heaviest precipitation remains off the coast. If it's to the north of this line, you get more likely for warm air. But when it comes right in here, this track right here, and you get your surface low right in here, perfect. Beautiful setup, steady cold air transport, enough moisture transport, everything lines up perfectly. As you can see, we're east of that. Okay, the track is east of that. But there is our snow. And so now we watch to see as this pushes east, the precipitation event come to an end from west to east. That's what we're from, say it's 5:40 from now through 9:30. So that's 4 hours of snowfall. And the question is, can you pick up 2 inches in that 4 hours with moderate snowfall? That's what we're dealing with temperatures now back to freezing. And that's doable. And by the way, Wildwood is now snow at 34 degrees. Probably still too warm for accumulating, but we're there. We're at the snow point. See if we can pick up an inch in here, which I think is doable. I think an inch is doable over the next 4 hours. And so now I will rely on you guys to let me know on what's going on with the observations. How close were we to a big storm? We were, I say, 12 hours off from a phase. 6 to 12 hours, right in that ballpark. So let's say 8 hours off from this being a main event. Okay. But the problem was that this ridge here, let me zoom out here. You see this ridge here? It's strong, it's impressive, absolutely. But the problem was that the ridge axis was too far to the west. If this ridge axis was here, that would force this trough to be deeper and be able to cut negative faster, which would have pulled everything further west and would have led to a more impressive winter storm. This is why I harp on this ridge. This ridge must line up. Otherwise, we end up with a lot of light to moderate events, which is what we've been doing. Whoa, did you see that catch? That was impressive. That was one-handed. Oh, they're winning this game. That was impressive. Keyshawn Buati. I don't know, Buati, someone, whatever. That guy made a hell of a catch. One-handed. Wow. That's impressive. Here we go. Okay. And we have back in the action here in Rahway, New Jersey. Fingers crossed a bigger one is on the way next week, 5:30. Hopefully not. But here we have the snow. Let's go zoom in on this. And there's our snow falling. Our snow is starting to accumulate. There it is, starting to take shape. Again, we're looking for 2 inches. I want my $2. There we go. So now we see whether we can pull it off. $32.2. Yeah, it's coming in. Oh, this is playing out nicely. This looks like we're on our way, I think. I think we're on our way. And that reminds me, I am going to have to go set up the snow analysis for the past 2 days. No. Okay. It's pajama time. Okay. Let me just do something real fast. There it is. I just want to get for a snow analysis. I got to do two of them for tomorrow, one for Saturday, one for Sunday on the snowfall. But I almost forgot to get the snow analysis for yesterday. There we go. Let's see what we got here. Okay, good. I wanted to make sure I got the observations for that snowfall, which I did. And it looks like verified very high. So that's good. I am happy about that. So we are rocking and rolling. I'm loving this. This is great. I mean, you know, doing the live stream, talking and stuff. We're approaching hour 10. We're at 9:49. We're approaching hour 10 of live stream. Just wait till we actually get an actual huge winter storm. Let's see here. Um, from what I've seen, the RRFS, this is from Philly Weather on Twitch. The RRFS is not a great model to use more than 48 hours out. That doesn't surprise me. But that's usually how it goes for mesoscale models. I would agree. I think that's a good rule overall for most mesoscale models. Um, I'm not even sure why they went out to 80. I know that the the NAM, the poor resolution NAM goes out to about 84, but I wouldn't use that for anything. So yeah, I think 48-hour rule is a good rule for mesoscale models. Let's see where we are. YouTube land. Let's see if it's 12 degrees in Chicago. Let's see. 2816. 273 likes. Woohoo! Wow. It's snowing moderate in Queens now, so we're starting to play out, baby. We're going. We're going. We're starting to. I just need my 2 inches to verify. Didn't glad I didn't go crazy there. Freezing boom. There you go. Let's see. Now we're starting to see really starting to take shape here in Long Island, in New Jersey. There it is. It's starting to again organize, take shape. It's playing out perfectly. There's our back end marching its way, really picking up in Jersey City. Just went outside in Brooklyn, have 1.4 inches, including the first round. Snowing moderately in Queens. Uh, Not the silver dollars earlier. Hope it picks up in central New Jersey soon. So Manhattan is starting to take shape. Man, oh man, this is beautiful. Heavy. Let's see. Oh, what do we got? See if graphics on your show are which one? Oh, Paul Jones. Graphics on your show are really good. Great job on the live stream today. Applegate School. Oh, teachers are all proud of you. Oh, Applegate School. Okay, that's where I went to elementary school. Um, I would literally spend hours in their little library and just take out all of the weather books, weather and Godzilla. That was my that's like my two. No, never. But man, Applegate. Oh, I miss Applegate. Hey, look, if you some of you teachers need someone to come in to talk about the weather, I'm always available. I love that stuff. Well, yeah, I know that. We'll only do some calculus, not too much. But no, I mean, and the funny thing is that I grew up in Freehold, and now we have a house in Freehold, and we're literally down the street from my middle school, and maybe about 5 minutes away from my elementary school. Let's see, still heavy snow in Union County accumulating nicely. Appears that both snow forecasts are going to verify. Well, we'll see. We'll play it out. It's not snowing as I'm chatting outside. Uh, Moderate to locally heavy snow will continue to pass through New Jersey. Snowfall rates be up to as high as 1 inch per hour and visibility down. So that's from the National Weather Service. They're calling for. Let's see if there's any mesoscale discussions out. Let's see here. Nothing yet. Nope. I was looking to see if they were doing any mesoscale discussions for this, but nothing's out yet. A little disappointing. That's okay though. See, darkness definitely helped, accumulating 32 degrees in Galloway, Atlantic County, near Atlantic City, 10 miles. Let's see here. See, that's really cool about Applegate, though. I just can't get over that. Just the little things, you know? Yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah, this banding's coming in real nice. And it's marching its way in. It's definitely marching its way in as far as the dry Arctic air. Whether Godzilla and Sharks, my grade school preferences used to get TV Guide and immediately search for Godzilla. That's what I used to do. Yeah. Yeah, cartoons. I used to go to the back of TV Guide to see if the Because they would have a list of the movies and see if they'd have Godzilla movies. Or look for the advertisement for the Godzilla marathons on like channel 11
Yeah,
and
that's a good
9.
thing too. Look for the ads for like cartoon specials coming up and things like that.
Yep. Look at that. There's a now the next question is okay, as this band comes through, do the temperatures fall into the 20s as let's see here, this band, let's overlay something here.
Do you need it?
No, I think I'm good for now. Thank you. Let's see here. So isn't that fun? All right, here we are. Temperatures. This is what I want to pull up here. Okay, so a lot of marginal temperatures 32, 35. It's a little old though compared to what's being observed here. So I guess we can't really use that. Oh no, there it is. It updated. Okay, so what I wanted to see, and it looks like it's true, as this back end comes in, the temperatures fall a good 4 degrees. Look at that. It goes from you're right around freezing. This back end with the heavy burst, final burst drops you into the 20s. Well, not this storm. It won't be a blockbuster, but there's still a chance. Here's let's see. Steve did a board measure of 530, additional 0.5 inches in Columbus. That puts this morning's 1.5 inches total. 2 inches verification here. Perfect. I like what we're seeing here. I definitely like what we're seeing here. I think we have a plow approaching too. Let's see. Just jumping around social media. Snow falling and sticking in Richmond Hills and Queens. There we go. Nothing new on X yet. Let's see here. Looks like snow will be done in 2 hours in Pennsylvania. Yeah, two and a half. I would like that. Yeah, I would definitely say two. Yeah, that get you to about 8 o'clock. That sounds about right. And then behind that, your temperatures just continue to free fall, upper teens, 20s. At this point, we can leave the winter mask on, and away we go. See if we see any dark blues here. Nothing yet. All right. So we're pretty much dealing with a lot of moderate bands, a few isolated heavier bands. Put on the composite here. You can see that banding taking place. We had certainly a lot of focus on central New Jersey. There we have the eastern on Pennsylvania. Let me see one thing real fast. Here we are. Let's see if I get a good glimpse. No, it's a little bit too far east. Okay, well, it's not perfect, but you can see just how strong this band is that's about to push into western New Jersey. That's a pretty good snowfall rate right there that's coming in. Let's see. Maybe it might show up better in the base. No. Yeah, that's a pretty good rate. All right. I was hoping to get a little bit better view on it, but I guess not. They're in clear air mode for some reason. Let's see here. West of Manhattan. Let's see here. Heavy snow sticking on all surfaces. Let's see here. Heavy snow on wall just started sticking. What time should our accumulating snow be on its way in Monmouth County? I would say 9:30. Everything's done. Everything's done at 9:30. So between now and 9:30, we'll have accumulating snow continuing. I really like my 2 inches at this point. I really do. But at 9:30, we're all done throughout New Jersey. Let's see here. Bridgewater had 1.8 inches, just picked up 1.6 inches more, 3.4 so far. There we go. Let's see here. In the fourth quarter, they're not going to blow this. Come on. Patriots are going to win. Just bouncing around, see the observations. And I just want to thank everyone for a couple of things. First of all, thank you for the observations. I really do appreciate it. Um, I'm learning a lot about the YouTube fan funding thing, or whatever the heck they call it, supers and highlighted membership, all this other stuff. But I've gotten quite a bit today, and I just want to say thank you. I really appreciate it. Wasn't asked for, but I really love it. And I hope I got everybody and said thank to everybody. But if I missed you, thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you for everyone following on Twitch and, of course, on X. It's just been amazing. So I just want to take the time.
Facebook, we're trying to figure it out. So
Facebook, I'm just going to, honestly, I might just give up on Facebook.
it's just it doesn't want to cooperate. What you do.
I think I'm just going to focus on X, YouTube, and Twitch.
Reminds me, speaking of Twitch, I
Yeah.
figured out, the paid promotion thing. I was
Yeah.
doing a little digging on that.
Yeah.
It seems to be reading like your logo as you promoting someone else. It's weird. I don't.
Oh, that would
So
explain it. That would explain it.
yeah, it's sort of like you know, bread sweeping and going like, oh, you're promoting. It's like,
Well, I'm promoting. I am promoting me, so I guess that makes
no,
sense.
I read the things. It's like if you're promoting someone else, you have to stipulate.
I see.
You get what I'm saying? Like
Yeah,
it's misreading your logo as you're promoting someone else's product.
I
So
have to
you
go
have to
see.
troubleshoot.
Yeah, we'll have to dive in and check that out. Thinking I may be in the 3 inch range unless something changes. Snow is very light here in Connecticut. We're about 3 inches for today, on top of 2 from yesterday, so we should get 4 here in South Brunswick. So far, we're getting to where we need to be as far as the base accumulation. We'll see how we do overall. But we got the hardest part done, which is cooling the boundary layer. Now we're at that point where the boundary layer has cooled. We're accumulating. Now we're starting to accumulate. Let's see. Our local weather should. Let's see. Oh, Mr. Samanti. Oh my God. I remember. Okay, so Mr. Samanti was my gym teacher, which would be great because. So yeah, definitely email me. That's usually the best way to do it. But he was my gym teacher, which would be funny considering I could barely run, and I hated doing pull ups. I was terrified of doing pull ups when I was in elementary school. I couldn't do it. Ah, let's see here. Galloway, New Jersey. I'm not leaving. I just wanted to make sure I said thank you, you know, because I kind of do my thing.
The right thing to do.
Yeah. But man, oh man. Yeah. Past hour has given us a decent burst of snow in southeast Bucks County. Probably picked up 0.75 inches, give or take 0.35 inches the past hour. Heavy snow here in Elwood. So just answering some of the social media. I got a client that just texted me. Just responding to that. Let's see. So we're starting to really pick up now. We're getting our snow accumulation. It's all starting to take shape, starting to shake out. So see, it just took a little bit of patience. But the cool thing is that we saw the whole evolution of this storm. And that's why we do this live coverage. It's not just to say, hey, I'm right, blah, blah, blah. It's an education, you know? So now what we've done, we've studied how the storm evolves, the factors that come together, and the forcing parameters that lead to this type of event. And also why this wasn't more of a storm than what we've seen. 6 o'clock, Belmar 32 degrees, mix trending over to mostly snow. So we're definitely taking shape here. Let's see what we got here on X. We got some observations. Been snowing here south of you, coating for Fork River. How's it looking up there?
Car's got pretty good.
Somebody again in New City, New York. Let's see, Steve, tell us a bit about local state weather forecaster community. Do you guys know each other? A lot of us do know each other. Yeah, we definitely talk. In fact, a lot of us are going to be meeting together at the AMS meeting, but every so often we try to meet together for a dinner when the weather isn't crazy. Sometimes we debate what. Yeah, exactly. But we definitely cross paths. Not everybody, but some people we definitely do. Um, there's always competitiveness, but there's never anything that is harsh or anything. In fact, we usually get along pretty good. But we definitely know each other. I mean, definitely guys at the National Weather Service. We talk all the time. Sometimes we differ on forecasts, but that's fine. It'd be weird if we always agreed. That'd be very. I wouldn't feel comfortable with that, to be honest with you. Let's see here. Well, thank you, Wayne. Thank you very much. Great insights, Steve. First time on podcast. I think this is awesome. Yeah, awesome. Thank you very much. Any more snow events upcoming this week? I'm not expecting, although I'm a little worried about Thursday being like a little light snow thing. We'll keep an eye on that. Trying kind of like a low pressure system kind of redeveloping on Jersey Shore and then exiting. But I'll dive into that more tomorrow after I get some sleep. There's our back end marching its way through. So we got the snow. It's all coming together very nicely. I'm a happy camper. There, I got more coffee in a minute. Up number 10. Let's see. Moderate snow on Seaside Heights Boardwalk. Oh, okay, that was retracted. Yeah, this is definitely wet snow. There's not much support for you on that. Just going over some of the observations. Let's see what we got here. See anything new. Yeah, we're still getting colder. Still, the cold air transport's really building in nicely. Um, nice northeasterly winds. Our surface low is intensifying. Snowfall is increasing in strength. We're starting to see accumulation. Radar looks pretty good. The back end is approaching eastern Pennsylvania, approaching the Delaware Water Gap here. And there you can see the moderate to heavy snowfall. For Genesis is lined up perfectly. So that part of the forecast worked out perfectly. As you can see now, -6, -8. There we are right here. Is now pushing right into the I-95 corridor. This region that we were talking about is lined up perfectly with this back end. So when this comes through, you're going to get a burst of heavy snow, and this is really going to pump up your snowfall totals. I would be surprised if it enhances the snow ratio a little bit. But at the same time, the storm is moving at a pretty good pace. We're now falling below freezing in Freehold. There we go. The snow's really coming down at a good pace. See, so although non-accumulating light snow has been falling all day, over the last hour, rates have increased a little more steady, leading to new accumulation on what was previously just wet but clean roadways, Middletown, New York. Coding in Howell. So I think that everything's starting to work out. Let's see here. Looks impressively cold until the end of January. The euro has several days highs in the teens. Yeah, unfortunately. Will the snow on the ground and cold air in place help to aid any potential storms to be colder? Yeah, there's definitely going to be that factor. Absolutely. Then again, it's going to be really cold going forward anyway. Let's see. Let's see. Where is it? Let's see if we have updated data on the European 18Z. Is it out yet? No. Here's a 12Z. And it's been doing pretty well. Again, we're going to watch out for Saturday's going to be fine. We're going to watch out for Sunday. That could be a real mess setting up. That could be a heavy snow event on Sunday. with plenty of cold air based on the AI guidance. We'll see how it plays out. But the theme I want you to take from this is that, hey, we're not done. We're going to be busy. So, the second half of winter, no breaks, just gas. There's a lot, there's no, it's just going to keep going. So, if you're looking for uh, a quiet second half of winter, it ain't happening. Now, when the polar vortex, which is this baby right here, when this consolidates back over the poles, because again, we're stretching and then stretching, it must contract. Okay, that's just law of physics. Um, when that happens, you're going to see a warm up. So I like the second half of February to warm up. I really like that idea. We'll see how it plays out, but it's based on the idea that the polar vortex has got to reconsolidate at some point. And when it does, that's when our spring starts. That I strongly believe that. And then it'll stretch once again, leading to a kind of raw period of spring in March. But I do like that idea. I kind of have that in my head. It makes the most sense physically. But between now and mid February, nope, 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 nope. We're going to be busy. Guarantee that if there's no big storm Sunday, the winter over crowd will be screaming their lungs out. Yeah, well, they always do. What else is new? So we're starting to get big flakes out there in Long Island. Um, in regards to social media stuff earlier, Blue Sky has added a beta feature to let people know when you are live streaming on Twitch. Not sure how you set that up, but might help get viewers from there. Yeah, I'll have to check that out. I have Blue Sky. I set it up. I visited a lot. I did Blue Sky just to see because I know a lot of meteorology, like doctors and whatnot, went over there. So I just keep an eye on there for research purposes. And then I update, every so often, like basically, posts and stuff like that. But I don't really communicate all that much. Um,
I mean, most of my social media I keep because of you.
yeah. Well, most of my social media is because I do this. If it was up to me, I'd be off of social media completely if it wasn't for this line of work. Because social media is just,
Social disease.
it's now 29 in Sparta, New Jersey. There we go. There's our cold air tumbling in. This worked out beautifully. This is playing out very nicely. Let's see here. Even if we don't get a big storm, it's been a real winter as far as temperatures. Honestly, as far as the winter forecast, here, hold on. Let me pull that up here. Let me just do this real fast. So come on, load. There we go. Okay, where is that winter forecast? Seasonal, seasonal, seasonal. Let's see. Okay, so seasonal forecast and pull up the winter forecast. There we go. So this is back in October. What was the snowfall amounts I was looking for the season? And all the data, blah blah blah. Okay, so most of us were in zone 3, and I was expecting 20 to 40 inches. So where a lot of places we're getting close to that seasonal average of 20. Zone 4, that's way up here. That's where you got the 40 inches. And again, I wouldn't be surprised if we get there. Zone 2, 10 inches. Yeah, we definitely got that with some of our storms. So I think I'm well underway, I think, of verifying on the winter forecast. Can we continue warm air transport to the poles delayed the reconsolidation of the polar vortex? That process is why we're seeing this stretching. It might slow down in terms of the consolidation, but it's going to happen. The question is, does it happen February 10th or February 20th? That I'm not sure yet, but it's going to happen. Let's see here. What change? Winter wonderland, major roadways, snow covered, moderate to heavy. So it played out. There we go. It looks like it's taken hold. Still just snow showers in Bronx, Steve. What is happening? Oh, in the Bronx? Everyone else is reporting pretty good snowfall. Let's see. Let's jump towards. You might be getting a little screwed over here. Maybe that's what's going on. I don't know. Everyone else is reporting moderate snow. I'm not sure what you're seeing. Well, that's that. Patriots won. I wouldn't be surprised if we don't get a big storm. I wouldn't be surprised if we get it suppressed because of the cold air coming in. But I wouldn't let your guard down either. I'll put it that way. I'd keep an eye on that. And there's our back edge. It's moving at a pretty good pace here. So I like the ending. Let's see if we get updated HRR guidance. So New England won. So let's see here. So New England won. Put that here. So now it's going to be the Broncos at the Patriots, right? I think no, Patriots at Broncos. Um, geez, that's a tough pick. I don't know who's going to win that one. At this point, probably the Patriots, considering the Broncos lost their QB. So the Patriots might actually have a good shot being in the Super Bowl. I like that. I thought the Texans were going to win this. I really did. But hey, congratulations to the Patriots. Okay, let me refresh the HRR. And let's see what we got here. All right, so overall, the timing looks to be good. Pretty much done in Pennsylvania at 8, 8:15. And then New Jersey, you're pretty much done at 9, 9:30. Unless you count flurries, I don't. And about 11 in New York City. And then probably on the east end of Long Island, you're looking at about 4 a.m. So now through 4, I'm not going to be up here till 4 a.m. No, no. Probably I'll be cutting this off. Um, I want to get to about 9:30 so that way I can just tell all the snowplow guys where we're at. So that's probably where we're going to be ending this. So we got about another 3 hours of live coverage. Yes, then we're going to watch many cartoons and relax. So we got another 3 hours. Pats versus Seahawks in Super Bowl. Seahawks would win that, I think, but who the hell knows anymore? Let's just see something here. And Channel 4 has the next game, I think. How are you holding up, honey? If you want to go lay down, you can. Uh, I'm sorry, hon.
That's okay.
Uh,
I can always stretch out this chair if I need to, so.
true. Well, whoever wins the Super Bowl, you're just keeping it warm for the Chiefs next year. Enjoy it while you can. Let me see. Yeah, we're definitely starting to see our temperatures fall very quickly. We're going to be falling into the 20s in the next hour. I can see it in northern New Jersey as this band comes marching in. We're just waiting for the next set of obs. Heavier snow in Boston, but that's pretty much done. So really it's taken up here in eastern Long Island too. Down to 33. We're not getting any observations at Montauk. Light snow in West Hampton 29 minutes ago. JFK is seeing some light snow. So we're getting our accumulation. We're getting everything set in place. It looks like it's working pretty nicely. Really, really is. Uh, see, will New York City get a period tonight where there's good dendrite? Yeah, that's going to be. Where are you? Here. This right here. It's approaching to New York City. It's getting there. Before this is over, you're going to get this band to drop right through. It's going to move through here. It's going to move through most of New Jersey. I'm not sure what you're seeing. I'm not getting any other observations to support just snow showers. You're getting probably light snow in the Bronx. You're probably this right here. I'm willing to bet you're probably under this area right here because everyone else around you's getting moderate snow. So you're probably just in between bands. That's all. Mahomes is gonna be back next year, like in September. He's already running and stuff. I don't know how. It's like the freaking bionic man. I don't know what the hell he's doing, but well, I don't know how, but the man's recovering fast. I don't remember off the top of my head. Enhanced snowfall. Let's see what Bernie has to say here. Watch the radar and how the snow. What's that, honey?
Did it even hit 30 yet?
I don't think so.
Why?
Watch the radar on how the snow enhances from New Jersey to eastern New England for the next few hours. It's going to start to thump in Foxborough, which he was true about that. Just shortwave going negative, the upward motion. Well, let's just see how well it's going negative. Well, the EPS is going off the hook too with snowfall. Wonderful. So Bernie's definitely seeing that torque. Let's see if it's showing up here. Huh. So Yeah, let me zoom out here. We go full sector. So this is starting to go into that negative tilt, clearly, and that enhancement is leading. See, this is all happening. If this was happening 6 hours earlier, then you'd be talking about this is storm just pummeling us with heavy, heavy snow. But this process is happening now. That's enhancing everything that we've been talking about. Okay, so the Arctic air coming in. Now we're seeing enhanced lifting, enhanced rising motion in the air. So it's all coming together. I would not be surprised if we get reports of 1 inch per hour snowfall rates on this as it's coming through at the very end. Just like it's like a firework display at the very end. Boom, boom, boom. Snowing hard in Lehigh Valley. It won't be too long in Long Island for long. You guys in Long Island always bail on a storm way too early. Every freaking time. It's not gonna snow, blah blah blah. Guys, it's gonna snow all the way through 4 a.m. on Long Island.
No patience.
No patience. Just because you don't see it now. Have a little patience. It'll pan out. Always. It never fails. It's not gonna happen. It's over. Winter canceled. It's always Southeast PA and Long Island. Always bail on storms way too early. You gotta let things play out. Let things unfold. Yeah, it is light and wet right now. Give it 3 hours. It won't be any more. It's all right. It's got a little sore, but I'm taking a Sucrets and that'll help. Okay. I think I might go get another coffee. Thanks, hon. Yeah, it looks like have a little patience. It'll come through. I mean, you're right at the freezing point right here. And as that heavy band comes through, yeah, you definitely pick up that. Again, this is exactly why, some people are like 6 inches plus. I'm like, no, 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 no. 2 to 4 inches. And Central PA isn't getting any snow because Penn weather jinxed them for the whole winter. Kept on asking for snow, and now they're never getting snow again. 28 degrees in the Lehigh Valley was 33 2 hours ago. See? I know LI weather. Just trust me. It's gonna happen. In Southern Queens this season isn't good prediction so far. There's nothing to apologize for. Don't worry about it. The only person who has to apologize is Central PA. For he has to apologize to everyone in Central PA for jinxing their winter. So anyone who does, huh?
You mean pen weather?
Yeah, Penn weather. There we go.
He's right there.
I know. There he is. There he is.
He said he's happy that he got really 2 inches.
There we go. See, you're learning. I was telling him beforehand. The problem isn't the forecast. The problem is your expectations. He's like, I want 20 inches. I'm like, no, no, it's not happening.
Man, I want a toilet made out of solid gold, but it's just not in the cards.
Look at the back end here. It's really booking. Let's see if we got any new data here. Penn Weather's crying now. I made him cry.
It's not worth all that.
Yeah. I mean, with this storm evolving, yeah, there's definitely that chance you get a suppression to the storm track. I can't rule that out right now. I don't have any definites on next weekend. Um, but when you have intense Arctic air, the potential for suppression of the storm track is high. So I wouldn't rule that out. I wouldn't rule anything out right now. All right. We'll definitely keep an eye on it. So hopefully we are okay. And let's see what we have here with observations. We have 8 inches this weekend, Lehigh Valley. That's pretty notable. Yeah, that's definitely true, Bobby. Definitely true about that. Let's see
Yeah, I
here.
forgot the science diagram like that, but I know it just keeps periodically running like a faucet.
Yeah, it's. I think it's because of all the dry air. Looking good in Waynewood, Pennsylvania. For the let's see here. There we go. We got our 5 inches. And look at the dog.
What the? What?
I gotta take a look at the picture. Look at that. It's a cute right here on the live feed. A nice little doggy. Or you can come here and see. I don't know.
I'm coming to see the dog. You know I'm coming to see the dog.
Yes, I know. I'm leaving it here. See, there's the dog right there. There it is.
Aww,
Cute dog.
very cute. Looks like it's working on some bicycles.
Yep. North of 80 isn't going to benefit from this band. You can tell by the radar it's just not moving north. No, it's moving east. It's not moving. My friends in East Meadow, Long Island said they you didn't have to shovel yet. Don't worry. Observations there. Let's see what we have here on YouTube. Oh, more. So you were ignoring my sunset post. It's all good though. No worries. I didn't see it. I got a billion things to worry about.
How many screens? Six, seven?
6, 7 screens. I don't know. It snowed harder yesterday. Okay.
I'm going back and forth between the two. I'm like, it's a lot.
I'm okay. I'm an okay forecaster. Next weekend could suppress for New England, but teleconnections are good for Mid Atlantic. Possibly, yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if Virginia and Maryland and Delaware gets a pretty good snowfall out of this pattern. Which some people say Mid Atlantic, that means North Carolina and Virginia, and then others mean up to New York State. I would cut it off at here. You got two versions. You got Northern Mid Atlantic and Southern Mid Atlantic. I'd say Southern Connecticut through the New York City Metro in this area right here is Northern Mid Atlantic. And Southern Mid Atlantic is down here. By the way, our snow is about to come to an end in around basically the Chesapeake Bay area. So that the end is coming. The end is near of our storm. Got about another 3 hours. Middlesex just a coating right now. We'll see if that picks up. Just checking to see observations and all that stuff bouncing around. And we're approaching hour 11. My back is getting a little tight. I gotta stretch it later. If you root for the Patriots and Red Sox, you're in New England. Well, root for the Giants and Yankees, you're in the middle.
Jersey, so there's not really a lot of logic to this.
I think you could root. There are many people who root for. There are people who root for Dallas in New Jersey. So I don't know. Right? Right.
Kansas City.
Yeah.
always throws people off. They're like, wait, you're a Kansas City fan and you're in New Jersey? How does that work?
Yeah, that's a long story. Snowing in Chicago. That is. A few snow showers. Nothing like what was in New England, though. You got Giants, Mets. Yep. A lot of people are Jets, Mets, too.
So Giants and Yankees fan.
See,
Also jerk. So
see, my thing was that the one thing I really liked about being a Mets fan when I was younger was I liked National League Baseball. Now it really doesn't matter. But I liked there was more defense, there was more strategy in National League. Not so much anymore. Let's see here. Did the snow and wet conditions contribute to those turnovers in the New England game? I think it was just bad play, to be honest with you. I don't know. I don't think they'd blame it on the weather, to be honest with you. I'm just curious. Let me just see something here. What is the temperature out there in Chicago? It is, they are out there and it is 16 degrees. Light snow. No, thank you. You gotta be a diehard fan to be out there in that. I don't. That's not my cup of tea. Thank you very much, Izzy. Izzy D8613. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much. So we got down to freezing in Belmar, and Atlantic City's at 33. Wildwood's at 32. That just updated. Remember, they were at 40. That tells you just how strong the cold air transport is, ladies and gentlemen. This cold air is really, really rushing in now. That tells me the surface low here is really starting to take over. Uh, let's see. Boom. No, wrong one. So there's our lifting. There's our negatively tilted trough now. Again, if this happened 6 hours earlier, we'd be talking about a much bigger storm. This is going to go through all the way on the Jersey Shore. You're good until 9:30. That's right. It's 6:40 now. Roughly 3 more hours of snow. It does feel later. Oh, my back feels later.
shoot. I apologize for the sympathy pangs that you think you're feeling.
I tell you this, I did miss the powerlifting today. What am I going to do?
So
Yeah, it's no one's fault, I I should have got up at 4 a.m. and to go to the gym. No?
you needed your sleep.
Yeah, true.
So when you got out, so I saw how you slept last night.
Did I sleep well?
You were very tired.
Yeah. What the heck is going on in Chicago? There's a black smoke.
Tired too because you passed right out.
Yeah. Well, ooh, look at these winds. This is cool. Look at this. Okay. So here's our low pressure system organizing and trying to get its act together. Remember I was talking about with the troughs? Look at that. Look at that setup here. No wonder why now we're getting the cold air really pulling in. Look at everything just sinking right into this trough axis. Wow. Okay, so here, let me do this. We'll switch it to temperatures. And you could see the cold air just funneling right into that trough. See how it's all getting pulled in? That is so cool. I'm going to turn to HD. Look at that. So there's your Arctic air, and it's all just surging in. And the dry air is also doing the same. That's pretty cool. Getting that cold air just to funnel right in. Yep, see, everything's falling into place. Look at that. I think I said it many times, falling into place. Yeah, it's working out. Forecast is working out. Score. If there's anything new here. Anything new here. All right, so far so good. AI GFS. I don't trust that thing at all. JFK doesn't surprise me. JFK is an airport area on the right on the water. It's going to always have a difficult time accumulating. I think Long Island, you're going to be just fine over the next couple of hours. I'm pretty strongly, if it can accumulate in southern New Jersey, trust me, it'll take hold. No, this the snow showers we're seeing here is more via a cold front approaching. Okay. Still light rain on Long Island and central ISIP. Light rain. Well, let's see here. Something's not right here. Let's go and zoom in on ISIP. Well, ISIP's reporting light snow and it's 33. Maybe it might be a rain snow mix. Or it may be so fine that it's not, it almost looks like rain. We'll wait. We got new observations coming in shortly. It's about 46 minutes old, so let's see. We should get new observations in about another 5 minutes or so. We'll see where we're at. And then when we do, I think we'll probably see a lot of snow. I'm in Howard Beach near JFK. It's not sticking. Yesterday it did. Because it wasn't as intense, but it will start sticking. Someone just got picked off. Holy smokes, that was a bad throw. There was no one else. The only person there was a Rams player. What the heck happened? You threw it to the wrong guy. Let's see. Should be probably another 10 minutes. We'll check at 6:55. Oh, something's wrong with that guy's hand. There we go. There's our snowfall. And the back edge is now marching through eastern Pennsylvania. Said about 8 o'clock. It looks like it's on track for that. Looks pretty good to be all done in Pennsylvania. And marching into Western New Jersey, probably in the 8 to 8:30 hour. Probably cutting through Western New Jersey. And then between the 9 and 9:30 hour through Eastern New Jersey. And there you can see the snowfall starting to pick up on Long Island and New York City. And there's that back end showing up now on the Philadelphia radar. pretty good snowfall out here. Okay. Just going to take 5 minutes for a bathroom break, and then I will be right back. Okay? All right. So let's go right here, right there, clock up, and away we go. All right, we're back. Let's see if we have any new questions. Start here first. Let's see any observations here. Whoop. Reloading and not pretty quiet here, but in YouTube, let me put on the radar here. Let's see here. Visibility definitely dropping in the Bronx now. Light rain on Long Island. 6:45. Hold on, let me refresh this. So let's see our observations, shall we? So an ice slip is 34 with light snow. You're probably seeing a little bit of light rain on here. That's probably what you're seeing. Updated 3 minutes ago. It looks like the really cold air is still back here. We're at 23 here. Still around freezing everywhere around New Jersey and right around the Delaware River. And then in Pennsylvania, we're in the mid to upper 20s. Snow's over in Scranton. Allentown, we're still at 27 snow. I think we're pretty much come to an end here in Pennsylvania. So I said the back edge is somewhere around here. Temperatures falling through the 20s. We're getting moderate snow now in Wildwood, 34 degrees. Curious to see if we're getting some accumulation on that. Let's see here. Snow looks to be getting going. Heavy Queens. Let's see. All snow now in southern Delaware, Salisbury, Maryland. Getting things going there. Getting things to take shape. In the Hudson River Valley, we're falling into the 20s. So it's kind of like the cold air is just kind of streaming in slowly. And the last holdout is right in here. But look, I mean, we're even seeing moderate to even some heavier snowfall now, setting up around New Jersey with our last band. Now we're pretty much done here. Okay, so East Central Pennsylvania is definitely done. It's starting to come to an end in Eastern Pennsylvania. The Delmarva Peninsula, the western part of the Delmarva Peninsula, is coming to an end. Heavy snow throughout Delaware, though. That's going to be closing out soon. And there you can start to see the heavier bands here. It's starting to come in together. And there's our negative tilt, finally. Now let me pull this up here. Change the sector. See if we got new data in on the front of Genesis here. Yeah, so there it is. This right here is going to be the final surge, and with that, probably 10-inch per hour type snowfall. Right there. Not bad. Not bad. It's overall playing out pretty much as forecasted. Although it took a little bit longer to get that accumulation going than I thought. Cup number 10. So we're at our 11th hour of coverage. There we go, going strong. Pretty good on the a lot of people watching. That's really impressive. 283 likes. Really cool. Thank you. Let's see here. Light rain snow mix here in Bellport. That's going to change over. The reason why, oh, we just got a touchdown. The reason why you're having a difficult time in Brooklyn is because of the urban heat island effect. I think you're going to see accumulation on your cold surfaces, but it's going to be very difficult on your roads. Same thing in Manhattan. Let's take a look at the temperatures. Zoom in on the New York City metro. Zoom in. And Newark, we're at 33. New York City, we're officially, see, in Central Park, right in Central Park, 32. But if you take the observations around the buildings downtown, we're at 34. Snow in both locations. But the difference is that 34 is nothing more than wet pavement. Whereas in Central Park, 32 is snowing on the board and on the grass. That's the difference. And in the Bronx, you've seen the kind of the same thing. LaGuardia, you're at 32. Light snow. Let's see where we are at JFK. 33, light snow. Right in JFK, probably difficult to accumulate, but I wouldn't be surprised around Jamaica, you're getting some pretty good snow accumulation on the grass. Whereas out here in Staten Island, fortunately, I don't have any observations that are showing up. Let's see if I zoom in more. Nope. But I'm willing to bet you're getting a lot of snowfall out here accumulating because you got a lot more open spaces here. Zoom out. A lot of temperatures right around that freezing mark. Setting up your accumulation. And there it goes. It's marching its way through. We have now fallen to 31.5 here in Freehold, snowing steadily. Everything's covered now. Everything is a pretty good snowfall rate. I'm down in Wall Township tonight, Monmouth County, basically right along the parkway. The roads have been covered the past hour. There we go. I don't know who told you that. It wasn't me. Let's see here. So far, I think I got a pretty good shot at this verifying. At least a 2-inch idea. We'll see. We'll see what the final end is. That is quickly coming to an end in Maryland. The back end's about to hit Delaware. So we're on the home stretch with this storm. Okay. Just bounce around the different social media. I put up the surface map here. At central Brooklyn and western, it's wet. I'm in Elmont, steady light to moderate snow, sticking to grass and car tops, so cold surfaces. You know what you really need for New York City, the 5 boroughs, everyone to get snow? You need one or two things. Temperatures in the mid to upper 20s, like 25 to 29, somewhere around there, or snowfall rates over 1 inch per hour. That's what you need. South Richmond Hill, Queens, dusting to coating. Just looked outside, everything is covered. On Long Island, even on the ground. East Long Island seems to be getting hammered unless it's a mix. Elmont, everything is covered. So now we're starting to get everything starting to unfold as expected. So it's starting to really start to take shape here. And we're getting a report here in Trenton. This is approaching moderate snowfall, temperature down to 31. Philadelphia, remember, it's been holding at that 34, 35. Now they're getting snow, moderate, light to moderate snow, 31 degrees. So, yeah, now it's all starting to play. It's all unfolding. And that's why I stuck with the forecast I stuck with. If you let your guard down, say, okay, we're going to lower everything. Now you got people unprepared. Um, Side roads and sidewalks are getting covered. And that's the thing is that in this type of environment, if we're putting out like a 6 to 8 inch snowfall, yeah, totally bust. That would totally there's no way. 2 inches you could definitely pull off very easily. Let's see here in Park Slope, Brooklyn, it is sticking. Have 1.5 visibility, official measurement, but on cement more than 0.25 inches. Okay, so about a quarter of an inch. I can see some coating on cars and some side roads. Definitely moderate snow in West Nassau and sticking on the ground Richmond, Hills, and Queens. Compared to other areas in New York City, well, because in Queens, especially on Richmond Hill, your urban heat island effect is a little bit lower. Shouldn't next week's storm be easier to forecast since it's just overrunning? No, no, because then we have to figure out where that boundary is with the ice. And I mean, the snow itself in the snow area, that's easy, but the wintry mix part is going to be a mess. Union County getting heavy snow right now. Measured 3 inches of snow just before 7 p.m. in northwest New Jersey. Very light and powdery snow falling now. There we go. Not bad in northern Long Island. So now that's starting to take shape. We were 2 inches on the first round in Burlington. Definitely verified here. There we go. In addition to the 3 inches we received this morning in Weisenberg Township, Lehigh County, which added another 1.75 inches of snow before ending. There we go. So it's all starting to play out. See, right in here. Not bad. Look at that. There's our very end of our snow shield. There's the back end. It's cutting through the Delaware really quickly. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised around Dover it starts to taper off real fast. I mean, we're pretty much near the end. So this is really starting to march its way through really quickly. So it's 7 o'clock. Probably got about another 60 minutes or so in right around the Delaware River. Borough Park, Brooklyn. It's more wet than snowy. Okay. Cherry Hill has about 2.5 inches still snowing. All right, good. Perfect. So that definitely verified. Perfect. 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 Um, do you think the coming snow threat for late next weekend will get suppressed? Not sure yet. I want to really dive into that tomorrow morning. Really look at the pattern because right now I've just been focused on this the whole time. So I want to really dive in to see where the heights are and what the pattern looks like in general. Let's see. 31.8 now in Columbus, New Jersey. Hopefully we get a higher ratio with the last part. I really don't want to make any declarative statements until I get a chance to really study the weather pattern, but I think it's fair. I mean, there's always a possibility for a blizzard, but I don't have any data to forecast for it. So I don't have anything on the wave right now. Just comparing this with the guys here. There's our tail end coming in. You guys, let me know down in Delaware if you're seeing the snow come to an end. If you're seeing a reduction in snowfall. Getting the snow. I'm just checking out the Discord and but yeah, I mean we're seeing some pretty good snowfall support. The guys on Discord are happy. I'll put it that way. Heavy snow, Steve, in Staten Island. There we go. So we're seeing that snowfall take shape. Happy with how this is playing out. That's good. So what have we learned? We've learned, as far as the streaming is concerned, I think we're going to focus more, stay away from Facebook, but focus on YouTube, X, and Twitch, and go from there. We'll have to check out this Blue Sky connection, see if that works. If you let me know, anyone who's in Delaware, if you're seeing an end to the snowfall around those locations. Let's see. But I definitely think we're coming to the tail end of this storm. I really like that. It looks like Chicago's trying to score. Look at that, dude. It's so cold that literally you could see the warm air coming off their bodies. That's insane. Well, that ain't going anywhere. Right. Well, that was just a horrible running play. Someone screwed. Somebody didn't pull correctly. That was a bad offensive line work right there. We're starting to see the peak end of our heavy snowfall now. Starting to come to an end around Allentown. Reading, you're done. Willow Grove, you're at your peak and coming to an end. So here it is. It's coming. Let's see on YouTube. Let's see. The East Coast's been mild. Mild. What the hell? That's not. I don't know what you call cold then. Jesus. Uh, it's like moderate snow's falling. It's like everything could miss Manhattan. Mild. That's just crazy. It hasn't been mild this winter. Are you out of your mind? Let's see. Mild in comparison to what? I don't know. I don't even know what to say to that. Mild. Jeez. Let's see here. Heavy snow of Livingston, New Jersey. Let's take a look at that, shall we? Let's see. There we go. So it's coming down, starting to accumulate. Pretty good rate. We'll see where we're at the end of this. I think it's going to be hard for Central Park to pull off that 4 inch. I like my 2 inch better. See, just going over some data. Let's see if we have. Oh, that explains it. And even there, it's been cold, so I don't even know how to respond to that. It's been in the single digits and teens and stuff. Okay. And there again, here's our storm lifting out. Very nice. Right.
So it's becoming a little clear now. So they're from upstate New York and they went to New York City.
Ah,
Yeah, you're not gonna get snow really easily in the city.
yeah.
'Cause
For New York City, it's been cold. For northern New York, it seems mild because you're in New York City. Chicago just scored.
seems to be they want snow. They're going to the wrong place.
You went to. You need to go back. You need to go back.
Yeah, they said I should move to New Jersey for more snow. I'm like, no.
Northwest New
I
Jersey,
mean, yeah,
sure.
if you go to a higher elevation, you got a better chance.
Go to Sussex
Or maybe
County.
or something like that.
Yeah, that that'll work too. Move to Sussex, New Jersey. You'll be happy. Uh, nice structure in this storm. So close yet so far away. And I just want to see if we got this updated yet. So we go here, there. Not yet. Hasn't updated yet the data, but I'm willing to bet this is starting to drop south based on what we're seeing here. Western Delaware, you're pretty much done. Coming to an end in eastern Delaware, if it hasn't already. Um, it's about to be over in Allentown. That back edge is rapidly approaching western New Jersey. Yeah, if it did 4070, absolutely. So there's your 47 mark. Here's your low pressure system. So you can see kind of what I was talking about here. It's well to the southeast. If this was over here, forget about it. You'd be talking about intense heavy snowfall. Basically, all this would be over us. And this back edge would be back here in central Pennsylvania. And the central Pennsylvania would be talking about 3 to 6 inches of snow. So let's see here. Coming to an end now. Let's see. Let's see 7-Eleven. Let's see if we update this. No, we're still waiting for more data. Okay. Still falling here. Temperature's still falling here. Pretty good rate. Lightning. 1 second. Hold it 1 minute. Yeah, that's weird. I had a lightning alert, but it looks like it looks like bogus data. I don't buy it. Let's see. Allentown, very light snow now. 14 minutes ago. One thing's for sure, everything's gone over to snow. There's no doubt about that. And let's see, this just updated 2 minutes ago. Again, you can see the back end of this is all coming in pretty quickly. And looks like and this is a minute old. And again, now it's coming to an end. Southwest New Jersey, probably Cape May. It's already over in Delaware. The steady stuff. It's pretty much the back end's now reaching the Delaware River. So we still got pretty good rates of snowfall out here. And we got update here. Let's see. Okay, so let me just read this. I was reading somewhere that the storm was closer. We'd be talking about feet, not inches, possibly. I thought the closer you are to the storm, the closer you are to getting rain. Am I wrong? It's a very, very fine line. If the storm was a little bit closer, as in tracking towards 40 north, 70 west, it'd be the perfect track for heavy snowfall. If it was to the west of 40 north and 70 40 north, 70 west, then yeah, then you'd see more likely rain. So very fine line. And there's our radar signature coming to an end. And let's see, Bobby reporting 18 minutes ago. Whitehall Township, 7 p.m. reporting final snowfall. Um, Additional snowfall this evening, 0.9 inches. Daily total, 3.2. Update from the previous 2.3. And for the weekend, 8.3. So they certainly got their snow up there. Stewartville, as of 1900, new snow, storm 2, 3.6. So there's verification there for that location. Perfect. Given the data as of yesterday, only supported snowfall for most of the area, with traced to an inch. Today's snowfall has been a nice bonus to what we got yesterday. Oh, I would agree. It definitely ended up being a much snowier weekend than I thought when we were back on Wednesday. That's for sure. That is for sure. The final burst, though, before this comes to an end, is pretty impressive. It was about a half an inch or so per hour. Let's see. What weather app said 9 to 11 inches? I don't know anyway. I want to know what weather app said 9 to 11 inches for this storm. Don't tell me it was Apple weather. Yes, it was. Oh my God. 9 to. No wonder why people were so upset with the amount of snowfall. I'm like, what are you talking about? We're looking at 2 inches. When's the heavy snow coming? Oh my God. Don't tell me that an app was putting out 9 to 11 inches for this storm today. Don't tell me that. Don't tell me that. Google weather for the 26th has me at 17 inches of snow. No. Oh, God, no. Oh, no. That's where we're getting this nonsense from. Ugh. Oh, we got another dog picture. Just over 7 inches with the past 2 storms coming down good now, although the storm seems to be winding down. And we have a little dog, and it's a video. There's a dog. Nice snowfall, too. That's beautiful. Look at that.
Like a postcard.
That is beautiful. There's the dog.
Puppy.
That is pretty cool. Let me share that.
me.
Let's see. Winewood, Pennsylvania. Present totals, west suburbs. Let's see. We're up to 6 inches. Now, is that total of both storms or is that just one storm? That's got to be combination, both. 5 to 6, 1 hour. Not from this storm. What? What? I'm confused. Wait. 5 to 6 in 1 hour. Where? I need more details, Ben. 1.5 inches yesterday. The rest all fell today. Okay, I get it now. I understand. Okay. So it got about 4.5 inches today. Gotcha. That makes more sense. I would definitely put salt in New York City. I got 2 words for you. Slip, well, 3 words. Slip and fall. Yeah, I think that's, I would say definitely, like if you have any sidewalks that you're in charge of, I'd definitely put salt down. It's coming down really nice here now in Freehold. It's really accumulating nicely. Yep, not bad. The last hurrah. So now we're seeing our snow accumulate. We'll see where we're at. Finally sticking at JFK. Uh, you'll see some some banding in Connecticut as this is pulling away. So yeah, we're definitely seeing everything unfold here pretty nicely. And we're pretty much at the end. We probably got another 2 hours or so left of live coverage. 7:30 now. We come to an end between 9 and 9:30. Or basically when this comes to an end. You can see that the back end here is rapidly approaching. It's now approaching the Delaware River, and it's starting to move into southwestern New Jersey. So when this all comes to an end, when it reaches New York City, I'll probably put an end to the live coverage. I mean, you're talking about like over 12 hours of coverage. So I'm proud of the fact that my voice is still intact. A lot of people don't have. Yeah, that's probably after I go to the bathroom. Definitely fall right to sleep. Let's see here. Pulling in to see. Oh, we got. Oh, sorry for confusion. Yesterday we received 1.5 inches. Today we received 4.5 inches. We went from a 5 inch total 1 hour ago to 6 inch. I got you. So you picked up an inch. Got you. Okay. About 20 minutes ago. So it's about one. That last band's producing 1 inch of snow pretty quickly. I understand, Ben. Thank you very much. Uh-oh. Well, we just
Before. I thought I was losing my mind.
looks like we had just a brief brownout. We're still live here.
That's what I thought it was.
Looks like we. Yep. We just had a brief brownout, and then it came back on. Everything's working okay. I don't know. Weird. Carrot is a fun weather app. You can change the sources. I always laugh at the comparing the source. Huh. Model source is using to get many different forecasts based on sources select. But I will say, besides the radar and customization, the app allows uh, is great as well as snarky weather notifications. Is this the longest you've ever been live? I think maybe,
No,
maybe not. No,
no, we did longer when we were in the apartment.
that's right. That was like over what 20 hours.
It was long. I know that
Yeah,
you ended it. We went.
yeah. My report I gave to NWS Mount Holly, East Norton, Montgomery County, PA. 1.5 inches this morning, 2 inches between 4 and present. Edge approaching. Total today 3.5 inches. Saturday was 3.25. Total weekend 6.75 inches. Now we're talking.
Yeah, yeah, I see it. Yeah, keep it up. You're gonna get blocked.
Uh-oh. Something going on?
You might think it's funny and cute in the chat there, but you can get blocked.
6, 7. Why is that?
This is yeah, because you're spamming the chat. Knock it off.
Yeah, let's just chill with that. I don't know. That's just weird. I'm not sure yet. The Aurora forecast. I'm not even thinking about that right now, to be honest with you. Oh, oh, the Rams are thrown deep and almost intercepted. Low scoring game. So the back edge here is producing some pretty heavy snowfall.
It's a
Skip.
meme. I know it's a meme. We all know it's a meme. We all know the dumb, non-joke joke that it is. That's not the point. You're flooding the chat. That's
Yes.
spamming.
Let's not
Don't
do the
do that.
spamming. Let's not do the spamming. Let's chill on the spamming. Snowflakes look bigger. Yeah, let's not do the spamming. Um, I would say, look, there's definitely a storm potential around the 26th, but I wouldn't go any further than that. Well, thank you, Penn. I appreciate it. Um, if there is a surface low just north of New York City, then why is everything moving northeast? That's because this is, I knew that was going to come up. This is bogus. This is just poor representation. This is the bogus. I hate this representation because it just creates a lot of. Here's what really we have. It's just a trough. There's no surface low. covering the, just responding to, let's see here. Oh, here we go. Uh, Next Sunday, Bridgewater, high of 18, low of 8 with snow showers. Yeah, I mean, that's certainly a lot of spamming is bots, major problem across the web. It'll be very cold for, we definitely have a lot of cold air. Just drove back from Bradley Beach to Keyport on Garden City Parkway, encountered pockets of very heavy snow. Soldiers out in force, parts of roadway snow covered. Keyport now 32 degrees with moderate snow. And winter is here. That is true. Observations, everything else is coming through. So the back edge is reaching 730. So it looks like it's moving through. It's starting to pick up speed. So it's starting to come to an end in southwestern New Jersey. It's about to reach the end. It's pretty much almost done in Pennsylvania. You just got that one little surge over the northern Philadelphia counties. It's reached the back end on the Delaware River, and it looks like it's moving at a pretty good pace. We might be able to end this live coverage at 9 p.m. Well, you know what? All thanks to my wife who puts up with my insanity, right? Because, you know, why not? Just like you're awesome. You're always here to support and stuff, you know?
And sadly, try to keep people in check and remember to be respectful.
Mm,
Listen, we can have conversations. We can be
sure.
polite. We can be civil. When you start acting childish and behaving stupidly, we got a problem.
Yeah.
And the thing is like, oh, they swing a pretty heavy ban.
Yeah,
You're
you.
being very kind right
Oh, here we go. Observation moderate snow in Sayreville, South Shore, Suffolk County. Finally starting to stick on cold surfaces. And snow has shut off in Nazareth, Pennsylvania. Impressive snowy weekend here in northern Lehigh Valley. Time to get the plow going. Temperature 26, elevation 700 feet. Snow accumulation today 4.2 inches. Snow depth 9.5 inches. So we definitely got our snowfall in Lehigh Valley. How quickly after precip stops do temperatures drop? It looks like it's going to be dropping pretty. Once the precip ends, the temperatures fall off pretty quickly, um, falling into the lower upper teens to lower 20s. So we'll see if that continues on the coastal plain. I do expect tomorrow morning that we're going to be in the teens. We actually have moderate to heavy snow now in Wildwood. Moderate snow here. Light snow on Long Island. See, Steve, awesome job as always. Thank you for analysis and coverage. Thank you, Todd. I appreciate it.
now. I'm sorry.
It's fine.
It just doesn't seem fair that if somebody, let me explain the spamming thing. I think some people don't understand. If you flood the chat with a joke or whatever it is, something repetitive,
Mm-hmm.
You're pushing out people's legitimate questions that
Yeah,
they don't
that's true.
really want answered. Do you understand how rude and disrespectful that is? I mean, think about it. If it's you asking a question and someone does that to you, would you not see that as rude?
Yeah, I understand.
I'm trying to explain to the chat, see if they understand. And now, funny.
Do you ever go out in the snow? No.
Done.
Wait, hold it.
See?
Yep. Marilyn Monroe. What in the hell?
It's gone.
Jesus. Come on, people.
Don't test my fucking temper.
Wow.
Spite and rage. Don't test me.
Spite and rage. Well, that's true. Let's go back to the radar. Oh, hold it. We have new observations, maybe. Nope. Okay. Okay, so we're coming to an end on our storm here. We're reaching the end. Temperatures falling below freezing. Snow is accumulating. Steven finally made it to the big time. He caught the attention of spam bots. Oh no. No, no, we've had a stalker. Yeah, we've had a stalker before. Oh God, that was horrendous. That was not good. Thankfully, we fixed that. Steady late snow in Albany. That was just horrendous. Moderate snow in Secaucus, New Jersey. The town was plowing in Red Bank. So now we're starting to cook. I told you all you needed was a little bit of patience and it would come through. Because again, the forecast never was, this insane amount of snow. Verification was 2 inches. That's easy to pull off in this type of scenario. So that worked out pretty well. So this is rapidly coming to an end. Now we're pushing right on Jersey Shore.
Bitch, keep it up. I'll come for you.
Uh-oh. Now what? All right. Oh, wow. They came. Some people are weird. I don't get it. Why? See, winter 2021 was pretty good for Central PA, but pretty bad for everyone else. So now we're pretty much done in southwestern New Jersey. We're coming to an end in northwestern New Jersey. Still pretty good snowfall rate in northeastern New Jersey and central New Jersey. Reading, PA had it. I was in college during the blizzard of '78. Wouldn't wish that on anyone. Yeah, that was a rough one. I wasn't around, of course, for that, but I read stories. Coming to the end here. 8 o'clock hour, we should see the snow completely over in eastern Pennsylvania and western New Jersey. 9 o'clock hour should be done for much of New Jersey. And that's when we'll pretty much shut down the live chat here. Uh, that way we can rest. Crazy.
Welcome to the reason why I wish I didn't have as much social media as I do. Insufferability.
Let's see. Do I remember the 2021 winter? Yeah, it was pretty poor, to be honest with you. Uh, 3 inches 2 day total so far in Queens. 32 heavy snow. Wind is picking up. So we're starting to get there. Moderate snow in Queens right now being reported. We're seeing the end of our storm coming. For Pennsylvania, it's done for the most part. She's got one more edge out here, right around that little triangle around Trenton. See 740. Let's see if we got any new updates. 745. It's now over in northwestern New Jersey. And we'll probably see things start to taper off around here. Get a total of, combined with the snow we had earlier, probably push to around 2 inches in Freehold. Let's see if we have any new observations in New Jersey from the Philadelphia here. Okay, so Warren, New Jersey, 3.6 inches. 2.7 inches in Chester. See if we have anything new. Berks. Berks County, 3 inches. Haven't gotten a lot. Here we are in Vinland. Reports of snow 1.5 inches as of 7 p.m. So about half an inch away from verification. 2.8 inches. So Pennsylvania definitely verified. Philadelphia right now, half an inch since 1 p.m. And let's see, Sparta is at 3 inches. Southbridge, Bergen County, 1.4 inches. That was as of 6:20 p.m. So we were definitely on a good track there as we get towards the end of our storm. Let's see here on X. Let me see. Uh, March snow in Secaucus. Let's see. Snow has really picked up here in Medford on Long Island, starting to stick to the deck and the driveway. See, it's all starting to come in. Just in the little patience, and it started to come in just about as expected. Thank you for your coverage today. You're the best. Thank you, Thomas. I appreciate it. What would have happened if Saturday and Sundays both came at the same time? Oh boy. That would have been one nasty storm. Um, although if it didn't line up, it could have canceled each other out. So it's hard to say. Could have gone either way on that one. All right, we are coming to an end here. Snowfall. I'm just checking the emails to make sure there's nothing new here. Clients and whatnot. Just gotta make sure. We're getting the moderate snow and cleans. And let's see here. Brandon, let's see here. Well, thank you, Brandon. Love you right back. I'm in Basking Ridge and must have a total of 6, 7 inches on my deck between yesterday and today. Not bad. How's it looking out there? Nice.